drowned, betrayed, and humiliated. Brandon's life ended in the most pathetic way possible. But when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer Brandon, reborn as Noah Weaverheart in a novel he had read, the spoiled yet talentless son of a duchess. He quickly realizes a cruel truth: he's nothing more than a stepping stone, fated to die in the first 30 chapters of this world's story. But fate isn't set in stone, because he now has the sovereign bond system, a power that allows him to share everything from the women he bonds with, but at 10,000 times the quality. Ding. You have bonded with Neko Neko. Ding. You have shared the affinity and talent of Neko Neko. Ding. You have obtained the affinity, Ice, SSS rank, and the talent, Sovereign of Ice, SSS rank. Noah's lips curled into a knowing smirk. If this world wanted him to be a stepping stone, then he'd crush the so-called protagonist, steal his harem, and rewrite destiny itself. Chapter 1-1, The beginning after the end. What? Brandon's voice cracked. You heard me. Emmy's tone was sharp, impatient. I don't want to be with you anymore. I found someone better. A real man. Someone who can actually take care of me and give me everything I want. Her words hit like a sledgehammer, but she wasn't done. Not a puny guy like you, wasting his life in some shitty restaurant. Brandon's fingers tightened around his phone. His breath came in short, uneven bursts. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Don't call me again, Emmy added, voice dripping with finality. You know what? Doesn't matter. I'm blocking you, Tint. The call ended. Just like that, Brandon stood frozen, staring at the screen. His mind blank. His heart shattered. The waves crashed against the shore, the scent of salt thick in the air. It should have been romantic. This was supposed to be one of the happiest nights of his life. His right hand trembled as he looked down. A small box sat in his palm, red and gold, finely crafted, elegant. Inside, a ring glimmered under the moonlight, a ring he had spent 5 years saving for her, for the woman who had been his anchor when his mother died. The woman who pulled him from his darkest place. Love? Maybe. Or was it just dependence? Brandon let out a bitter laugh, his chest tightening. His gaze lifted, taking in the scene around him, the soft candlelight. The petals scattered on the sand, the careful effort he had put into making this night perfect, all for nothing. I can't believe she left me just like that. His voice barely came out, a whisper carried away by the wind. Was it all just a game to her? Something inside him snapped. Before he could think, his fingers clenched around the ring box, and with a roar of frustration, he hurled it into the ocean. FSH. A second passed. Then another. His stomach dropped. Wait, my money. Panic flooded him as reality hit. What the fuck is wrong with me? Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the water, kicking off his shoes. He wasn't about to lose 5 years' worth of savings and his girlfriend on the same damn night. The waves roared, relentless and wild. But Brandon didn't stop. He charged in, the cold water biting at his skin as he pushed forward. His eyes darted across the surface, searching for the box. They're bobbing further away. He swam, arms cutting through the waves, desperation pushing him forward. Get back here, you stupid. A massive wave crashed into him. The force was brutal, slamming into his body like a brick wall. Water filled his mouth, his lungs, his throat. His limbs flailed, but the ocean was too strong. He was sinking, deeper. The pressure crushed him, his vision darkening. No, he struggled, but his body felt like lead. Every movement drained what little oxygen he had left. His lungs screamed, damn it. If it wasn't for Emmy, I wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for my own stupidity, his thoughts turned sluggish. His fight weakened. Fine, I give up. There is no one waiting for me anyway. His body went limp, consciousness slipping away. Then, crack, his head slammed against something solid, a rock. It pulsed, no, it glowed. A brilliant, otherworldly light erupted from it, illuminating the depths. Brandon barely had time to process it before everything, his pain, his thoughts, his existence, vanished. He died. Brandon's awareness returned in a void. A vast, endless nothing, he felt. Weightless. Different. His body, no, there was no body. Only a flickering wisp of energy, floating in the abyss. Wait. Where am I? A mechanical chime echoed around him. An emotionless female voice, system activated. You have received the sovereign bond system. You have died. Brandon froze. You will be reborn into a new world. Reborn? What? The voice continued, unfazed, analyzing host's memories, searching for a suitable world, scanning novels the host has read. Wait, what? You're going too fast. Then, a final notification, ding. The world of Lay has been chosen. Brandon's non-existent heart stopped. Oh my Lord, host, brace yourself. You are being reborn. Brandon barely had time to process before the darkness swallowed him whole. What the flying fuck is going on? End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Noah, a grand chamber bathed in gold and silver. The air carried a faint scent of jasmine, and the flickering glow of enchanted crystals cast soft shadows on the walls. The sheer luxury of it was overwhelming. At the center of the room, on a massive bed that could fit 10 people, lay a boy no older than 12. Then, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence. Boom, the doors burst open. Young Master Noah. Are you all right? A middle-aged woman in a maid's uniform rushed inside, her face pale with worry. She raised her hands, a warm green light flickering to life in her palms. Please, lie down. I'll help you. She used her magic to calm him. The boy Brandon, now in an unfamiliar body, blinked, dazed. His breathing was ragged, his heart racing. What just happened? Reincarnation? No. That was just a concept in fiction. This couldn't be real, but everything that had happened so far pointed to one truth: it was real. Where am I, young master? The woman's voice trembled, not out of concern for him, but out of fear. Fear of what his mother would do if she found her son unwell. Noah's gaze snapped to her. He forced a weak nod. I'm fine. His voice came out hoarse, unfamiliar, best to keep his words short to avoid suspicion. The maid let out a breath of relief. I'll leave you to rest. Then she practically fled the room, as if unwilling to stay with him more than necessary. Noah watched her go, his mind spinning. Then, ding. You have been reborn in the world of Lay. Your new identity, Noah Weaverheart, sole heir of the Weaverheart family. His blood ran cold. Weaverheart, the name struck him like a thunderbolt. No way, he knew that name. How could he not? This was the novel he had just started reading before his unfortunate drowning incident. The Goddess's Lover is her champion, a medieval fantasy novel filled with magic, swords, dungeons, kingdoms, and powerful families. All the standard tropes, but the worst part, the protagonist. Noah clenched his fists. Elijah Stoneheart, a walking cliché. The bastard son of one of the 4 great families, the Stonehearts. Born from a prostitute, scorned, ignored, treated like filth. Until his awakening day, where he unlocked an SSS-rank talent, got blessed by the goddess, and was handed a broken system that showered him with overpowered rewards after each completed quest. Just like that, he went from the lowest of the low to the most coveted person in the kingdom in a single day. And what did that mean for Noah Weaverheart? His downfall. Noah exhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay calm. In the novel, Noah dies within the first 50 chapters. Why? Because at an event hosted by the royal family, meant to introduce Elijah as the goddess's chosen and announce his engagement to the princess, Noah, the spoiled heir, couldn't handle the humiliation. He had always loved the princess. They were childhood friends. Their families had promised to engage them when they were older. And now, just because some random guy got blessed by the goddess, they changed their minds. Okay, that's actually logical, to be honest. But he couldn't stand it, so he acted like a spoiled brat. He insulted Elijah's mother, called her a whore in front of everyone. Elijah killed him on the spot, and that was only the beginning. His mother, Celine Weaverheart, matriarch of the Weaverheart family, went berserk trying to avenge him. She fought against 3 of the 4 great families' heads. And died. Died for him, because that's who Celine Weaverheart was, a mother whose entire world revolved around her son, her greatest strength, her greatest weakness, and because of her reckless retaliation, the entire Weaverheart family was wiped out. Just like that, Noah ran a hand through his hair, exhaling shakily. I'm doomed. His body in this life was trash. On his awakening day, he would unlock a D-rank talent, the lowest possible. A disgrace to his lineage, and the worst part, he had no idea what happened after chapter 50. Because he never continued the novel. Why? Because the rest of the chapters were locked, and he didn't have the money to unlock them, because he had been saving for that goddamn ring. Noah closed his eyes, forcing himself not to curse both the bloodline tree of that cheating ex and his own past stupidity. He took a deep breath. System. His voice was steady despite the turmoil inside. Why did you reincarnate me here? Out of all the novels I've read, host, it was random. His eye twitched. A deep sigh left his lips. Fantastic. Just my luck. What the hell was he supposed to do now? He didn't even know how the plot unfolded past his own death. Noah slumped back against the absurdly soft pillows, rubbing his temples. Everything was against him, his talent, his fate. Host, you have me. Noah frowned. Yeah. That's the only reason I'm not throwing myself out the window right now. So? What are you? What can you do? Will you give me quests like Elijah's system? I am the sovereign bond system, a cluster of power formed by the residual energy of over 1 billion destroyed universes. Noah's breath hitched. That sounded ominous, and your abilities, as my name suggests, host, by forming bonds with women, you can share their talent, bloodline, skills, physique, and attributes amplified by a factor of x10,000. But only work up to 3 rank above you. Noah's eyes widened in shock. He immediately sit up, his back straight. But what? His breath hitched, but he forced himself to focus. Define bond, deep emotional connection, only true love will be recognized. No shallow relationships. Affection level must be at least 70% to form a bond. If their affection drops below that, you lose everything you've gained from them. Noah's lips parted slightly in shock. Wait. So I can't just flirt with random girls and stack power, correct? Only genuine, meaningful relationships qualify. The system will assist and guide you. But every choice is yours. Silence stretched in the opulent chamber. Noah exhaled, letting the tension drain from his shoulders. His hands, which had been trembling moments ago, steadied. So this was it, huh? His new reality, a world where power belonged to the chosen, where talent dictated your worth, where he was meant to die is nothing more than a stepping stone. Screw that. A slow, sharp grin crept onto Noah's face. Let me show you how to truly cheat fate. Chapter 3, The World. Noah stood before the mirror, studying his reflection. Long, silken purple hair cascaded past his shoulders. His silver eyes, sharp and piercing, mirrored the world like glass. He smirked. At least I'm handsome now. Noah Weaverheart was a lady killer, no doubt about it, the type who could turn heads with a glance. If his predecessor had used this face properly, things would have turned out differently. TCH. What a waste. If the old Noah had half a brain, with a face like this, even that protagonist would struggle against him. But that was then. This time, he would use his looks, his mind, and most importantly, his system to get exactly what he wanted. Even the princess who was destined to abandon him for the protagonist. After freshening up, Noah stood by the window, gazing out at the vast Weaverheart estate. The morning sun bathed the land in gold. Countless training fields, lush gardens, and towering marble structures stretched as far as the eye could see. A home befitting one of the 4 great families, and yet, this world is insane. Noah had only read the first 50 chapters of the novel before he died. But what he did know, it hooked him immediately. A world governed by mana. Shaped by monsters, dungeons, and war. Centuries ago, gates appeared across the world, spilling forth creatures of nightmares: goblins, orcs, direwolves, dragons, undead. Every horror imaginable, but the gates brought something else. 2. Mana, a mysterious energy that awakened human potential, granting them supernatural abilities. With this power, humanity fought back. But they weren't the only ones who changed. Mana also led to the rise of other races: elves, dwarves, beastmen, and demons. Rather than uniting, these races divided the world, each claiming their own continents. An uneasy peace followed, except with the demons. They were the real enemy. They loved war. They loved chaos, and so, the other races banded together, creating an academy to train their most promising talents. A place where all races coexisted, the same academy where Elijah, the protagonist, would collect women like Pokemon. Noah scowled under his breath. Damn you, Elijah, the power progression in this world was straightforward. At 12 years old, every child awakened their innate talent, graded from E rank to SSS rank. E rank? Utterly useless. SSS rank? A god among men. Damn you, Elijah, the power progression in this world was straightforward. At 12 years old, every child awakened their innate talent, graded from E rank to SSS rank. E rank? Utterly useless. SSS rank? A god among men. His predecessor had been a spoiled brat, tormenting the servants because he knew his mother would never punish him. Now, they were terrified of him. Annoying, he sighed. Do you need something? The maid flinched at his tone before stammering. "Tea, the lady is waiting for you in the dining room." Noah nodded. "Guide me." The maid froze. "What?" he frowned. "Do I have to repeat myself?" "Ah. And no, young master." "Right away." She practically fled into the hallway, trembling. Noah followed, sighing internally. "I feel bad for her. But I have no idea where the hell the dining room is." If only he had inherited his predecessor's memories system. "At least do your job properly next time." The dining hall was vast yet eerily empty. A long mahogany table stretched across the room, but only 2 chairs sat at either end. It made sense. The Weaverheart family consisted of just 2 people. Noah and his mother, and his father, unknown. Not that it mattered. "Hello, mother." Seated at the head of the table was a striking woman with flowing silver hair and piercing violet eyes, Celine Weaverheart, one of the strongest women in the Empire of Castria, the ruler of the human domain, a terrifying existence. She smiled, spreading her arms. "Come here, my baby. Give mommy a hug." Noah hesitated. His predecessor had always rejected her affection, but if there was one person he needed to bond with quickly, it was her. He stepped forward and hugged her. Celine stiffened, her arms hovered, frozen in shock, as if unable to process what just happened. Noah leaned back slightly, tilting his head. "Mother? Is something wrong?" Her fingers tightened around him. Noah felt her trembling. "Shit. Did I overdo it?" Celine pulled back, purple eyes locking onto his. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You never let me hug you." He frowned. "Do I have to repeat myself?" "Ah. And no, young master." "Right away." She practically fled into the hallway, trembling. Noah followed, sighing internally. "I feel bad for her. But I have no idea where the hell the dining room is." If only he had inherited his predecessor's memories system. "At least do your job properly next time." The dining hall was vast yet eerily empty. A long mahogany table stretched across the room, but only 2 chairs sat at either end. It made sense. The Weaverheart family consisted of just 2 people, Noah and his mother, and his father, unknown. Not that it mattered. "Hello, mother." Seated at the head of the table was a striking woman with flowing silver hair and piercing violet eyes, Celine Weaverheart, one of the strongest women in the Empire of Castria, the ruler of the human domain. A terrifying existence. She smiled, spreading her arms. "Come here, my baby. Give mommy a hug." Noah hesitated. His predecessor had always rejected her affection, but if there was one person he needed to bond with quickly, it was her. He stepped forward and hugged her. Celine stiffened, her arms hovered, frozen in shock, as if unable to process what just happened. Noah leaned back slightly, tilting his head. "Mother? Is something wrong?" Her fingers tightened around him. Noah felt her trembling. "Shit. Did I overdo it?" Celine pulled back, purple eyes locking onto his. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You never let me hug you." Chapter 4, Awakening. 1. Celine sat alone in the dining hall. Her slender fingers tapped against the polished mahogany table in a slow, rhythmic beat. Tack. 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 Her violet eyes gleamed in the dim candlelight. "Don't you think my baby has matured?" A voice emotionless and unseen responded from the shadows. "Yes, my lady. The young master has shown different colors today." Celine's lips curled into a soft smile. "I knew he would come back to me. Didn't you see how he hugged me? The way his eyes looked at me. So full of love." But then, her gaze hardened, the temperature in the room plummeted, frost crawled across the table in an instant, devouring it in jagged, crystalline ice. The air itself felt sharp enough to cut. "Find them all." The voice from the shadows remained silent. "Those who whispered behind his back. Those who made my own son distance himself from me for years. Bring them to me." The walls groaned under the weight of the cold. The very air seemed frozen in place. "Anyone below S rank would be dead in minutes." "As you command, my lady." And just like that, the frost melted. The room returned to its elegant warmth, as if nothing had happened. Celine sighed, her expression softening. Tomorrow is a big day for him. She tapped a finger against her lips, her voice suddenly light, almost playful. "I wonder, what kind of gift should I prepare?" Noah walked through the estate, his steps measured, his expression calm, but inside, he was anything but. System, scan everyone I pass. Find someone with at least 50% affection for me, rank C or lower. Understood. And so, the hunt began. Noah moved through the training grounds, where knights trained under the moonlight. Nothing. He visited the library, its towering shelves filled with ancient tomes looking for a lucky encounter. Nothing. He passed through the gardens, the maid quarters, the night barracks, everywhere. Still nothing. Hours passed. Noah stood alone in the courtyard, the blue moonlight casting long shadows around him, his fingers curled into fists. This is ridiculous. He knew his predecessor had been an arrogant fool, but was he truly so hated? A low chuckle escaped him, bitter and cold. You really screwed me over, huh? He lay back on the cool grass, staring up at the endless night sky. For a moment, he thought about his past life, the world he left behind, and then, Russell. Noah sat up instantly. His sharp silver eyes scanned the darkness. Who's there? A shadow moved near the bushes. Noah tensed, then froze. A small black cat padded into the moonlight, its sleek fur glistening. It had piercing purple's feline eyes, glowing with intelligence far beyond that of a normal animal. A cat. The creature stared at him for a long moment, then gracefully approached, nudging against his leg. Ding. Target found. Noah's breath hitched. What? He snapped his head around, expecting to see a hidden figure nearby. Nothing. System. What do you mean? The target is the creature before you. Noah blinked, then blinked again. Come again. The cat tilted its head, its bright purple eyes sparkling with delight as Noah's attention focused on her. Isn't she just a cat? She is a divine beast's offspring. This is just her base form. Once grows strong enough, she will take human shape. Noah crouched down, his hand instinctively moving to pet her. The cat purred. Scanner. A translucent panel appeared before him. Name: Neko Neko. Race: Divine Beast. Biastera. Rank: C. Titles: None. Affinity: Ice, S rank. Talent: Child of Ice, S rank. Physique: Divine Beasts Biastera Physique, S level. Bloodline: Divine Beasts Biastera Bloodline, S level. Affection level: 75%. Note: she has liked you since the day you were born. Your beauty charmed her, and she has watched you from afar ever since. Noah stared, then let out a short, stunned laugh. I knew someone had to fancy me. Just didn't expect a cat. And seriously, where do you even come from? But the thought barely lingered before his focus sharpened. System. Can I share her talent? Yes. A grin spread across his face. He scooped the small cat into his arms. She let out a soft meow, then nestled against him. All right, Neko. You just saved me. Without wasting another second, Noah ran back to his chamber. Noah sat cross-legged on his bed, Neko curled up in his lap. System. Do it. Ding. You have formed a bond with Neko. A strange warmth spread through Noah's chest. A tether, a link, connected him to the small creature in his arms. She felt it too. Her blue eyes softened, and she snuggled closer. Now, share her talent and affinity. Ding. Applying the X10000 effect, you have gained the Ice Affinity, SSS rank. You have gained the talent, Sovereign of Ice, SSS rank, unawakened. Noah exhaled slowly. He expected something to change, his body to surge with power, his mind to expand, but instead, he felt nothing. System. Why don't I feel anything? Your awakening has yet to occur. Once it does, your talent will fully manifest. Noah nodded. His silver eyes gleamed as he gazed out the window. The stars shone brightly. The blue moon bathed the world in cold light. A slow grin spread across his face. SSS rank. Huh? He leaned back, his fingers idly stroking Neko's soft fur. Well, that changes everything, and this was just the beginning. Chapter 5, Awakening. 2, Slurp. 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 Noah groaned in his sleep. Neko. Stop licking me. Slurp. 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 Damn it, Neko. His silver eyes snapped open, glaring at the small black cat perched on his chest. Neko stared back at him, tongue out, as if ready to go for another lick. Noah let out a sigh, rubbing his face. He barely got any sleep last night. His mind had been racing, the sheer excitement of obtaining an SSS rank talent keeping him wide awake, but despite his exhaustion, he couldn't help but grin. He grabbed Neko, pulling her into a tight hug. You're too cute. Your purple eyes match my hair perfectly, just like fate. You and I, we're going to steal some hearts. All right, he smirked, just act cute when I tell you to. Neko blinked at him. Then, without warning, she snarled and started clawing at his face. Arg. Damn it, Neko. Just say no if you don't want to. Why go straight for my face? My greatest asset, you brute. Noah frantically tried to pry her off, but the little feline showed no mercy. Knock. Knock. A voice interrupted their battle. Young master, Lady Celine is waiting for you in the awakening room. Noah exhaled, defeated. He set Neko down and climbed out of bed. I'll be there in 5 minutes. His expression shifted. His playful energy faded, replaced with quiet determination. Today was the beginning of everything. Noah stood before an ornate door, perched on his head. Neko's violet eyes gleamed under the dim light, perfectly mirroring his hair. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was simple yet mesmerizing, walls dyed in a deep shade of purple, silver threads woven into intricate patterns. But as his eyes roamed the room, they widened slightly. One of the woven designs stood out, a cat, intricately crafted into the silver embroidery. Noah glanced up at Neko, narrowing his eyes. I knew it. You cliché thing. What's your relation with our family? The original novel never mentioned this detail. I wonder why, but he shook the thought away and refocused. In the center of the room stood a crystal orb. Resting on an ornate platform, this was the awakening crystal, a relic discovered in an ancient ruin, later replicated by master artificers and runesmiths. Its purpose, to seamlessly infuse the body with mana, forming a core, and awakening one's innate talent, then take the first step into the realm of the extraordinary, a simple process. You're here, my baby. Noah turned to his right. Celine stood there, adorned in a breathtaking purple gown, her silver white hair cascading over her shoulders. Her presence was both graceful and commanding. For a moment, he couldn't help but note, this family, they really do love purple, huh? But then, he noticed something strange. Celine's gaze was locked on Neko. Her violet eyes flickered with something rare. Surprise. Why is your daughter with my son, Luminara? She spoke inwardly, directing the thought to someone unseen. Neko held her gaze, unflinching, even looking a bit smug as she made herself comfortable atop Noah's head. A voice, silken yet cold, answered in her mind. She wouldn't let me rest last night. She insisted on seeing Noah, no matter what. I feared I might freeze her solid if she kept annoying me, so I let her go. Celine's eyes darkened. And you didn't think to inform me? It's a matter between the young ones. Stop acting like a mother hen, Celine, just as Celine was about to argue. Mother, what's wrong? Can we start now or not? Noah's voice cut through her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. She let out a soft sigh and smiled. Of course. Just place your hand on the crystal. I've made all the necessary preparations. But her mind whispered one final thought. Luminara, this isn't over. A soft huff of amusement echoed in response. Celine's voice turned instructional. As soon as you touch the crystal, mana will begin flowing into your body. The type of mana depends on your affinity. Our Weaverheart bloodline has always wielded ice mana. Your task is to take control of that mana and form a core within your dantian. I wonder why, but he shook the thought away and refocused. In the center of the room stood a crystal orb, resting on an ornate platform. This was the awakening crystal, a relic discovered in an ancient ruin, later replicated by master artificers and runesmiths. Its purpose, to seamlessly infuse the body with mana, forming a core, and awakening one's innate talent, then take the first step into the realm of the extraordinary, a simple process. You're here, my baby. Noah turned to his right. Celine stood there, adorned in a breathtaking purple gown, her silver white hair cascading over her shoulders. Her presence was both graceful and commanding. For a moment, he couldn't help but note, this family, they really do love purple. Huh, but then, he noticed something strange. Celine's gaze was locked on Neko. Her violet eyes flickered with something rare. Surprise. Why is your daughter with my son, Luminara? She spoke inwardly, directing the thought to someone unseen. Neko held her gaze, unflinching, even looking a bit smug as she made herself comfortable atop Noah's head. A voice, silken yet cold, answered in her mind. She wouldn't let me rest last night. She insisted on seeing Noah, no matter what. I feared I might freeze her solid if she kept annoying me, so I let her go. Celine's eyes darkened. And you didn't think to inform me? It's a matter between the young ones. Stop acting like a mother hen. Celine, just as Celine was about to argue, Mother, what's wrong? Can we start now or not? Noah's voice cut through her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. She let out a soft sigh and smiled. Of course. Just place your hand on the crystal. I've made all the necessary preparations. But her mind whispered one final thought. Luminara, this isn't over. A soft huff of amusement echoed in response. Celine's voice turned instructional. As soon as you touch the crystal, mana will begin flowing into your body. The type of mana depends on your affinity. Our Weaverheart bloodline has always wielded ice mana. Your task is to take control of that mana and form a core within your dantian. Everything was consumed by ice, and at the center of it all, Noah stood, completely untouched, his purple hair glistening with frost. It was as if ice itself had embraced him. Celine's breath hitched. Her pupils constricted, the temperature in the room plummeted even further, not from Noah, but from her own sheer disbelief. This can't be, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The shattered remains of the mana crystal crunched under her heel as she instinctively stepped back. She had seen countless awakenings in her lifetime, great prodigies, monstrous talents, those who defied expectations. But this was on another level entirely, SSS rank, for the first time in years. Her hands trembled. She clenched them into fists to steady herself. Luminara. Tell me this is real. Oh, it's real, the voice inside her chuckled, utterly amused. Your son has just become something the world hasn't seen in centuries. Celine's shock slowly morphed into something else, a wild, overwhelming sense of pride. Her lips curled into a smile, not just beautiful, but breathtaking. A smile filled with triumph, dominance, and the unshakable conviction of a mother who had always believed in her son. She exhaled, eyes gleaming like the sharpest of ice shards, as expected of my baby. Noah, however, felt something else entirely. A chime echoed in his mind, different from his system's notifications. Ding! A golden panel appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, Noah Weaverheart, you are now connected to the Akashic Records. You have awakened 2 talents, Hand of Ice, D rank, Sovereign of Ice, SSS rank. Your D rank talent has been absorbed by Sovereign of Ice, assessing your existence. Ding! 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 Exceptional, you have received a title obtained, the Reincarnator. Your existence has been greatly elevated. Noah stared at the glowing words, then, slowly, his lips curled into a smirk. Things just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 6, The Path Forward. Noah glanced at the golden interface before dismissing it with a thought. This system was universal, every being in this world had access to it. But it was not a guide, nor a teacher. It did not offer wisdom or comfort, it simply recorded, a cold, pragmatic mechanism that only activated when a being reached a threshold, offering choices, or bestowing titles that elevated one's existence. No emotions. No mercy. No unnecessary words, but Noah's system was different. Unlike the Akashic Records, which merely recorded his state of existence, his system fed him power. It allowed him to share the strength of his women, track his progress in detail, and adapt far beyond what others could. And that made all the difference. He exhaled, scanning the room. The ice he had spread earlier still coated the floor and walls, a tangible reminder of his awakening. But the moment he willed it away, it was gone. The air warmed. The room returned to its previous state, as if nothing had ever changed. He turned, his gaze settling on his mother. A proud, quiet smile touched his lips. Mother, I did it. I have awakened. Before he could finish, something warm enveloped him. His mother pulled him into a tight embrace, her arms held him firmly, protectively, desperately. I know, my baby. I know. Her voice trembled slightly. You must be exhausted after such an awakening. Noah froze, he had expected praise. A nod of approval. Maybe even a proud smile, but this raw, overwhelming warmth. She pulled back just enough to meet his gaze, her violet eyes glowing with fierce intensity. Go rest in your room. We'll discuss your training and what you want to do next later. A soft smile touched her lips. I am so proud of you. His heart clenched. For a moment, he was no longer Noah Weaverheart, he was Brandon from Earth. The one who lost his mother at a young age, and in his arms, for the first time since her death, was the warmth he thought he had lost forever. A mother's love, unchanging. Unwavering. Real. A lump formed in his throat. But he swallowed it down, his lips curled into a small, genuine smile, the first real one since his reincarnation. Thank you, Mother. Celine's heart melted. My baby is too cute. Inside his room, Noah sat cross-legged on his bed. Neko was nowhere to be found, leaving him alone with his thoughts. System, show me my profile. A purple screen materialized before him. Name, Noah Weaverheart. Race, human. Rank, E. Titles, the Reincarnator. Bloodline, Weaverheart's bloodline, favored by ice. Physique, none. Affinity, ice. SSS rank. Talent, Sovereign of Ice. SSS rank. Noah's gaze lingered on his affinity. In this world, affinity was more than just an indicator of power, it was the path one was naturally attuned to. A person with fire affinity would grasp flames as easily as breathing but struggle with water-based techniques. But affinity wasn't limited to elements, it could be conceptual, battle, fate, time, space, even something as abstract as dominance or cutting, and with every passing year, new affinities were discovered, proving the limitless nature of this world. But one thing was certain, the higher the grade, the stronger the connection. A person with an SSS-ranked ice affinity wouldn't just use ice, they would become ice. Noah clenched his fist, feeling a faint chill pulse in his veins. He wouldn't need to struggle as much as others, his affinity alone would ensure that, but that didn't mean he could afford to be careless. Show me my skills, the reincarnator. 1. Your soul is unique. Given the right conditions, you can awaken the affinity of space and time. 2. You can revive once per month, as long as your soul remains intact. Ice manipulation, effortless control over ice. Noah's brows lifted slightly. Titles usually granted either an effect or a skill, not both. If a title granted both, it meant one thing: it was a monster of a title, and his was exactly that: space and time. One's of the rarest affinities, he muttered. The only person I know with a space affinity is Elijah, but the second skill, revival, once per month, as long as his soul wasn't destroyed. His fingers curled. That was ridiculous. Titles were valuable for a reason. The harder they were to obtain, the more powerful their effects, and Noah's, his title was likely one of the highest difficulty titles to obtain. A slow smirk crept onto his lips. This made him want to attempt insane feats just to earn more titles, but there was no rush. He would naturally claim them on his path. He turned his focus to ice manipulation skill. Unlike titles, talent skills followed a structured awakening. Every talent granted one skill at birth. The difference was that the stronger the talent, the more potent that skill became. At C rank, new skills would emerge. By the time he reached SSS, he'd command 6 techniques powerful enough to shake nations. Noah flicked his wrist. A shard of ice formed above his palm. It shifted: sphere, arrow, blade. Each transformation took more from him. By the time it became a sword, his control slipped. The ice wobbled, flickering at the edges. His mana drained rapidly. Huff. Huff. The moment he let go, the ice shattered into mist. Noah exhaled sharply. Well, I definitely need training, he muttered. It wasn't just about control. The more complex the shape, the more mana it drained, more precision, more efficiency, more stamina. I'll discuss my training with Mother later. For now, he had bigger concerns. His gaze darkened. This world, we have the presence of a goddess. The goddess of light and justice. She had chosen Elijah as her champion, gifting him divine backing to fight against the demons and beasts spilling from dungeons. And the moment Elijah awakened, the Church of the Goddess would claim him, an institution as powerful as the 4 great families and even the royal family. Because their power wasn't just political, it was spiritual. Faith was a dangerous weapon. And their influence stretched into every corner of human society. With the church behind him, Elijah would be untouchable, especially with that insane Yanderus Saintus by his side. Tisk, lucky bastard. Then he would enroll in Apex Academy, a prestigious institution where multiple races trained. Train? Bullshit. That guy will go here to collect women for his ever-growing harem. Noah's jaw tightened. Not this time. His silver eyes glowed, frost swirling within them. Step 1, reach rank C through training in dungeon diving. Step 2, enroll in Apex Academy at 15 and meet the main cast. A slow smirk curled his lips. What better way to steal his women than from right under his nose? But before that, the princess. Her talent was too valuable to pass up. Noah's plan was set. Chapter 7, Elijah Stoneheart. While Noah Weaverheart underwent his awakening, so did another. Across the city, within the vast Stoneheart domain, an important ceremony was unfolding. The Awakening Chamber, a grand hall bathed in soft golden light, filled with rows of children, 12-year-olds from the Stoneheart clan, one of the 4 great families. Unlike other noble houses, the Stonehearts were many. Their patriarch had multiple wives, many children, and even more branch families. Their numbers were overwhelming, making them the most populated among the 4 families, and here, in this sacred space, the future of their lineage would be determined. The chamber buzzed with excitement. But beneath the thrill, fear festered, because the Stonehearts had only one rule: strength is everything. If you awakened a powerful talent, they would embrace you as kin. If you awakened trash, even beggars in the streets would be worth more than you. And so, whispers filled the hall. I bet Lord Aiden will awaken a powerful talent, just like the patriarch. A girl whispered, eyes shining with admiration. All eyes drifted toward Aiden Stoneheart, a boy of golden hair and piercing blue eyes. He stood at the center, exuding arrogance, his very presence commanding attention. Around him, children and sycophants swarmed like flies to a flame. Yes, Lord Aiden will surely be exceptional. Another voice chimed in. And Lady Patricia too. Their gazes flickered to a girl standing at a distance, Patricia Stoneheart. Her golden hair shimmered under the chamber's light, yet unlike Aiden, she stood in perfect silence, uninterested in the chatter around her. Then, someone scoffed. But what about that bastard? Mocking laughter followed. Elijah Stoneheart. Ha! Let's see what garbage talent he awakens. Probably E-rank trash, just like how worthless he is. The ridicule continued, but one boy remained silent, a boy with golden hair, dirted from neglect. His once bright clothes now tattered. His hands clenched into trembling fists. Elijah Stoneheart, the bastard son of Oliver Stoneheart. He had heard their whispers for years. He had felt their scorn since birth, yet he never reacted, not because he was weak, which he was actually, because he had learned reacting was pointless, but today. Today was different. Today, everything would change. His mother had begged on her knees, groveling for hours just so he could be included in this ceremony. He would not waste it, and he would never forget the humiliation. Just a good talent, Elijah prayed, his fingers tightening. Just an A rank. Please, goddess. Then, boom, the chamber doors swung open. A tall woman entered, her golden gown flowing like liquid sunlight. Iris Stoneheart, the one overseeing the ceremony. Stepping onto the central platform, she addressed the room. Welcome. Her voice was clear and commanding. I am here to supervise your awakenings. Her gaze swept across the children. When I call your name, step forward. Place your hand on the crystal. Awaken. Silence fell. Let's not waste time. Julie Stoneheart, step forth. And so, the ceremony began. Hours passed, dozens of names were called, one after another, but none of them were exceptional. At best, a handful had B-rank talents, most were C or D. Now, only 3 remained, the heirs Aiden, Patricia, and the bastard Elijah. Aiden Stoneheart, step forth. Aiden walked forward, his every step brimming with arrogance. He placed his palm onto the crystal. Silence. Then, heat, an oppressive wave of fire erupted, flooding the chamber. The temperature soared. Sweat dripped from foreheads. Some children stumbled back, gasping. Aiden stood engulfed in crimson flames. The air around him burned. Seems like standing in the middle of erupted volcano. When the fire finally dimmed, Elder Iris nodded approvingly. Aiden Stoneheart, she announced, SS rank talent, fire of destruction. Gasps echoed. I knew it. Someone cheered. Lord Aiden is amazing. Aiden smirked, basking in their praise, but Elijah barely heard them. His heart pounded. It's my turn soon. Patricia Stoneheart, step forth. Patricia moved forward with elegant indifference. When her hand touched the crystal, holy fire burst forth, a fire not just hot but divine. The fire seemed to burn impurities in the air, making the space around Patricia pure. When it faded, the verdict was clear. Patricia Stoneheart, Iris declared, SS rank talent, holy fire. More cheers. More admiration. Aiden glanced at his sister, a flicker of irritation in his eyes, but Patricia simply stepped back unbothered. Now, only one name remained, the bastard's name, Elijah Stoneheart. Step forth. Elijah walked forward, not timidly, not hunched, but straight-backed, resolved. He ignored the glares, the snickers. Without waiting for instruction, he placed his hand on the crystal. Instantly, the world erupted. FWOM, flames roared, engulfing the entire chamber. But this was no ordinary fire. It was different, hotter, wilder, uncontrollable. The very air distorted, as if reality itself warped around him. And then, the crystal melted, not cracked, melted into molten slag. The chamber descended into chaos. Children collapsed, gasping for breath. Some fell unconscious. Even Aiden staggered, his arrogance vanishing into wide-eyed shock. Patricia's usual calm shattered, because Elijah wasn't just engulfed in fire, he was bathed in light, and space itself trembled. 3 affinities: fire, light, space. Then, a golden light descended from the sky. The moment it touched Elijah, his filthy clothes disintegrated. Now a white robe with golden inscription embracing him, his golden hair shone, cleansed of dirt. His eyes gleamed bright, fierce, divine. He stood there, radiant, and then, congratulations, Elijah Stoneheart, you are now connected to the Akashic Records. 3 messages flashed before him. You have awakened 3 talents: Phoenix's fire, SSS rank; Lightholder, S rank; Teleportation, A rank. Assessing your existence. Ding. 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 Fantastic. You have obtained 2 titles, the Blessed One, the Monstrous Genius. Your existence has been greatly enhanced. Elijah barely had time to process this before, ding. You have awakened your system. The champion system has been activated. Welcome, host. So this is why true power feels like. A smile spread across Elijah's lips, not just any smile, and smile on would give when finally obtained the very thing they wished for. No, even better. He turned, meeting the eyes of those who had mocked him. Their faces were pale, their expressions horrified. Elder Iris stepped forward, her voice trembling. Elijah Stoneheart, she declared, SSS rank. Talent of unknown name. And 2 other talents in space and light. The moment those words fell, a single thought echoed in the minds of almost everyone present: we are fucked, and they were. Chapter 8, A Month of Growth. 1 month later, a month had passed since the awakening. Now, all of the human domain knew of the prodigies that emerged, those born with SS rank talents. Among them were the heirs of the four great families, the princess of the empire, and the new saintess of the church, but even among these monsters, two names stood above the rest: Noah Weaverheart, Elijah Stoneheart, two SSS rank talent holders, yet Elijah's name was louder. Not only was he an SSS rank talent holder, but he was also the blessed one, the goddess's champion. His fame soared like wildfire. Now, he lived under the protection of the Church of Light, undergoing brutal training to match his divine status. The royal palace, inside the imperial palace, in the heart of Castria, an important conversation unfolded. Seated upon a golden throne, Emperor Rome Castria frowned, deep in thought. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest as he stared at the parchment before him, a contract binding his daughter to Noah Weaverheart. He sighed. How should we handle this? The Empress, Emily Castria, folded her arms. Why are you hesitating? The choice is obvious. Elijah is the better option. She leaned forward, her voice sharp. He is the blessed one, hand-picked by the goddess herself. His talents surpass Noah's. He has 3 talents for God's sake. One is SSS and the 2 other rare elements like light and space. Why are we even discussing this? The emperor scowled. Because Celine outplayed me. Emily raised an eyebrow. Rome exhaled in frustration. That woman tricked me into signing an ironclad engagement contract between Sophie and Noah. She helped me deal with a certain problem back then, and in return, she secured this engagement. Emily's expression darkened. Then annul it. It's not that simple, Rome muttered. Celine isn't just some noblewoman. She's an SS rank powerhouse, one of the strongest humans alive. Her ice concept is a nightmare to deal with. Emily's lips curled in distaste. That which, a long silence stretched between them. Rome rubbed his temples. We can't confront her directly. If we do, it'll spark unnecessary conflict. Emily's gaze sharpened. Then we'll handle it another way. We'll have Sophie meet Noah herself. Make her tell him she has no interest in the engagement. As a SSS rank talent holder and just a brat, his ego would surely be hurt and he will choose to withdraw himself. Rome nodded slowly. If Noah willingly backs off, Celine won't have reason to interfere. Emily smirked. Perfect. I'll take Sophie myself. Good. But still keep an eye on Celine. She's unpredictable. Emily simply smiled. Weaverheart training grounds. Boom, a jagged spear of ice shot out of the ground, narrowly missing Noah's ribs. Another spike followed, forcing him to jump and to twist mid-air. His mother wasn't holding back. Celine stood a few feet away, her violet eyes glowing with amusement. Not bad, my baby. Your battle instincts have improved. Noah barely had time to catch his breath before another barrage of ice shards shot toward him. Shit, he flicked his wrist. An ice wall formed in front of him. Crash, the force shattered his defense instantly, sending him tumbling across the frozen ground. Celine clicked her tongue. Your ice is still too weak, Noah groaned. I'd know that already, Celine smiled. Then improve it, fuck. I am just at E rank, damn it. With a snap of her fingers, the ground beneath Noah shifted. Chains of ice burst forth, wrapping around his legs. Before he could react, boom, he was slammed into the ground, hard enough to make the earth tremble. The world spun, smoke and frost clouded his vision as he gasped for air. Celine crouched beside him, a playful smile on her lips. Oops. Did I go too far? Noah coughed, wincing. No. It was my fault. I asked you to be merciless. He regretted it dearly. Celine giggled. That's my baby. She ruffled his hair before standing up. You get to rest today. We'll continue tomorrow. I have things to take care of, and with that, she vanished in a flurry of frost. Noah lay there, staring at the sky. His body ached everywhere. 1 month. 1 month of pure hell. His training was brutal. In the morning, physical training, 10 laps around a stadium-sized training ground, followed by dragging a boulder 10 times his weight across a field of sand. In the midday, it's mana control exercises, absorbing mana in the air, learning to minimize wasting mana, shape ice into precise forms, all while increasing the efficiency of his techniques. And in the afternoon, combat training. Or as Noah called it, getting my ass handed to me by my mother. The worst part, it was his idea. When he told Celine, I want to be strong enough to protect you, her reaction surprised him. Tears welled in her eyes. Pure joy that her son think already of protecting her. Then, her entire demeanor changed. She vowed herself to train him to its fullest. her training became merciless, Noah sighed. Damn it. I should have just kept my mouth shut, but thanks to all this, he is close to rank up. Suddenly his shadow expanded, a presence stirred, from the shadow, a silhouette emerged. Noah glanced to the side, not surprised to see her. Esther, the woman in black, stood there, holding out a small vial. Young master, drink a healing potion. Noah took it without hesitation, downing the green liquid in a single gulp. Instantly, his pain dulled. Where's Neko? He asked, stretching his sore muscles. Esther's red eyes flickered. Lady Neko is preparing for her rank up. She wishes to reach B rank as soon as possible. Noah grinned. Good. I'm looking forward to seeing her human form. Yes, because at B rank, Neko would be able to talk and assume human shape. He studied Esther, his personal shadow guard. She had been assigned to him by his mother after his awakening. She was trained by his mother to be his silent protector. With her rare shadow affinity, she could blend into the shadow and move unseen. Now she is H24 in his shadow. Only out when necessary. At first, her presence unsettled him. Now he had gotten used to it. Is there something on my face, young master? Esther tilted her head. Noah smirked. You're just too beautiful, Esther. Especially that mole beside your lips. It gives you this irresistible charm. He stepped closer, stopping just inches from her face. His silver's eyes locked into her crimson eyes. Esther froze, her heart skipped a beat. A wave of warmth crawled up her neck as she instinctively took a step back. Noah chuckled, walking past her. I am going to rest in my room, Esther. Esther stared after him, her face still flushed. Young master really loves to tease me, she sighed, pressing a hand to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. But she couldn't. Noah was becoming too handsome for his own good. She can't resist him. In fact, no one in the house can resist him anymore. Since his awakening, everything changed, and when she think of the fact that she is with him every day. A slow smile formed on her lips. The others may want him, but I am his shadow. With that, she melted into the darkness, slipping into Noah's shadow once more. Chapter 9, A Plan. Celine's office. Celine sat in her office chair, her expression solemn yet filled with irritation. Her fingers, resting lightly on the desk, twitched as if restraining an impulse. Across from her stood a black-haired, red-eyed woman. Her resemblance to Esther was striking. She was Sari, Esther's mother. Celine's shadow. Sari's voice was calm and cold as she delivered the message. The royal family has sent a letter. The Empress and Princess Sophie will arrive soon to speak with you. Celine frowned. She wasn't a fool. If Emily and Sophie were coming together at this time, the reason was clear as day. So it's like this, huh? A crack echoed through the room. The air thickened, pressure surging outward in a chilling wave. The entire Weaverheart estate trembled, as if the world itself responded to Celine's rising fury. Walls groaned. Ice crept across the floor. The mansion's structure shuddered. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Sari remained standing, expression calm but with a slight furrow of her brow. My lady, she said evenly, bearing the full weight of Celine's presence. If this continues, the entire estate will panic. Celine didn't respond. Sari sighed. Young Master Noah might get hurt at this rate. Silence. The tremors ceased instantly. Celine leaned back, her nails tapping rhythmically against the frozen wood. They dare. Her voice was soft, but the malice beneath it was unmistakable. All because of that bastard Oliver's son, she scoffed. Just because he's the chosen one, they think they can throw away the engagement so easily. Her violet eyes glowed with dangerous intent. Tell me, Sari, does that brat even compare to my son? Sari's expression didn't change. Internally, though, she was thinking, well, objectively, yes. Maybe even more, but would she dare to say that? Not even if death itself loomed over her. So, she spoke the safest answer possible. No one compares to young Master Noah, my lady. Celine smiled, satisfied, but no matter, her fingers stilled, tracing over the frost-covered surface of her desk. They can do whatever they want, but if I see even an ounce of sadness on my baby's face, her voice was light, almost casual, but the promise within it was absolute. The capital will be frozen in eternal ice. Sari closed her eyes briefly before exhaling. Of course. That's what I expected. She turned, already sinking into the shadows. I will inform him, my lady, and with that, she vanished. Celine leaned back, exhaling deeply. Inside her mind, a familiar voice chuckled. Are you really going to freeze the capital if Noah is sad, Luminara? Celine smirked. You know me, don't you? I do. Then, do you think I would? Yes. Then you have your answer. Crazy bitch, Noah felt it. The ground beneath him shook, an unbearable weight pressing against his body. The hell, his knees buckled, a suffocating pressure threatening to bring him down, and just as quickly as it arrived, it vanished. Noah sat down, breathing heavily. That was. He frowned, rubbing his temples. Someone unleashed the full weight of their existence and aura. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Your mother, most likely. Noah clicked his tongue. TSK. What is she doing this time, then? He shook his head. There were more important things to focus on. His eyes sharpened. I need a plan. A way to make Princess Sophie fall for me. He tapped his fingers against the floor. In the original novel, after his past self awakened his pathetic deranged talent, she never even spared him a glance. Princess Sophie was prideful, ruthless, and ambitious. She only cared about one thing, power. That's why she so eagerly proposed an engagement to Elijah, the chosen one. With him by her side, her path to the throne was all but guaranteed. In fact, that the way she saw him at first. A tool to be used to be the first ruling empress of Castria. But Noah knew, by chapter 50, she had already begun to fall for him. Fucking cliché, Noah scoffed, running a hand through his hair. But cliché or not, she was too valuable to let go. Her talent, arcane synthesis, was far too useful to pass up. She could fuse different objects, materials, and even potions together to create new, stronger versions, weapons, artifacts, spells. Endless potential. How could he let that go? No way. So, the real question was, how does he make her fall? Because right now, Elijah had every advantage. Background. He had the church's full support and his family who was ready to do all things to make amends with him. Talent. He was ahead, for now. Reputation? He is the so-called chosen one, but Noah smirked. That's just for now. 3 talents, I'll have more than that, and they'll all be SSS rank. Still, knowing that wasn't enough at this moment, he needed an edge. A weapon, something that only he knew. The novel, and then, it hit him, a small, irrelevant side story, something barely mentioned in the novel, the mysterious death of the emperor's younger brother, the same uncle Sophie had loved dearly, dead because of an affair with Empress Emily. The truth, Rome had killed his own brother. Emily had loved the brother since childhood, but when Rome became crown prince, her family forced her to marry him instead. Rome knew. And he still married her, so, the inevitable happened. Noah exhaled. The emperor is insane, but that didn't matter. What mattered was, he now had knowledge no one else did, no one except Emily and Rome themselves. However, do I really want to play this card? Once I do, there is no going back and things might go against me. Noah hesitated. The risks are high. Things might go wrong, but I have to. I have nothing that can help me have Sophie. I just need her to be with me for a while, and I will make sure her affection point for me is at least at 70% and have her talent. So, he was going to use it. A knock at the door. Knock. Knock. Noah's thoughts snapped back to reality. A voice from outside. Young master, Lady Celine has ordered you to prepare yourself. The Empress and Princess Sophie will be arriving soon. For a moment, Noah was silent. Then, he laughed, slowly. Softly, then louder, as if fate itself had handed him the perfect opportunity. Are you on my side, fate? His smirk widened. Because if he played this right, Sophie Castria would be his. Chapter 10, A Talk with Empress Emily. 1. Inside a moving carriage, 2 strikingly beautiful women sat facing each other. 1. A mature woman with molten red hair cascading down her back and emerald green eyes that held the wisdom of an empress. The other, younger, barely 12, but already carrying an air of arrogance, with the same scarlet hair yet eyes of deep crimson, like a pool of fresh blood, the Empress of Castria, Emily Castria. Her youngest daughter, Princess Sophie Castria. Emily's gaze lingered on her daughter. Are you ready for this, Sophie? Sophie's expression remained indifferent, borderline dismissive. I know what I'm doing, mother. I want this farce to end more than anyone. She scoffed, eyes narrowing. To begin with, I don't know who thought it was a good idea to engage me to some crackle. Before she could finish, lightning flickered in the air. The carriage interior hummed with static as Emily's aura erupted, an oppressive weight pressing down. Sophie's eyes widened in shock. She wasn't expecting her mother to use her aura. Emily's gaze sharpened. Speak with respect. I am your mother, not your friend. Her voice turned dangerously soft. Continue with this tone, and I will use my intent. Perhaps it will give you some insight, who knows? Sophie's heart pounded against her ribs, but she refused to let it show. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the unease crawling up her spine. Finally, she exhaled and lowered her gaze. I apologize, Mother. Emily let the tension linger before withdrawing her aura. Good. Keep that arrogance in check. Her expression turns serious. I may tolerate it, but that which won't. And believe me, if she decides to act, I won't be able to stop her. Sophie's fists clenched, but she didn't argue. Emily continued, and don't antagonize the boy. Noah may be young, but he's an SSS rank holder. Talent-wise, he surpasses even you. A flash of resentment flickered in Sophie's crimson eyes, but she simply muttered, understood, Mother. The carriage came to a halt. Emily sighed. Let's go. Weaverheart Estate, meeting room. Celine sat at the head of the grand table, her icy gaze locked onto the two figures before her. Across from her, Emily and Sophie Castria sat with composed expressions. We greet the Duchess, they spoke in unison, offering only the slightest bow, just enough to show respect, but not submission. Celine's lips curled in a faint, indifferent smile. Her entire presence radiated cold. Welcome to my home, she said, her tone carrying a distant chill. Let's not waste time, tell me why you're here. Emily smiled smoothly. Nothing much. My daughter simply wished to meet her future husband. And as her mother, I came to ensure everything goes smoothly. Lies, Celine didn't comment. She had no patience for stupidity. If they truly thought they could walk in here, make her son sad, and leave unscathed, foolish dreams. Fine, she said. He will be here soon. Just as she spoke, the doors swung open. A young man stepped in, his violet hair, tied in a loose ponytail, shimmered under the light. His silver eyes glistened like frost, and the moment he entered, the temperature dropped just slightly, but noticeably. It wasn't an aura. Just his presence. Emily and Sophie froze, their hearts pounded. They had never seen an SSS rank being before. Now they understood. The gap between SS and SSS was not just power, it was existence itself. Yet, Noah only smiled. Hello. His voice was smooth, laced with a sharp, icy edge. I am Noah Weaverheart, only son of Celine Weaverheart and heir to the Weaverheart dukedom. Pleased to meet you, Your Highness the Empress, and Your Highness Princess Sophie. Sophie narrowed her eyes. She had expected arrogance. A spoiled brat clinging to his mother's influence. Instead, she was met with composure. Presence. Power. Noah suddenly made a forgetful expression, tilting his head. I nearly forgot. He grinned, mischievous yet sharp. Celine's heart fluttered. My baby is too cute. I also hold another title, one just as important. He turned towards Sophie. I am also your fiancée, Princess Sophie. Your future husband. Sophie flinched, not in fear, but in something else. Something unfamiliar. Noah's smile widened. I know why you're here. He leaned back. You wish to discuss breaking our engagement. He glanced at Emily. But before we proceed, I have a request. Emily raised an eyebrow. I'd like to have a word with you, alone, Your Highness. Celine grinned. Proud. Her son was playing them. Sophie frowned. She didn't like how she was already losing momentum. Emily, on the other hand, was intrigued. This was not the Noah she had expected. The last they had heard, he was a spoiled, reckless brat, someone who bullied servants and hid behind his mother's shadow. But now, she leaned forward. Fine. I have no problem with that. Now alone with the Empress, Noah felt his heart pounding. He had acted with confidence, but only he knew how hard his pulse was hammering. Phew. I got this. Emily sat comfortably, her posture relaxed. So? What do you want to discuss? Noah inhaled. Then, his voice turned serious. First, I advise you to place a sound barrier. No one should hear this discussion. Emily's brows furrowed slightly. Second, Noah's silver eyes sharpened. I strongly suggest you do not act against me during this talk. You know my mother. His lips curled. I don't need to remind you what she's capable of, do I? Emily's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. Still, she waved her hand, casting a silent barrier. Talk, she said, her voice now colder. Noah exhaled. I know why you're here. You wish to annul the engagement and marry Princess Sophie to Elijah, the chosen one. Emily's smile didn't falter. So you're not an idiot. She chuckled. Why does that matter? Is your ego hurt? Your reputation? Don't worry. We'll make sure. I can't accept that. Noah cut her off. Emily's eyes flickered. It's better if you choose to accept this without causing any problems. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Noah leaned forward. His voice turned cold as death itself. Are you sure of your decision? Emily's smile faded. I am, even knowing it will anger my mother, yes, even if there are consequences. Emily's gaze hardened. We are prepared for any consequences. Silence. Then, even if the entire human domain learns how the emperor murdered his own brother for sleeping with his wife, the noble and exemplary Empress Emily, the world seemed to stop. Emily's eyes went wide. Her face drained of color, her hands trembled, a single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper. How? Chapter 11, A Talk with Empress Emily. 2. Emily was frozen in place. No, frozen didn't even begin to describe it. Her entire body trembled, her heart tightening as if a steel grip had wrapped around it. How do you know that? Her voice came out weak, uncertain. This was a secret that had been buried so thoroughly, so perfectly, that even the royal court, known for its ruthless information network, had failed to uncover it. So how? How did this boy, a mere child, know? Noah blinked, feigning innocence. He hadn't expected this kind of reaction. He thought she'd lash out in rage, try to overpower him with her authority. Instead, she stood there, paralyzed, a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. He had the upper hand. Better strike while the iron is hot. The real question, Your Majesty, is not how I know. His silver eyes gleamed coldly. It's what will happen if this information gets out. Emily's breath hitched. What would the people think, for the emperor? At worst, he'll be labeled a tyrant, a ruthless ruler who murdered his own brother in cold blood. Noah's voice was smooth, deliberate. But you, Empress Emily? You'll be dragged through the mud. Humiliated. Your reputation ruined beyond repair. There are plenty in the nobility just waiting for an excuse to bring you down. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering to a near whisper. So, what's your decision? Emily felt her head spin. Her mind raced, searching desperately for a way out. How? How did things end up like this? But there was no way out, there was only one choice. I accept. She forced the words out through gritted teeth, her mana crackling in the air like a storm barely contained. The engagement stays, she inhaled sharply, fists clenched. But I want to know how you found out. And who else knows? Noah tilted his head, his smirk deepening. I'm the only one who knows. As for how? He chuckled, lifting a hand to his chin as if pondering. Maybe I just read it somewhere. Emily was frozen in place. No, frozen didn't even begin to describe it. Her entire body trembled. Her heart tightening as if a steel grip had wrapped around it. How do you know that? Her voice came out weak, uncertain. This was a secret that had been buried so thoroughly, so perfectly, that even the royal court, known for its ruthless information network, had failed to uncover it. So how? How did this boy, a mere child, know? Noah blinked, feigning innocence. He hadn't expected this kind of reaction. He thought she'd lash out in rage, try to overpower him with her authority. Instead, she stood there, paralyzed, a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. He had the upper hand. Better strike while the iron is hot. The real question, Your Majesty, is not how I know. His silver eyes gleamed coldly. It's what will happen if this information gets out. Emily's breath hitched. What would the people think, for the emperor? At worst, he'll be labeled a tyrant, a ruthless ruler who murdered his own brother in cold blood. Noah's voice was smooth, deliberate. But you, Empress Emily? You'll be dragged through the mud. Humiliated. Your reputation ruined beyond repair. There are plenty in the nobility just waiting for an excuse to bring you down. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering to a near whisper. So, what's your decision? Emily felt her head spin. Her mind raced, searching desperately for a way out. How? How did things end up like this? But there was no way out, there was only one choice. I accept. She forced the words out through gritted teeth, her mana crackling in the air like a storm barely contained. The engagement stays, she inhaled sharply, fists clenched. But I want to know how you found out. And who else knows? Noah tilted his head, his smirk deepening. I'm the only one who knows. As for how? He chuckled, lifting a hand to his chin as if pondering. Maybe I just read it somewhere, and don't worry, he added casually. I've signed one as well. As long as you keep your end of the deal, your little secret is safe with me. Emily inhaled deeply. This boy, this monster, was barely 12 years old. Yet he was already playing mind games that even seasoned nobles struggled with. Her fingers twitched as she signed the contract with her mana. With a deep breath, she exhaled. Feeling a restriction deep in her soul the moment she signed, the contract glowed faintly before vanishing. The deal was sealed. What kind of creature has that witch birthed, she thought, suppressing a shudder. Outside the room, Sophie stood next to Celine, arms crossed, trying to mask her discomfort. Crazy. I can barely stand straight. No, she's making me feel this way. Celine's control over her aura was terrifying. She was purposely applying just enough pressure to make Sophie feel insignificant. Sophie hated it. Then, click, the door opened. Noah stepped out first, his expression calm, a light smile playing on his lips. Emily followed, her expression neutral. But Sophie knew her mother well. The subtle crackling of electricity in the air told her she was pissed. Emily exhaled. Can we stay here for some time, Duchess Celine? Celine didn't even acknowledge her at first. Instead, she looked at Noah. He just smiled. Celine nodded. A maid will guide you to your quarters. Without another word, she turned and left, Noah walking beside her. As he passed by Sophie, he paused just long enough to murmur, I can't wait for our wedding, Lady Sophie. His tone was playful, almost teasing. Sophie stiffened, her brows furrowing as she watched him go. Something about him felt off, different from what she had expected. Since the beginning he had acted nothing like the Noah she knew, and that intrigued her. Having SSS talent can change a bring this much. Her gaze snapped to her mother. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Emily didn't answer immediately. Her eyes were still on Noah's retreating figure. I wish I knew, she muttered, irritation lacing her voice. We'll talk once we're settled. Noah's room. As soon as Noah entered his chambers, he collapsed onto the bed, exhaling heavily. His mind felt drained. Less than a month ago, he was just a normal kid on Earth. Now, he had stood before the empress of the entire human domain and blackmailed her into submission. That was insane, he muttered. Then, ding, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have received a new title. Title obtained. The schemer, your existence has been strengthened. Noah chuckled, rolling onto his back. Well, I deserve that one. Chapter 12, Be Mine. 1. Noah glanced at his new title, unsurprised. Blackmailing an empress at 12 years old? That was definitely insane enough to warrant one. System, show me the new title skill. The schemer, your mind is sharpened, and your facial control is exceptional. Seeing through you is close to impossible. Your words will be more easily believed. Noah nodded. As expected, his first title, the Reincarnator, was truly unique, granting him powerful effects and abilities. Most titles, however, were like the schemer, simple but valuable. And this one? This was far from weak. Being able to control his facial expressions was a massive advantage. Especially for someone like him. He will surely be in situations like today again. Many times over, he exhaled slowly, steadying his mind. System, show me the affection levels of Empress Emily and Princess Sophie. Emily Castria, 40% 30%. After today's event, she can hardly bear the sight of you. Sophie Castria, 25% 40%. Her opinion of you is slightly improved due to your change in talent. But to her, you are still not worthy. Noah studied the numbers calmly. He had expected the Empress's reaction. She would dislike him, but not for long. She couldn't afford to. He needed a strong ally. And blackmail was a flimsy foundation, one that could backfire spectacularly in the future. He would either transform this into a genuine relationship or remove her altogether. His eyes turned cold. No mercy. If she became a problem, he'd deal with her like any other obstacle. As for Sophie, arrogant, prideful. She admired power and dominance. The kind of woman who craved a man who could rule over her. Fine. He would show her. Noah lay down, closing his eyes. He needed rest. He'd deal with everything tomorrow. Emily Sophie's chambers. Empress Emily sat across from Sophie, her expression unreadable. Then she exhaled and said something that shattered the silence like glass. You will marry Noah. Sophie blinked. Stared. What? The engagement remains. Forget the chosen one, but how? Emily sighed. She hated this. This feeling of being powerless, especially before a child. A bitter chuckle escaped her lips. Sophie wouldn't understand. She couldn't. Sophie clenched her fists, her eyes narrowed. What happened in that room, Mother? Emily's gaze sharpened. Marry him. Noah is more than he seems. If you truly want the throne, then he can help you. She wasn't guessing. She knew it. His mind, his courage, they're terrifying. And don't forget, his talent is SSS rank. And he is the son of Celine Weaverheart. The witch of eternal cold, Sophie remained silent. Her mother wasn't the type to change her mind without reason. But there was one problem. What about father? Emily frowned. Sophie continued, even if you accept Noah, how will you explain this to father? You know he wants the chosen one as his son-in-law. That was a problem. She couldn't reveal what had transpired with Noah, but, we will make our stand clear. Sophie shook her head. I refuse, Emily sighed. Here it comes. She knew it. I want the chosen one. Noah may be talented, but he will never compare to Elijah. Sophie's voice was firm. I won't settle for less. Emily rubbed her temples. Her stubborn, arrogant daughter wouldn't accept this easily. That's fine, Noah requested time with you, she said at last. Tomorrow, you will spend the day with him. Get to know him. Then, you will give me your final decision. She stood and left. She was exhausted. As she lay in bed, the same thought circled her mind. How? How did he learn that secret? But there was nothing she could do now. Meanwhile, Sophie frowned. How had Noah won her mother over? Whatever trick he had pulled, she wouldn't fall for it. Elijah is the only one worthy, she scoffed, shutting her eyes. Noah. You will never compare. Celine Weaverheart's chambers. Laughter rang through the room. Celine Weaverheart, the witch of eternal cold, leaned back, grinning. In front of her, Sari stood silently, having just relayed the sweet conversation between the Empress and her daughter. Celine licked her lips. My baby boy already has that big-breasted Empress wrapped around his little finger? But how, we do not know, my lady, Sari said. You ordered us not to listen. And he forbade Esther from accompanying him. Celine chuckled. It doesn't matter. What does matter is, her expression darkened, my baby is just too handsome and manly. Then, she hesitated. Struggled with her words, but I hate that he's willing to go this far for that little bitch Sophie. It makes me want to kill her. A chill spread through the room, her killing intent flared. Sari met her gaze, unfazed. If you kill her, knowing how much young master cares, he will never forgive you, my lady, and you will lose him. Celine froze. Lose her son? Unthinkable, she scoffed. My son will never abandon me over a girl. But then, she sighed, and I care for his happiness more than anything. I will not touch what he desires. She fell into silence, her thoughts drifting. What would Noah do next? The next day, in the garden, the scene was picturesque. Noah, with his violet hair and silver eyes, Sophie, with her crimson hair and blood-red gaze, they sat on the cool grass, facing each other, and, as always, Sophie was arrogant. I don't know what you told my mother, but it doesn't matter, she declared. I choose who I marry. And it won't be you. It will be Elijah, Noah smiled. Come. Unbothered, let me ask you a question. Sophie folded her arms. What? Why are you so opposed to marrying me? I have better options, she said instantly. Noah chuckled. Even knowing my talent? His tone turned lazy. I'm a very petty person, you know. I won't forget this in the future, Sophie scoffed. Do you think you can compare to Elijah? Noah leaned forward. Maybe not. But what about you? Sophie's eyes narrowed. Noah's voice dropped, smooth as ice. I might not be able to touch Elijah. But you, he smirked, it won't take me that long to reach the peak of this world compared to others. Believe me, and beside that, Elijah? Do you think you'll be his only woman? Spoiler alert, you won't. Sophie's lips parted, but no words came out. The love of men is fickle, princess? It follows beauty and power. And someday, you won't be special anymore. Silence. Then, Noah's gaze locked onto hers. Frost swirled in his silver eyes, the air grew cold. Ice crept across the grass, he leaned in. His breath brushed her lips, his voice was low, commanding. But me, I am different. I will not discard you now and in the future. The proofs? I am willing to go such a length to have you. He paused then continued. You don't have to settle for being one of Elijah's women, be mine, and you won't be anyone's shadow, you'll rule at my side. You will be the first wife of Noah Weaverheart. The schemer title is in full effect. His words will make sense even if they don't. His smirk deepened, and believe me, this name will shake the world. Sophie's heart pounded, not in fear. Not in anger, but in awe. She never thought she will feel awe for a man of her age. But Noah is just that compelling, that commanding. His entire body radiate power and authority, and for the first time she looked at him properly. What a beautiful man. Sophie Castria's affection level has reached 60%. Chapter 13, Be Mine, 2. Sophie stared at Noah, her heart pounding. Now that she looked at him properly, she realized he was beautiful, not just in the way his silver eyes gleamed like frost under the morning sun, or how his purple hair shimmered with an almost otherworldly hue. It was the way he carried himself. The way he spoke. Calm. Commanding. A man who seemed to stand above the world rather than within it. What a beautiful man. Sophie's affection has reached 60%. Noah's lips curled slightly as he saw the notification. Just 10% more. And it'll be settled, and he already had a plan. A girl aiming for the throne, what does she want most? Support. As a woman, she was already at a disadvantage against her brothers. She needed something to tip the scales. Someone who could stand beside her, someone who understood her ambitions, the Stonehearts? Useless. Their patriarch, Oliver, was a greedy man, constantly taking new wives and growing his house in numbers, and hardly strength, the Bloodhearts? Madmen obsessed with war and slaughter. She could never control them, the Shadowbounds? Too secretive. They refused to entangle themselves in political games, which left only the Weaverhearts. His family, okay, granted, one day Elijah, the so-called chosen one, would be able to have all three great families in his fingertips. And once he had them, he will able to help more easily Sophie, but I won't let that happen. Noah's gaze softened as he looked at Sophie, his expression shifting into something gentler. Like he was looking at something precious, and in a way, she was. A precious talent to farm, to prove my sincerity to you. His voice was smooth, confident, dripping with promise. He let the words hang for a second, watching as Sophie's red eyes locked onto him, curious. Not in my name, as heir of the Weaverheart family, I declare our full support for Princess Sophie in the battle for the throne. Bade Sophie's heart skipped a beat. Literally, you'll have my backing. My mother's backing. The full strength of the Weaverheart name, Noah continued, stepping closer. And let's not forget, his grin turned sharp. I'm an SSS rank holder. Sophie's breath caught, she lifted her gaze to him, and that's when she saw it, a smile, not the cold, calculating smirk she had gotten used to. Not the one that hid secrets behind layers of cunning, but a gentle smile. A warm one. Her heart skipped again, a man who could be firm, commanding when necessary, yet soft and understanding when it mattered, a man who was offering her everything, even when she had pushed him away. She realized, he got me, it hit her then. He had been in control of this conversation since the beginning. Just like yesterday, just like with her mother. She had walked straight into his pace, step by step, without even realizing. And yet, despite knowing that, she didn't resist, because Noah wasn't just a man with talent, like her mother had said yesterday, he had the wit. The courage, and that was what she needed, the kind of man who would take the throne, not wait for it to be given. So, she surrendered, she stopped being stubborn, she accepted his feelings and her own, and the moment she did, ding. Sophie's affection for you has reached 70%, you got me, Sophie admitted, her voice quiet. She lifted her head, meeting his gaze fully for the first time. We'll marry, she said. I'll be your first wife, as you wanted. She exhaled. I'm sure others will come after me. But as long as you keep your word, her voice hardened. As long as my place is never challenged, as long as I am never overshadowed, as long as this empire becomes mine, her lips parted, a smirk playing at the edges, I will follow you. To the end of this world and beyond, Noah Weaverheart. Noah's smile widened, he stood, then extended his hand to her. Sophie hesitated only for a moment before taking it. As she rose to her feet, standing beside him, Noah turned his gaze to the distant horizon. You will never be overshadowed by anyone, he promised. You are the first. And the first always holds a special place. You'll have what you want and more, and I will have your back. Then, he raised his free hand, frost gathered at his fingertips. Swirling and twisting. Shapes began to take form, petals, layered atop one another in a mesmerizing spiral. When it was done, a flower rested in his palm, a lotus, not just any lotus, an ice lotus, a blue lotus. Sophie's face lit up. Her usual arrogance melted away, replaced with something childlike. Excitement. This is for you, Noah said, handing it to her. She took it carefully. The petals were cold, but a gentle, comforting cold. Not harsh like winter, but soothing. How did you know I like lotuses? She asked softly. Noah smirked. It's my job to know what my wife likes, isn't it, Sophie? Blushed. Sophie's affection for you has reached 71%, unfortunately with my current rank. This lotus will melt soon. Noah leaned slightly closer. But don't worry. When I'm strong enough, I'll make you an ice lotus that will never melt. Even in the presence of the sun itself, his grin turned cocky. Sophie chuckled, shaking her head. She found herself wondering how could a single man have so many faces, but she likes it. Back in his room, Noah sat at the edge of his bed, his heart thrumming with excitement. System, show me Sophie's profile. Name, Sophie Castria. Race, human. Rank, E. Titles, none. Bloodline, Castria's bloodline, favored by mana. Physique, none. Affinity, lightning. S rank, talent, arcane synthesis. SS rank, I can share her talent, right? Yes, Noah's lips curled into a sharp grin. Do it. Chapter 14, Unique Talent, I want to form a bond with Sophie. Ding. You have formed a bond with Sophie Castria, share her affinity, talent, and bloodline. Ding. Applying the X10000 effect, you have gained the affinity, lightning, SSS rank. You have gained the talent, ultimate fusion, EX, unique. You have gained the bloodline, child of mana. As the notifications chimed, something erupted within Noah. A force surged through his veins, ancient, powerful, boundless, his body cracked with lightning. Arcs of violet and silver roaring around him for a fleeting moment, then vanishing as if they had never existed. His soul trembled, something awakened, the same sensation he had felt when he first gained Sovereign of Ice, and then, the mana in the air shifted, it recognized him. Embraced him, the temperature plummeted, frost creeping across the walls, and ice mana surged toward him, flowing into his core. It welcomed him, like a mother embracing her child. Warm. Comforting. Safe, his mana core expanded, its once glacial surface refining itself to perfection. The frost inside it grew sharper, denser, more real. A thin, icy mist drifted from his skin, but before he could fully grasp the change, the mana shifted again, this time, lightning. A violent storm of electricity swirled around him before crashing into his body, flooding his dantian. The crackling energy clashed with the ice, twisting and writhing in resistance. A storm raged within him, lightning and ice, two opposing forces, fighting for dominance. Noah gritted his teeth, burning. Freezing. His entire being strained to contain both elements, the pain searing through him like 1,000 blades. Minutes passed, and then, balance. The storm settled, the ice and lightning no longer clashed, they coexisted, a perfect equilibrium. Noah had ascended to D rank, he exhaled, his breath visible in the chilled and electric air. This wasn't just a rank up. His very existence had changed, and just as he was adjusting to the overwhelming power coursing through him. Ding! 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 Exceptional, Noah Weaverheart. You are the first being in the world of lay to obtain an EX rank unique talent. Your future is boundless, your potential is limitless. New title obtained, limitless. Your existence has been greatly strengthened. Existence level, 350. Next threshold, 500. Noah stood still, processing the message. An EX rank unique talent? So SSS wasn't the limit. He blinked, then let out a low chuckle. I guess it makes sense. I've only read up to chapter 50. There's bound to be things I don't know yet, but more importantly, his existence level was already close to the first threshold. That fast? Then again, he wasn't exactly normal. 3 titles in a single month, 2 of them high level. He smirked, and then, balance. The storm settled, the ice and lightning no longer clashed, they coexisted, a perfect equilibrium. Noah had ascended to D rank, he exhaled, his breath visible in the chilled and electric air. This wasn't just a rank up. His very existence had changed, and just as he was adjusting to the overwhelming power coursing through him, ding! 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 Exceptional, Noah Weaverheart. You are the first being in the world of lay to obtain an EX rank unique talent. Your future is boundless, your potential is limitless. New title obtained, limitless. Your existence has been greatly strengthened. Existence level, 350. Next threshold, 500. Noah stood still, processing the message. An EX rank unique talent, so SSS wasn't the limit. He blinked, then let out a low chuckle. I guess it makes sense. I've only read up to chapter 50. There's bound to be things I don't know yet, but more importantly, his existence level was already close to the first threshold. That fast? Then again, he wasn't exactly normal. 3 titles in a single month, 2 of them high level. He smirked. Noah frowned. That's it. He rubbed his chin, expecting something more. A detailed explanation, maybe an ability, but instead, just one sentence. You have no limit. He shook his head. No need to overthink it. The meaning would reveal itself in time. Testing his newfound power, he snapped his fingers. A shard of ice formed instantly. The process is more smooth and rapid, but when he tried to summon lightning, only a small spark flickered across his fingertips. As expected, to wield an affinity, one needed skills. Sophie had the same problem, she had lightning affinity, but her talent wasn't lightning-based. That meant she either had to create lightning-based skills herself or obtain them. Dungeons contain skill books, and noble families pass down unique techniques of their own. They are called acquired skills. Acquired skills, unlike title or talent skills, ranged from E to SSS rank. Noah smirked sharply. System, does Sophie have a lightning-based skill? Yes, share it, ding. Applying the X10000 effect, you have obtained the skill, lightning manipulation, SSS rank. Instantly, knowledge flooded his mind. He understood lightning. Its chaos, its volatility, its nature. How to control it. Shape it. Wield it. A few seconds later, he opened his palm. Lightning crackled, chaotic. Unstable, he focused, directing the energy. A sphere of electricity took shape. It flickered wildly, arcs of energy snapping in every direction. But after a few minutes of practice, the instability faded. Still, mastery would take time. I should refrain from sharing too many things at once, he muttered. If I spread myself too thin, I'll master nothing. The lightning faded as he closed his fist. Show me my new talent, Ultimate Fusion, a unique talent with only one skill. No one else can obtain this talent unless you die. His skill, Fusion, you can fuse anything and obtain something better. Bloodlines, talents, skills, resources, physiques, even humans and beasts. Anything. As long as you have the mana necessary for the fusion. Noah stared at the screen, stunned, and then he burst out laughing. This is madness, a cheat skill, an ability so broken it was almost absurd. Is this how unique skills are? Noah smirked. Already planning how to acquire them, with this, his potential was truly limitless. He turned toward the window, gazing at the distant horizon. Now. It's time to fix my relationship with Empress Emily. It had been rushed before. But now? He had time. He could reset the board, and after that dungeons. If he wanted to reach C rank before entering the academy in 3 years, he needed experience. Then again, with the child of mana bloodline, I might even reach B rank. Noah smiled. Esther, his shadow stirred. From the darkness, a figure emerged. Esther, his loyal shadow, knelt before him. Informed the Empress that I wish to meet her for a discussion before their departure. Esther bowed. Understood, Master. Chapter 15, A Dangerous Proposal. In the meeting room, Noah and Emily sat face to face. Emily studied the boy before her, eyes narrowing slightly. What does he want now? She wondered. She couldn't quite predict his next move. He had already succeeded in taking Sophie, something she hadn't expected to happen in a single day. Truly dangerous, like mother, like son, I suppose. Yet, as she observed him more closely, something felt off. His presence, her eyes widened. You ranked up, she said, more statement than question. You're at D rank now, aren't you? Noah gave her a casual glance, unconcerned. Didn't you awaken just a month ago? Emily frowned. Normally, it takes at least 5 months just to properly rank up. Because you need to learn to manipulate mana. You need time to absorb it, refine it with a technique, and only then can you evolve your core. She leaned forward slightly, studying him with disbelief. How did you do all of that in 1 month? Noah tilted his head, genuinely confused. Isn't it obvious? Emily remained silent, waiting. I have an SSS rank ice affinity and an SSS rank ice talent. What did you expect? He shrugged. Now that I think about it, 1 month was too long. Emily blinked. Right, sometimes she forgot how absurdly broken SSS rank holders were. They weren't called gods among men for nothing. Noah waved a hand dismissively. But enough about me being a genius. That's not why I called you here. Emily raised an eyebrow. Then why? Noah didn't bother with small talk. He got straight to the point. I've realized something. His voice was calm, but firm. A relationship built on blackmail won't last. Emily's expression shifted slightly. If anything, Noah continued, it'll backfire in the long run. And I don't want that. Now this was unexpected. Noah leaned forward, his gaze steady. I know I was the one who blackmailed you, he admitted. But let's be honest, you asked for it, Empress. Emily's brow twitched, but she didn't interrupt. During our first discussion, I tried to negotiate fairly, Noah said. I tried to find a way where we could both win. But you didn't listen. His voice darkened slightly. I couldn't afford to lose Sophie to that chosen one. How could I? I've made it my life's purpose to steal his harem. You understand me? don't you?" Emily exhaled. She did. If she had been in his position, she would have done the same thing without hesitation. But being on the receiving end of it was, well, it was infuriating. She hated the fact that a 12-year-old had outplayed her. "Yes, I understand," she admitted. "But that doesn't mean I've forgotten. Or that I like being threatened." Noah studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Fair enough," he said. "So, what do you want?" Emily almost laughed. "Am I really speaking to a 12-year-old? This little devil had immediately understood that she wanted something in return. She took a deep breath. "Tell me how you know about the secret." Her voice was solemn. This was important. She needed to know. Noah's expression remained neutral. "If you're worried about others knowing, don't be," he said. "No one else will find out. That's not my question." Emily's gaze sharpened. "How do you know?" Noah's expression didn't change. "I'm sorry," he said. "But that's something I can't disclose." His tone was final, even if death itself was staring me in the face. I wouldn't say a word. He would never. Because doing it means revealing his reincarnated identity. And never would he do something that's stupid. Emily narrowed her eyes. She had been testing him. If he had hesitated, if he had wavered even slightly, she would have pressed harder. But he hadn't. That meant this secret wasn't something he stumbled upon, it was something deeply tied to him. "Fine," she said. "Then answer this, what happens if others do discover it?" Noah blinked. "And why is that my problem?" Emily sighed. "Don't say that to me and stop looking at me like I am a fool. It is your problem. Aren't we going to work together?" She crossed her arms. "If we're going to work together, I need two things from you." Noah's eyes glinted with interest. "I'm listening." Emily leaned forward. "First," she said, "if this secret is ever revealed to the public, you and your family will protect me." A reasonable request. Noah nodded slightly. "And the second," Emily didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached into her spatial ring and pulled out a soul contract. Noah's lips twitched. Emily smirked. "Please sign it." "I did just say I wouldn't tell anyone, and I did just say I don't trust you." Noah sighed. He took the contract, scanned its terms, and signed it immediately. Emily raised an eyebrow. "No hesitation, it's a waste of time to pretend." Noah said simply. Emily let out a slow breath, and then, second, she looked him straight in the eyes. Her eyes filled with deep resentments. "I want you to annihilate my family. The Campbell family. Not now, but when you are old enough." Silence. "And if possible," she added, her voice cold as ice, "kill the emperor as well." Noah stared at her. For once, he was genuinely surprised. "Dutch, you're insane." Emily's lips curled. "Perhaps." Noah leaned back. "You want me to wipe out your entire family?" He scoffed. "Not just one or two, but all of them." Emily said nothing. Noah exhaled. "You're asking for too much." His voice was cold. "You're not worth that much in my eyes." Emily didn't flinch. She hadn't expected him to accept immediately, but she wasn't finished yet. She smiled slightly. "You're against the chosen one, aren't you?" Noah's gaze flickered. Emily continued, pressing forward. "I can help you." Her voice was smooth, confident. "I have spies inside the church. One of them is even close to the new saintess. I can give you a detailed report on him. Every move he makes. Every person he interacts with." Noah's eyes gleamed, and then, he laughed. Emily frowned. "What's so funny?" Noah smirked. "You should have led with that." He tapped his fingers on the table. "Your family?" His smirk widened. "I'll consider wiping them out. But if I don't think they deserve it," he leaned forward, "I'll kill the first 59 you hate the most." Emily's breath hitched. "And for the emperor?" "I will see how Sophie feels towards him." "I mean, I can't kill my father-in-law just like that, can I? That should be enough to ease your hatred, right?" She swallowed. "And in exchange," Noah said, his voice smooth, amused, "I want everything on the saintess." His eyes gleamed with something dark. "What she likes. What she hates. What time she wakes up. What she does in her free time." He smiled. "Every single detail." Chapter 16, Elizabeth Lightcross. The carriage swayed gently as it moved down the road, the rhythmic clatter of hooves against stone filling the silence between Emily and Sophie. They were on their way back to the capital. Both were lost in their own thoughts, their time in the Weaverheart territory having turned out unexpected, to say the least. They had encountered a dangerous man. A man who played them effortlessly and took exactly what he wanted from them. "He blackmailed me with a secret no one should ever know." Emily's fingers curled against her lap as she replayed it all. "Then he took my daughter. And after that, he had the audacity to come back, to make amends. By that point, antagonizing him would have been foolish. He has the wit, the courage, the talent, and the backing. Standing against him would have been suicide, so I compromised. I gave him 2 terms, 2 of my deepest, most desperate desires. The death of my family, the ones who sold me to the empire, who tore me from the love of my life. And the death of the emperor himself. I opened myself up to him. Because I knew. He is the only one ruthless enough, driven enough, to do it, and she had been right. A slow smile crept onto her lips. Relief flooded through her veins. She had secured an ally, no, not just an ally. A weapon. Noah would grow stronger. And when the time came, he would kill them all. Emily's expression darkened, her pupils burning with a killing intent so potent that the air inside the carriage thickened. You made me live under the same roof as the man who murdered my love. You forced me to bear his heirs. You will pay for it. Sophie shivered beside her, instinctively sensing the shift in her mother's mood. Mother. What's wrong? Did Noah upset you again? Emily snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at her daughter. So now you call him by his name with respect? I can't believe he won you over so easily. Sophie's lips twitched. Mother, the way you say it makes it sound like I'm some easy girl, are you not? Emily raised a brow. One conversation. And you let him into your heart. Sophie rolled her eyes. I couldn't resist. And besides, you should understand, shouldn't you? After all, you, who claimed to be so cautious, ended up supporting him after just one meeting. Not even an hour. Shall we talk about that? Emily clicked her tongue. I see now you've finally shed that arrogant, dismissive nature. Should I thank Noah for that? It's only when I'm with you, Mother, Sophie smirked. The moment I step out of this carriage, I'll be back to my usual self. Only Noah and you get to see this side of me. Emily narrowed her eyes. And how exactly did he manage to win you over? He gave me exactly what I wanted most. Or rather, he promised to get it for me. And I believe him. Sophie's cheeks suddenly tinted pink. He also gifted me an ice lotus. He created it right in front of me with his power. It was mesmerizing, Mother. The way he controlled the ice, it was almost divine. And to think he awakened only a month ago. It's madness. She touched her chest lightly, as if reliving the moment. He promised that once he's stronger, he'll give me an ice lotus that will never melt. Emily exhaled sharply, shaking her head. That little devil truly knows how to capture a girl. Her expression soon turned serious. And how exactly are we going to explain this to your father? Sophie waved a hand dismissively. Simple. We blame the Duchess Celine. It's not like we could do anything if she refused to let Noah be seen, claiming he was training. She said he'll meet the world at Apex Academy in 3 years. Emily's brows lifted. Are you truly foolish enough to use that witch as your shield? Noah gave me permission, Sophie said with a knowing smile. Emily sighed. That boy is dangerous. Sophie leaned back, stretching her arms lazily. Now that I think about it, all the heirs of the 4 great houses will be attending in 3 years. Even the chosen one. Both mother and daughter smirked, for all their reasoning, for all their patience. They couldn't wait. They eagerly anticipated how Noah would fare in a place filled with prodigies. Multiple races, and powers beyond his current comprehension, and I'll be there, Sophie murmured, her voice dripping with certainty. By his side. As his wife, Emily rolled her eyes. The Church of Light. Elijah sat in deep meditation, his body enveloped in flickering golden flames. His fire twisted and coiled, forming the shape of a phoenix, radiating a heat so intense that the air around him shimmered. Talk, the temple doors creaked open. A girl stepped inside, moving with graceful precision. She had white hair, a blindfold covering her eyes, and the robes of a nun draped over her slender frame. Her skin was pale as moonlight, the saintess. Elizabeth Lightcross. How are you, blessed one? Her voice was smooth, honeyed. Elijah's eyes snapped open, glowing with golden fire. His aura pulsed outward, divine and overwhelming. Elizabeth trembled. Her pulse quickened. I need to control myself. I can't let him see this side of me. She clenched her robe tightly, her breath hitching. She clenched her fists, resisting the intoxicating pull of his presence. The urge to be close to him, to breathe in his scent, to remain by his side forever, it clawed at her like an obsession. Because he was the goddess's champion, her messenger, and as the saintess all she wishes to be close to her goddess. And what better way than her messenger? But then a rumor surfaced in her mind. Her lips pressed into a thin line. I heard the emperor wishes to marry off his youngest daughter. Sophie Castria. Elijah rose to his feet, stretching slightly. His movements were relaxed, unhurried. He is not the same young boy. Now he is the blessed one. With this comes naturally arrogance, pride. A smirk played at the corner of his lips. Really? But that doesn't surprise me, given my current status. It's only natural. Elizabeth's stomach twisted. Unacceptable. Elijah was meant to belong only to her, the saintess. She was the only one worthy. You don't mind marrying her? She asked, her voice dangerously neutral. Elijah's smirk deepened. I mean, I hear she's beautiful. So I don't mind. Ah. There it was. That lustful side of his, like father, like son. Elizabeth remained silent. She wouldn't argue. Not yet. Your training is being accelerated, she informed him. You are commanded to attend Apex Academy in 3 years. I will be accompanying you. Elijah nodded. 3 years. Apex Academy. Different races. Different women. He could hardly wait. The higher-ups also asked me to relay a warning, Elizabeth continued. Noah Weaverheart, the other SSS rank holder, will most likely attend as well, Elijah scoffed. So what? I'm also SSS rank. And I have 2 other talents. His element is ice. I am fire. And I am blessed by the goddess. You're worrying over nothing. Elizabeth remained silent. After all, she agreed with him. She can't imagine someone more talented than Elijah. Meanwhile, Elijah's smirk only grew as a familiar chime echoed in his mind. At this sight, only one thought echoed in his mind: no one will match me. His system, unlike Noah's, allowed him to grow stronger in a different way. It helps him view his attributes and to improve them easily with stats points. Without forgetting others than stats points, he receives skills, artifacts, and potions for his quest's rewards. His growth is fast and efficacious. Worthy of someone blessed by the goddess. Elizabeth stepped closer, her face now inches from his. In Apex Academy, she whispered, there will be no one to stop us. Elijah grinned. Indeed. Chapter 17 Shadow. A swirling spacegate shimmered in front of Noah, its colors shifting in an endless spectrum, beautiful yet ominous. Unlike normal dungeon gates, which could be cleared multiple times, this one was different. A one-time dungeon. Once conquered, it would vanish forever. It's more dangerous but also more rewarding. It was classified as C rank, and yet, Noah stood there unbothered. He clicked his tongue. Truly, my mother has issues. Around him, a squad of knights and mages in Weaverheart insignia, a feline surrounded by flurries of snow, stood in formation. His mother had only allowed him to enter this dungeon under heavy protection, but he couldn't have that. You will all stay here. Only Esther will accompany me. His voice was calm, firm. The reaction was immediate. Young master, please reconsider. A knight stepped forward, his voice laced with desperation. We promise not to interfere. Just let us keep our distance and intervene only if necessary, a female mage added, her deep blue hair swaying as she pleaded. They weren't just concerned about Noah's safety. They knew. If anything happened to him, their fates would be sealed in ice, and Noah knew that too, but this wasn't about them. This was about him. I need to use my unique talent. And no one else can see it. His gaze flickered to his shadow. I'll have to ensure Esther's absolute loyalty too. But how? A soul contract? No. Too many loopholes. We never know. This world is unpredictable and his secret couldn't afford any risks. System, any suggestions? Make her affection reach 100%. Noah raised a brow. Why 100%? At 100%, a person will be absolutely loyal. Their priority will be you above all else. Interesting. And where is she now? Esther 85%. Note, she finds peace in your shadow. She finds comfort in your shadow. But she believes she will always be just that, your shadow. Noah smirked. You want to be more than just my shadow, he smiled softly. His amusement faded as he turned back to the knights and mages still desperately trying to argue. You don't need to bother. My decision is final. They stiffened. Didn't my mother tell you to make sure nothing happens to me? Noah tilted his head, smiling. What a coincidence. Making sure nothing enters this gate is also ensuring nothing happens to me. isn't it?" And with that, he stepped through the gate. The knight stood frozen. "Did we just sign our own deaths?" One whispered. "I hope you wrote your will," another muttered. Inside the dungeon, Noah landed in a dense forest, towering trees stretching endlessly into the sky. This dungeon housed wolves. And clearing it meant one thing: exterminate them all along with the boss monster. "Esther, how many ahead?" Noah asked. A whisper came from his shadow. "D-rank wolves, with some at C-rank. Just ahead," he nodded. No plan needed. With a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward, wind tearing past him. Then, he spoke. "Esther, you've been with me for a month now." "Yes, young master." She sounded puzzled. Ahead of him, a pack of wolves appeared. The wolves saw him and immediately run towards him. Noah simply continued his chat without paying them any mind. "You've watched over me, carried out my orders. Sometimes, I even tease you." A small smirk. "But lately, I've realized something." His boots slammed against the ground. I spread instantly, freezing everything in a 50-meter radius. The wolves, caught off guard, slipped, stumbled, their red eyes flickering with panic and confusion. "I need someone I can trust. Someone who will guard my back without question. Someone who will know all of my secrets. Someone who will stay by my side until the end." Esther, hidden in his shadow, trembled. Her heart pounded. Noah's voice was calm, but his words were shaking her entire world. "You are the only one I've considered." Some of the wolves managed to get up, the C-ranked ones, and they charged, their claws gleaming and teeth sharp. Noah didn't even glance at them. "But I don't want you to just be my shadow, Esther." He lifted a hand. I surged through his veins. "I want you to be my companion. I want you to know my secrets, secrets not even my mother will ever know. But, are you ready for that?" The wolves lunged. Boom. Noah snapped his fingers. A wave of frost exploded outward. The wolves were thrown back, their legs frozen solid as they tumbled across the ice. Meanwhile, in his shadow, Esther's mind was in chaos. "Yes, young master." She sounded puzzled. Ahead of him, a pack of wolves appeared. The wolves saw him and immediately run towards him. Noah simply continued his chat without paying them any mind. "You've watched over me, carried out my orders. Sometimes, I even tease you." A small smirk. "But lately, I've realized something." His boots slammed against the ground. I spread instantly, freezing everything in a 50-meter radius. The wolves, caught off guard, slipped, stumbled, their red eyes flickering with panic and confusion. "I need someone I can trust. Someone who will guard my back without question. Someone who will know all of my secrets. Someone who will stay by my side until the end." Esther, hidden in his shadow, trembled. Her heart pounded. Noah's voice was calm, but his words were shaking her entire world. "You are the only one I've considered." Some of the wolves managed to get up, the C-ranked ones, and they charged, their claws gleaming and teeth sharp. Noah didn't even glance at them. "But I don't want you to just be my shadow, Esther." He lifted a hand. I surged through his veins. "I want you to be my companion. I want you to know my secrets, secrets not even my mother will ever know. But, are you ready for that?" The wolves lunged. Boom. Noah snapped his fingers. A wave of frost exploded outward. The wolves were thrown back, their legs frozen solid as they tumbled across the ice. Meanwhile, in his shadow, Esther's mind was in chaos. My lightning. Chapter 18. Fight. Esther was shocked. She hadn't expected Noah to have another affinity besides ice. She had never heard of such a thing. That meant, I am the only one who knows, and that knowledge filled her with a deep sense of pride and happiness. For the first time, she felt like more than just his shadow. She wasn't just following him, she was his secret keeper. The one who would hide his truth from the world, who would bury it deep in the darkness, revealing it only when he willed it. Yes, I will be the shadow. The darkness that shrouds him from others and shows only what he wants to be seen. Yes, this is it. My path. The one I've been searching for. Boom, it was as if lightning had struck her mind. A surge of energy exploded within her, rippling through her veins, igniting something deep inside. A realization. A truth she had never grasped before. It wasn't just a conviction, it was power. Esther had awakened her aura. "This is my aura. The aura of the shrouded." Boom, ding. "Congratulations, Esther, you have awakened your aura by yourself. You have received a title." Title received. The self-taught. Noah stopped abruptly. Something shifted in his shadow. Esther stumbled out, her body trembling violently. He was at her side in an instant. "What's wrong?" he demanded, through gritted teeth, barely able to speak through the pain. She rasped, A rank." Noah's eyes widened. "A rank? Did she just awaken her aura? Now it made sense while she looks in so much pain, starting from A rank. Every advancement was accompanied by excruciating pain because it wasn't just an increase in power. It was evolution. Her very being was changing, adapting to the new force within her, and when aura evolved into intent. That was when one stepped into S rank. Noah's head snapped to the side. A massive pack of wolves was charging toward them, at least 100. Shit. I got too excited with my lightning earlier. He turned back to Esther. She was still trembling, locked in the middle of her breakthrough. She wouldn't be able to fight. Noah exhaled sharply. I'm not getting out of this unscathed. His mana had already replenished thanks to his bloodline, child of mana, with a snap of his fingers. Dozens of razor-sharp ice shards materialized around him. He fired them at the incoming beasts, cutting through their ranks. He turned again, looking at Esther. Without hesitation, he created an ice barrier around her before launching himself forward, intercepting the pack. Lightning crackled around his body, amplifying his speed. One instant he was standing still, the next, he was in the midst of the wolves. Noah smirked. Let's see if all the beatings I got from my mother were worth it. Clap, boom, a shockwave of ice erupted outward. The nearest wolves were instantly frozen solid. Others were flung back, howling in pain. Without missing a beat, Noah raised his right hand, summoning another barrage of ice shards. The wolves, enraged, howled and charged. Some went berserk, throwing themselves at him without regard for their own safety. Noah instinctively stepped back, too slow. Two wolves lunged, one sank its teeth into his right arm, the other into his left leg. Pain flared through him. Arg, snarling, he forced his body to partially transform into ice, making the wolves release him. Without a moment's hesitation, jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling them. Breathing heavily, he staggered back. Blood dripped from his wounds. Damn it, he stopped the bleeding by freezing the wounds shut. The wolves regrouped. He had only taken down a dozen. There were still 70 left. Noah cursed under his breath. If I keep killing them one by one, I'll run out of stamina before I run out of mana. His thoughts raced. He needed something bigger. Exhaling, he steadied himself. His silver eyes gleamed like frozen steel, burning with resolve. You bastards. Let me show you. His mana surged. Hoo! He took a deep breath, then stomped the ground. Boom! A wave of ice spread instantly, coating the battlefield. The wolves skidded, losing their footing. That was all he needed. Noah raised both hands skyward. Above, ice gathered, massive, swirling, condensing into colossal boulders. His vision blurred. His head felt light. His body unsteady. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to focus. His control over ice and mana was still immature. He was pushing himself past his limits. After a minute, just as the wolves scrambled back to their feet, 3 massive ice boulders hovered above them. Huff! Huff! Noah panted, drained. His entire body trembled with exhaustion. 3 is my limit, I guess. He clenched his fist. The boulders fell. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding cloud of frost and dust billowed into the air. Noah wavered, struggling to stay on his feet. As the dust settled, he saw the aftermath. The wolves were gone. Squashed. The battlefield was painted red. Noah collapsed onto his back, gasping, staring at the sky. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, HOWWWWWLLLL, a deep, furious howl echoed through the dungeon. Noah's body tensed. He forced himself up, swaying. In the distance, a massive black wolf with crimson eyes glared at him, its presence suffocating. Hatred and killing intent radiated from its body. Noah's breath hitched. The boss monster, a B-rank beast, for the love of hell. Chapter 1919, Boss Monster. Noah's breath was ragged. His vision blurred. Blood trickled down his leg, staining the ground beneath him. A black wolf, a B-rank beast, stood before him from a distance, its piercing red eyes locked onto his. A chill ran down his spine. This is insane. He shifted his stance, trying to ignore the searing pain in his wounded leg. His body screamed at him to run. But he couldn't. A D-rank facing a B-rank. The gap between them was enormous. Raw strength, mana purity, existence itself. He shouldn't stand a chance. And after everything he had endured in this dungeon, he was battered, barely holding on. Yet, he held the wolf's gaze. The beast didn't attack immediately. It simply stood there, watching, calculating. Then, suddenly, the wolf's ears twitched. Its head snapped toward the distance. Noah followed its gaze. The ice barrier. His stomach dropped. Esther. Noah's hands clenched. That's why the bastard isn't attacking me. It wasn't hesitating. It was assessing. The dungeon was only meant to accommodate beings up to B rank, the same rank as the boss monster. Esther was B rank when she entered, but inside that ice cocoon, she was evolving. Ranking up, and the boss felt it. If he lets this continue, he dies. So the wolf moved. Noah reacted. Lightning surged. His body flared with arcs of purple and silver, crackling wildly as he forced himself forward. Pain burned through him, but he pushed. He vanished. A streak of light, but not fast enough. The wolf blurred past him, a black streak of death. Noah gritted his teeth. No, the moment the beast lunged for the ice, Noah struck. A bolt of lightning slammed into the wolf's side. Crack, the monster stiffened. Only for an instant. But it was enough. Noah closed the distance. His bloodied hand rose. Frost gathered. With a roar, he slammed a freezing blast into the beast's back. Damn, the wolf howled, furious. It whipped around, jaws snapping. But Noah was already gone. Now, he stood between it and the ice. His body trembled. His wounds screamed. But he didn't move. The wolf's red eyes burned with rage. It knew Noah was protecting the barrier. That realization pushed the beast over the edge. A blur of black fur and fangs shot toward him. A gust of wind sliced across Noah's face. Blood splattered. His eyes widened. Wind affinity? Seriously? Fucking hell, things had just gone from bad to worse, but he didn't complain much. He raised his arms. One hand crackled with lightning. The other, shrouded in ice, his lips curled into a bloodied grin. All right, then. Taste this. He clapped his hands together. Boom, a deafening explosion erupted as unstable energies collided. The shockwave hurled the wolf backward, its body battered with frostbite and electric burns. Noah staggered. Blood poured from his torn hands. He couldn't keep this up. His vision swayed. Shit. How much longer do I have to stall? He glanced at the ice barrier. Still intact. Still pulsing, his chest heaved. His body begged to give out, but the wolf wasn't finished. The air shifted. Wind howled again. A whirlwind formed, spiraling toward him. Noah threw up an ice barrier. It shattered instantly. Razor-sharp wind carved into his flesh. Blood splattered the ground. His knees buckled. Darkness crept at the edges of his mind. He was losing too much blood. His lips curled into a smirk. Damn. Really planning to kill me, huh? He wobbled but forced himself to stand. His silver eyes, tainted with blood, never wavered. He exhaled, then, he grinned. A mad, reckless grin. Fine. Let's die together. I have already tasted death once. Twice shouldn't be that different, right? His voice was a whisper, but the mana around him screamed. Lightning roared. Frost howled. He let go. He stopped holding back, fearing his body might break. The mana in the air bent to his will with his child of mana bloodline, raw and chaotic. It coiled around him, forming a storm of silver and purple. His arms trembled, in his left hand an ice dagger, in his right a lightning dagger. He exhaled, then, boom, he vanished, only deep footprints, coated in ice and crackling with lightning, remained where he once stood. The wolf barely had time to react before, twin daggers carved deep into its side. A step, jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the monster's stomach. It roared in agony. Noah didn't waste the opening. His ice dagger plunged into its chest. Stab. A monstrous howl ripped through the dungeon. Its eyes burned red. Berserk rage. A claw slashed. Noah was already gone. But, in a blink, he reappeared again. Inches away from the monster, the lightning dagger drove into the beast's throat. Stab. He kicked off, flipping back just as blood erupted from the wound. The wolf staggered. It tried to move. It tried to fight. But it was too late. The ice dagger buried in its heart had begun to freeze its blood. Its heartbeat slowed. Its breathing hitched. A few seconds later, the beast collapsed, lifeless, a B-rank boss monster, killed by a D rank. Noah fell to his knees. His mana finally settled. His body? Broken, blood poured from his ears, his nose, his mouth, even his eyes. Fuck. The moment he cursed, crack, the ice barrier shattered. A figure stepped forward. Esther. Her aura was different. Stronger. Denser. But also shrouded. It was hard to even see her clearly through it. Her eyes locked onto him, and her heart, bade him, skipped a beat. Noah chuckled weakly, then. Finally, he let himself black out, but not before one last thought. Waking up just after I finished killing the boss? What a fucking cliche. Chapter 20. A worthy master. Before Noah's body could even hit the ground, Esther was already there. She caught him. The moment her hands touched his broken body, a violent shudder ran through her. Her red eyes widened in shock, horror, and something deeper gripping her all at once. Noah. His condition was worse than anything she had imagined. Blood, so much blood, deep gashes from wind slashes. Brutal bite marks. Wounds ripped open not just by enemies, but by his own power. His hands were torn apart, raw and ruined from forcing two SSS rank affinities far beyond what his body could handle. And his face, not the noble heir of the Weaverheart family, just a soldier, a bloodied warrior who had fought until the battlefield broke him. Esther sank to her knees. She pulled him onto her lap, her fingers trembling as she uncorked a vial and pressed it to his lips. S-rank healing potion. It took seconds before his wounds started to close. His breathing steadied. The blood stopped flowing, but Esther couldn't stop staring at him. Her mind was chaos, her heart bade him. Bade him. Bade him. Her fingers curled around his torn sleeve. Her body shook. What have I done? The words echoed in her skull, over and over, louder each time. What have I done? What have I done? If she had been a minute late, just a single minute, he would have died. Died. Noah, dead. Noah, gone. Her chest tightened. Breathing became impossible. Her vision blurred, a shadow. That was what she had sworn to be, the one who would protect him from the world's gaze, the one who would keep his secrets, the one who would stand in the darkness for him. What kind of shadow lets its master fight alone? What kind of shadow lets its master suffer wounds beyond his limit just to protect them? Before Noah's body could even hit the ground, Esther was already there. She caught him. The moment her hands touched his broken body, a violent shudder ran through her. Her red eyes widened at shock, horror, and something deeper gripping her all at once. Noah. His condition was worse than anything she had imagined. Blood, so much blood, deep gashes from wind slashes. Brutal bite marks. Wounds ripped open not just by enemies, but by his own power. His hands were torn apart, raw and ruined from forcing two SSS rank affinities far beyond what his body could handle, and his face, not the noble heir of the Weaverheart family, just a soldier, a bloodied warrior who had fought until the battlefield broke him. Esther sank to her knees. She pulled him onto her lap, her fingers trembling as she uncorked a vial and pressed it to his lips. S-rank healing potion. It took seconds before his wounds started to close. His breathing steadied. The blood stopped flowing, but Esther couldn't stop staring at him. Her mind was chaos, her heart bade him. Bade him. Bade him. Her fingers curled around his torn sleeve. Her body shook. What have I done? The words echoed in her skull, over and over, louder each time. What have I done? What have I done? If she had been a minute late, just a single minute, he would have died. Died. Noah, dead. Noah, gone. Her chest tightened. Breathing became impossible. Her vision blurred, a shadow. That was what she had sworn to be, the one who would protect him from the world's gaze, the one who would keep his secrets, the one who would stand in the darkness for him. What kind of shadow lets its master fight alone? What kind of shadow lets its master suffer wounds beyond his limit just to protect them? Your voice has been heard, your resolve is worthy of praise, your devotion is worthy of praise, you are worthy. Congratulations, Esther, you have received a unique title created only for you. You have received the title, the Bounded Shadow. Esther's breath hitched, something shifted inside her, a presence. A bond unlike anything before. She could feel him, Noah, like a thread connecting their very existence, not just loyalty. Not just a vow, something absolute. She looked at the title's description, the Bounded Shadow. You no longer have a shadow of your own. You are a shadow. The shadow of Noah Weaverheart, literally. You die with him. You grow stronger with him. You weaken with him. Betrayal is impossible. If he wills it, he can share his skills with you, only talents and acquired abilities. Esther stared, then, she smiled, a content, peaceful smile. Forever, that's how long she would walk with him. After all, she is his shadow now. Literally, her gaze returned to his face, calm, peaceful, sleeping. She brushed his bloodied hair back gently and whispered, even with scars. You're still so beautiful, master. Hours later, Noah stirred. His mind was hazy, his body aching but no longer on the verge of collapse. The first thing he noticed, his head was resting on something warm and soft. He blinked up and saw Esther, black hair, crimson eyes. That small beauty marked by her lips. He grinned. Oh, Esther, what a pleasure to wake up and see your beautiful face first thing. Esther blushed, even after nearly dying. His shamelessness remained intact. Noah sat up, rolling his shoulders. The pain had lessened considerably. His body wasn't fully healed, but at least he could move. Did we clear the dungeon? He asked, glancing around. Esther nodded. You cleared it, master, he smirked. Cool, then I guess I can. He froze, because suddenly, ding. Ding, congratulations, Noah Weaverheart. You have received a title, the Worthy Master. His heart skipped a beat. A worthy master, then, ding. Ding. Ding, exceptional, your shadow has transformed. Your shadow is now Esther. You are the first being to have a human as a literal shadow. You are worthy. You have received the title, Master of a Shadow. Your existence has been exceptionally strengthened. You have passed the first threshold. You will be presented with a series of aura choices upon reaching B rank. Existence level 750. Next threshold 5000. Noah stood there, eyes wide. He turned his head. Mechanically, Esther was watching him, smiling. Noah blinked, then blinked again. Then, finally, he muttered the only words that came to mind, bloody hell. What the fuck happened while I was asleep? Chapter 21 premiere. Noah was dumbfounded. What the fuck happened while I was asleep? He turned toward Esther, who had already risen to her feet. Without hesitation, he approached her, his sharp gaze locked onto hers. Esther, he began casually, but there was something pointed in his voice. The Akashic record just gave me a rather interesting title. He stopped just in front of her, tilting his head slightly. Something about being the master of a shadow. Ring any bells? A pause. If yes, please do enlighten me. Esther shifted awkwardly, suddenly feeling a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Now that she thought about it, perhaps she should have waited before making such a decision, because this wasn't just about her anymore. She had altered him as well. Noah no longer had a shadow, even in the blinding sunlight. Neither of them cast a single silhouette on the ground. The sight was unsettling, almost unnatural. But that eerie absence only reinforced the reality of her new title. Taking a deep breath, Esther spoke softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. Master. It seems that because of my wish to be your shadow, to offer not just my loyalty, but my entire being, the Akashic record acknowledged it. Noah raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Esther continued. The title I received is the Bounded Shadow. It means that I am now your shadow. Literally, my very essence has changed. I can feel it. I'm not just using shadow affinity anymore. My existence itself has become, or rather is becoming, something else. A shadow. She hesitated before finishing, and because of that, you were given the title Master of a Shadow. Since your shadow, truly exists now, you became the first being to hold such a title. She wasn't sure if she explained it clearly enough. Noah was silent for a moment, digesting her words. Then, in a voice that was both gentle yet firm, he spoke. Esther, her breath caught in her throat. I never needed you to give me your entire being. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying weight to it. Your absolute loyalty was already enough. Esther swallowed, her hands slightly trembling. But I understand. He took a step closer, raising his hand to gently lift her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His silver eyes burned with something intense, unwavering, but also gentle and caring. I guess seeing me in that bloodied and near-death state must have been a shock to you. And you must have felt guilty, but I don't want you to feel guilt or pain if I ever fight to protect you. You are my subordinate. My shadow. My responsibility. He let those words sink in before continuing. I will protect you as you protect me. Your life is just as important to me as my life is important to you, but do not think I am not happy with this. It's just I do not want you to regret this decision. A beat of silence. Then, smirking, he added, that said, if you happen to regret it, I wouldn't mind seeing a real-life shadow fight against fate for its freedom. Not at all, really. Esther let out a soft chuckle, despite herself. Then, she bowed, not as a servant. Not as someone forced into submission, but as someone who had chosen this path. I am your shadow. And I am proud to be it. I will never regret it. She lifted her head, and her red eyes blazed with something fierce. I am honored to serve the man who will shake the empire. Noah stood silent for a moment before smirking. The empire? He shook his head, amused. Oh, Esther, as my shadow, you should be looking far beyond that. He exhaled through his nose, his smirk widening into something dangerous. I won't just shake the empire. I will shake this entire world. His words sent a shiver down her spine. And you, as my shadow. Your name shall be known eternally alongside mine. Their eyes met, and then, they smirked. Later, Noah sat on a large rock, staring at the battlefield before him. Dozens of slaughtered wolves, their corpses lay in heaps, formatted with blood, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, some frozen and other burned with lightning. The boss monster was nothing more than another trophy among them, but Noah wasn't thinking about the battle. No, he was thinking about something far more exciting, his unique skill. He had it, And yet, he hadn't truly tested it, until now. Esther appeared behind him, still confused by his earlier command. Master, why did you ask me to gather all the dead beasts? Noah smirked. Esther, behold. You are about to witness something insane. A flicker of lightning danced at his fingertips. I did tell you I have a lightning affinity, right? But let me show you a unique little trick of mine. He activated his skill, fusion. A white dome enveloped 5 ordinary D-rank wolves. Instantly, Noah felt his mana drain at an alarming rate. The fuck? Within seconds, his mana pool was halved, his breath hitched. Holy shit, he gritted his teeth as his reserves neared critical levels. Then, just before he ran out, the dome shattered, and in its place, a new beast stood, larger, sleeker. Its black fur shimmered unnaturally, as if drinking in the light. Blood-red eyes gleamed with feral intelligence. A C-rank wolf. The moment it became fully visible, its gaze snapped toward Noah. Tension filled the air. For a brief moment, Noah wondered if it would attack, but instead, it lowered its head, not quite a bow, but something eerily close. A slow smirk crept onto Noah's lips. Interesting. It seems to recognize the one who created him. Inside his mind, a thought surfaced. With this talent, I don't even need to bother dealing with her to get the Beast Master talent. A flicker of something dark passed through his mind. A certain girl in the academy, Elijah's most dangerous admirer, an SS-grade Beast Master talent. Trying to manipulate her would be a waste of time. That girl only saw Elijah for no particular reason, or rather I didn't read enough to know it, but that girl is dangerous. With her talent she is literally a one-woman armed. And she will do all to support Elijah. And I can't have that. There is no way I will let that happen. So, there is only one solution. Let's just kill her, shall we? A decision made. No need for mercy. I have made my personal job to screw Elijah over. And I will do it to the best of my abilities. Meanwhile, Esther was freaking out. Master, what is this? Noah grinned. Can't you see, Esther? I just created a C-rank beast. But how? How is it possible, Master? Just an ability of mine that helped me fuse everything to create something better. But I don't understand how 5 dead monster managed to give one alive. When you fused their body you have also fused their souls. These souls fused to give a new brand soul. A new life. Noah's eyes shot up. Even soul is fused? What a cheat skill. Then he stood and approached the beast. He placed a hand on the wolf's soft fur. The beast rubbed its head against his palm, almost affectionately. Noah chuckled. As the first of my beasts, you shall be called Premier. The wolf, Premier, let out a deep, approving growl. Noah smirked. Esther is still shocked. Unable to comprehend how this is possible. Get used to it, Esther, you are my shadow. You will see many things with me. Don't be surprised every time. Esther swallowed before nodding. Her expression now serious. Noah looked at her and smiled. You're cute when you act serious. Esther's face flushed red. Noah laughed. Chapter 22, Crimson Empress. Noah appeared once again before the knights of his family. Their expressions twisted in nervousness and anxiety. They hadn't dared to follow him inside after he ordered them to stay behind, but that didn't mean they were at ease. Oh no, these past few hours had been the most stressful, dreadful moments of their lives. If anything had happened to Noah, they knew exactly how the Duchess would deal with them. Some had already begun listing the ways they might die. Others had taken out parchment and started writing their wills. They had been agonizing over his safety, so when the portal finally swirled open, and Noah stepped out unscathed, looking completely fine, they collapsed, not out of physical exhaustion, but pure, mental relief. Noah blinked, confused. Master, you don't understand, Esther's voice echoed in his mind, her tone laced with amusement. His shadow shifted unnaturally beneath him. To everyone else, the Duchess is that terrifying. Noah chuckled softly. What a dreadful mother I have. I'm here. Let's set off. Yes, young master, the knights shouted in unison, some even hugging each other in sheer joy. Noah simply shook his head and entered the carriage. Honestly, he kind of missed his Yandere mother. The royal capital, inside the royal palace, Sophie sat in her private training ground, legs crossed in a lotus position. Blue lightning crackling around her body, her eyes remained shut, her focus absolute. Since their return, things had changed. The emperor had been furious. But after hearing the carefully crafted excuses they had prepared, he had no choice but to swallow his rage and wait for Apex Academy to begin. Meanwhile, Sophie and her mother had grown closer. The incident with the Weaverheart family had forged something between them, something unspoken, yet deeply understood. It was as if they shared a secret only they knew, binding them tighter than ever before. Emily had started training Sophie regularly. It was her excuse to avoid spending time with the emperor, but more than that, she now had a clear purpose. Ever since her conversation with Noah, ever since she decided on revenge, she had felt an unshakable sense of peace. Now, she just had to prepare for the day when she could finally claim justice. That was why she continued to play the game of politics perfectly while sharpening her strength in the background. She needed to break into SS rank, but it was brutally difficult, and for Sophie? The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by PubFuture. Since returning, Sophie had done nothing but train. She only left the training hall to eat and sleep. Her determination was evident. She believed in Noah. She knew he would help her. But Sophie Castria was not the kind of woman who would allow herself to be carried. She was not a woman whose only worth lay in standing beside a man, warming his bed at night. No, she was Sophie Castria, an SS rank talent holder. The future empress of the human domain. She would prove her worth, and indeed she did. After days of relentless meditation, lightning manipulation, and with her talent arcane synthesis, Sophie created something new, a skill that had never existed before, a skill that defined her ambition, to never be overshadowed, to claim her empire, to stand on her own, a skill that could evolve infinitely alongside her. Crimson thunder of the Empress. Instantly, the crackling blue lightning around her changed. The deep electric glow burned into something red. Crimson, like blood. Like red fire. Like the very power of an empress, Emily watched from a distance, arms crossed, lips curling into a smirk. Since their return, her daughter had trained relentlessly. Now, as she watched the results unfold before her, she couldn't help but feel proud. Look at what you've created, little devil, she murmured, amused. You've pushed this arrogant woman to evolve, she chuckled to herself. She couldn't wait to see Noah's reaction when he saw her daughter's transformation. Meanwhile, Sophie's evolution wasn't finished yet, because what she had just accomplished was worthy. Ding! 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 Magnificent, you have created a unique skill tied to your very being. You are on the path to forging your own physique. You are worthy. Congratulations, Sophie Castria. Title obtained, the Crimson Empress. Your existence has been greatly strengthened. Live up to this new title or it will be revoked. Sophie opened her eyes. Crackle. Crimson lightning flickered within them, a living storm trapped in her irises. Her entire being radiated pressure. A special pressure. The pressure of a ruler, the pressure of an empress, or rather, a soon-to-be empress. The crimson lightning curled around her skin before being absorbed into her mana core. Her mana reacted, shifting, adapting, evolving. At that moment, Sophie ascended to D rank. She exhaled slowly. Then, with a small smile, she clenched her fist, her gaze lifted, fixed in a single direction, the Weaverheart family's territory. Her lips curled. My dear husband, I can't wait to see you again. This time, I'm sure you'll be surprised. And he would be, because in the 50 chapters Noah had read, Sophie was never supposed to awaken this power. Noah had already changed the story, far more than he realized. Because one of the female leads had just transcended into something entirely new, and it was all thanks to him. Celine's office. Noah stood frozen in place. Back damp with cold sweat, across from him, Celine sat at her desk, her expression relaxed, smiling. But that smile could freeze the world itself. So, my baby, she said softly, why did you enter the dungeon without the knights? Noah cursed internally. Who the hell snitched on me? Celine tilted her head, as if reading his thoughts. Did you really think I'd let you go with only the knights? She asked, tone amused. Noah, my love. You wound me, Celine? The Yandere Duchess, as if she'd ever let him go unsupervised. I sent the mother of your own shadow to monitor you, she continued casually. She couldn't enter due to her rank, and I told her only to watch. Her silver eyes darkened. But can you imagine? If something had happened to you inside that dungeon, Noah sighed in resignation. Damn it. I have no choice now. Lowering his head, he activated his trump card. His silver eyes shimmered, his lips trembled slightly, and his shoulders shook, just enough to make him look fragile. The ultimate puppy-eyed guilt trip. Celine's heart shattered instantly. Before he could say anything, she appeared in front of him and pulled him into a suffocating hug. My baby, don't be like this, she pleaded. I was just worried. I only wanted you to understand the danger. In the shadows, Esther chuckled. Master, you are devious. Noah sighed. Esther, have you never heard the phrase? All is fair in love and war. No, master. Then forget it, you illiterate. Esther scoffed. Noah just smirked. Chapter 23 New Quest. Back in his room, Noah found himself alone in his room. Well, alone was a relative term. His shadow was always there, shifting and watching. But for the sake of argument, let's consider him alone, and now that he could finally check what he had gained from that brutal dungeon. He had gained in the room boss, inside a treasure chest, some skills. But all of them in wind affinity, truly not worth his attention. That was his first dungeon. The first place where he had almost died, but also the place where he had acquired his first beast companion. Premier, who was now at the peak of B rank after being fused with the boss monster and already capable of taking human form. A boy seemed barely 10 years old with wolf-like ears and tail. Speaking of him, Master, this beast makes me want to strangle him. Noah sighed. Since Esther could store both objects and living beings inside her shadow space, he had ordered Premier to stay there for now. No one should know of his existence yet, but he wants out. He's throwing a tantrum like a damn child. Can I strangle him? Leave him be, Esther. And yes, he is a damn child. It's a brand new soul after all. Then, he smirked slightly. Shouldn't you be more concerned about preparing for when you meet both my mother and yours? Esther stiffened. You did notice how my mother was eyeing my shadow, right? Noah continued, amused. Even if Celine didn't know exactly what had happened, she knew something happened. Esther went silent. Just go, Noah chuckled. You're being summoned anyway. Knock, knock, a voice called from behind the door. Young master, the lady is requesting Esther. Noah gave his shadow a knowing look, as if saying, see? Told you, Esther grumbled before the shadow twisted, morphing into her human form. She gave Noah one last glare before walking out. Noah chuckled. Esther had become comfortable around him since the event in the dungeon. Now she acted freely with him. He shakes his head slightly in amusement. Now, Noah was truly alone, without even a shadow system. Show me my new titles and skills. Titles obtained. The worthy master. You are seen as a master worthy of following. Your charisma has increased. Gaining admiration and loyalty from others will be easier. The master of a shadow. Your shadow is no longer normal. Awakening shadow affinity will be easier once the required conditions are met. As long as you are alive, your shadow will never die. Once you and your shadow grow strong enough, you can gain access to the shadow realm. Noah leaned back in his chair, smiling. The worthy master. A title like this would be invaluable in the academy. There were countless geniuses, hidden monsters, and potential allies, many of whom would be worth recruiting, and for his second new title, as long as he was alive. Esther would never die. That was a relief, but it also meant his life was no longer just his own. Someone depended on him now. Noah chuckled, shaking his head. Fine. He would shoulder the burden. He then looked at the last effect of his title, a shadow realm hun? What an interesting thing. Is that a realm where only shadows lived? Noah grinned. Things are getting interesting, aren't they? The system. Show me Esther's profile. Status window. Name, Esther. Race, human, 60%, /shadow, 40%, rank, aura of the shrouded. Titles, the self-taught, the bound shadow, bloodline, none, physique, none, affinities, shadow, SS rank, talents, blessed by shadow, SS rank. Noah's eyes widened. Since when does she have shadow affinity at SS rank? And an SS rank talent, the system's voice echoed in his mind, after she partially transformed into a shadow. And the higher her rank grows, the more her transformation will continue. At the end of the process, she will no longer be human. She will become a pure shadow. Noah rubbed his chin. Truly surprised. Titles, they were mysterious things, and powerful. A single title had altered her very race. Had elevated her affinity. Had strengthened her talent. Incredible, what the limit of title? Noah grinned. His blood boiled with anticipation. This world is insane, and he loved it. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to meet the other geniuses. To explore the world's secrets. To fight, to grow, to conquer. Back on Earth, he had been nothing but an ordinary man struggling to survive. Here, he had talent. He had a system. He had a purpose. Noah exhaled, then, slowly, a mad grin stretched across his lips. Elijah, just wait for me, you're in for a surprise. Meanwhile, while Noah was affirming himself, Elijah just received a very interesting quest. New quest, your rival or enemy, difficulty, SS rank, description: the goddess has noticed someone of concern. Someone who may become an obstacle to your destined path. Eliminate the threat now. Eliminate Noah Weaverheart. Rewards, talent upgrade, light space, new affinity, new talent, 500 stat points, SS rank sword artifact. Elijah's face darkened, his arrogance, his pride vanished. If even his goddess had issued a quest about Noah, then that meant he had gravely underestimated him, or all of them had. His eyes flicked toward the difficulty level, SS rank. He swallowed. His current power had already placed him above 99% of this generation's talents. And not saying 100% is him trying to be humble, even the heirs. The princess, even the saintess. Probably. And yet, to kill Noah Weaverheart, the system rated it as SS rank. Elijah's heart turned cold. What the fuck are we missing? It made no sense. In his current state, he was stronger than everyone. So how was Noah, someone with only one SSS rank talent, such a threat to him? He might be a threat to other obviously. But to him? It made no sense. His fire counter is ice. And he had two others' talents too, so how? What did he miss? Elijah stood up. He might be arrogant, but he was not a fool. He had suffered too much in his childhood. Had learned too well how cruel this world was, and right now, a massive red flag was waving in front of him, a red flag named Noah Weaverheart. A second SSS rank holder, a name he had barely considered before, but now everything had changed. He grabbed his manic communication tool and spoke, increase the intensity of my training. Double it, no, triple it. I want to be more than ready for the academy. Understood, blessed one. He hung up, then, raising his palm, he summoned fire. It flickered. Shifted. Took form, a small phoenix, its flames swirling above his hand. Elijah watched it with sharp, gleaming eyes. Arrival, hot. Good. He had been getting too complacent anyway. Chapter 24 time skip. 3 years later, 3 years had passed, 3 years of relentless training, 3 years of pushing his limits. Refining his control over ice and lightning, and ascending in rank, Noah Weaverheart was no longer the D-rank, 12-year-old boy who stepped into his first dungeon. Now, at 15 years old, he stood as a B-rank warrior, monstrous progress. But if not for the fact that Elijah had reached the same rank, in the outside world, Elijah was hailed as the brightest talent of the new generation, his fire and light affinity making him the undisputed child of the goddess, the blessed one. Meanwhile, Noah Weaverheart remained a phantom, his true strength hidden in silence. No one knows what he is capable of, and no one knows either what the other heirs are capable of, nestled within his opulent chamber. Noah lay sprawled on a vast, silk-draped bed, sleeping peacefully, or at least, he would have been, if not for the unexpected weight pressing down on his chest. A frown creased his features as his silver eyes fluttered open. He barely tilted his head, and locked onto the culprit, a girl, no older than 17, her deep, luxurious black hair cascading over her shoulders. Perched atop her head were cat-like ears, twitching idly, and behind her, a long feline tail swayed happily, betraying her mood. Noah let out a long, exhausted sigh. Neko. His voice was calm but firm. Did I not tell you to be in your cat form if you wanted to sleep with me? Silence. His silver eyes twitched. Now you're ignoring me? Fine. With great effort, he raised a hand, cold mist beginning to swirl around his fingertips. The air chilled. Ice magic gathered. He aimed directly at her. Just as he was about to unleash it, Neko's deep feline purple eyes snapped open, filled with mock betrayal. Are you seriously about to blast me, your adorable familiar? Her voice was sweet. Too sweet, Noah didn't even blink. The ice in his palm thickened. Test me. Neko pouted dramatically but finally rolled off his chest. Noah exhaled in relief, sitting up. His height had increased over the years, taller than most his age. His long violet hair cascaded down his back, framing his sharp silver eyes, which gleamed like mirrors of frost. His physique had undergone drastic changes, two lean, compact muscles sculpted to perfection. The kind of body that looked like a Yandere goddess personally crafted it in an obsession-driven trance. He was more powerful, more commanding, and his time at the academy was drawing near. In fact, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow he will go and take the entrance test. As he gazed out his window, mind already strategizing, his shadow shifted. Esther's voice echoed in his mind. Are you worried, master? Noah remained silent for a moment, then, a slow smile spread across his lips. I'm not worried. His silver eyes gleamed with anticipation. If anything, I'm excited. From behind him, Neko frowned. I really don't like the fact that she's with you all the time, Noah. Noah didn't even turn his head. Aren't you always with me too, Neko? That's different, she huffed. That girl is literally your shadow. How is that fair? A voice echoed through the room. That girl has a name. It's Esther. Neko ignored her completely. As always, Noah only chuckled. And you are my contracted beast, Neko. Our bond is just as close, if not closer. We are bound by soul. He turned slightly, smirking. Isn't that fantastic, TCH? Neko pouted but didn't argue further, because she knew he was right. She was his contracted beast. No matter where he went, even the academy, she would always be by his side. Knock, knock, a voice interrupted them. Young Master Noah, the lady is waiting for you at the training grounds, I'll be there shortly. With that, Noah turned and walked toward his bathroom to freshen up. Training grounds. Inside the expansive training grounds, Noah stood across from his mother. Both were clad in form-fitting, purple training gear. Celine Weaverheart, the witch of eternal cold, watched her. Son with piercing silver eyes, you'll be leaving for the academy soon, she murmured, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Shall we see how much you've learned? She stepped forward and released her aura. For the first time, Noah felt it immediately. Esther's shrouded aura allowed her to be or make things less noticeable. Sort of concealment, but Celine's aura, it was the embodiment of cold, not just any cold, absolute cold, aura of absolute zero. The temperature plummeted instantly, frost spidered across the ground. The very air around her seemed to freeze and fracture. Noah stood there, unfazed. He is the sovereign of ice. As he raised his hand, frost appeared at his fingertips. Don't hold back, Celine murmured, her smile widening. I want to see that lightning affinity of yours. Noah grinned. He had kept his lightning affinity a secret for years, but not from her. He couldn't if he wanted to train it. So he had told her the truth, wrapped in half-truths, but now, he wouldn't hold back. All right then, mother, rumble. The sky split apart, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked down from the heavens, and struck her. Boom, the ground shattered. Fire erupted. Smoke billowed into the sky, no hesitation. Before the smoke even cleared, Noah moved. Lightning coated his body, turning his movements into a blur. In an instant, he was in front of her. Without surprise, Celine was unharmed. Her lips curled into a mocking smirk. What a terrible son you are, she mused. Striking your mother without mercy. Noah didn't reply. Instead, his right hand clenched. Instantly, jagged ice spikes erupted from the grounds, piercing her from all sides. Simultaneously, his left hand lifted, and dozens of lightning bolts descended. Boom! 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 In the same breath, a dagger materialized in his grip. He slashed forward, blades singing through the air directly to her chest. Then, he leaped back, putting distance between them. Everything had happened in seconds, not a single movement wasted. The smoke was thick, clouding his vision, but Noah knew she was fine. She was SS rank. Even if she wasn't going all out, she was still using her aura. But at the very least, he should have scratched her. Right, the smoke cleared. Celine stood there untouched, not a single scratch, not a single sign of damage. Her smirk didn't even falter. Are you done, my baby? Noah felt his stomach drop. Celine's aura surged. Then it's my turn. Crack. Noah's breath hitched. The sky darkened. Above him, dozens, no hundreds of colossal ice boulders formed, each one large enough to annihilate a fortress. Noah's body went rigid. He turned mechanically toward his mother. Are you serious? Celine's grin widened. It's for your own good, my baby. Can't have you be weak at the academy, right? And then, they fell. Chaos erupted. Chapter 25. The stage was set. Noah gritted his teeth, letting ice and lightning course freely through his body. His presence intensified. Frost formed at his feet, and tongues of silver and purple lightning crackled around him. In his left hand, glacial frost coalesced. In his right, lightning surged, flickering dangerously. He took a slow breath. Then, clap, a resounding explosion of frost and lightning burst outward, tearing through the training ground. Everything in their path was either frozen solid or burned to ash. Chunks of shattered rock rained down from the air. Some disintegrated instantly. But the rest, Noah exhaled sharply. He raised his hand, activating the second skill of his Sovereign of Ice, a power he had obtained at C rank. Immediately, ice lotuses bloomed across the training grounds, forming in the air, on the ground, and atop the remaining ice boulders. Celine watched with a soft smile. Her son's talent in ice was nothing short of cheating. Even she couldn't replicate something like this instantly and easily, and then, explode. Boom! 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 A chain of icy detonations rippled through the field, consuming everything in a glacial storm. In seconds, the entire training ground was covered in a crystalline tundra. Noah took a step back, his breathing heavier than before. That's enough. Celine appeared before him, smiling. I just wanted to see your progress. You have your test tomorrow. I had no intention of hurting you. Noah narrowed his eyes. That last attack of yours said otherwise, Celine chuckled, shaking her head. Please. I know my son's limits better than anyone. I was just teasing you. Noah remained silent, then, her expression turned serious. Are you ready? Did you awaken your aura yet? Noah's lips curled into a smirk. I'll do it today. I'm eager to see my options. Celine grinned. crossing her arms. TSK. Everyone's fawning over that so-called chosen one, without realizing how absurdly talented my son is, Noah chuckled. Isn't that better, mother? They won't see it coming, Celine's grin widened. For sure, Noah turned, heading toward his chambers. I don't want any disturbances. I'll be awakening my aura, Celine nodded, watching his silhouette disappear into the hallway. She sighed. Then, her gaze flicked to his shadow, and for the nth time, she felt an unreasonable jealousy. If only I could be his shadow. With him always, a voice echoed in her mind, Luminara, you are creepy. Stop it, Celine ignored her. Noah's chambers. Noah sat on the edge of his bed, eyes locked on the golden interface glowing before him. Do you wish to see your aura options? Yes. Analyzing achievements in chosen path. A few seconds passed. Then, you are a being who has tasted death and been reborn in another world. Your mind is sharp, your courage commendable. And you are without mercy in achieving your goals. You are someone people naturally follow. Your shadow has evolved beyond expectations. You are a being of ice and lightning, truly exceptional. Then, the options appeared. Noah Weaverheart, choose one of the following auras to continue your path: aura of ice and lightning, aura of samsara, aura of the trickster, aura of a ruler. Noah's mind raced, weighing his choices. But then, your potential is limitless. You are limitless, your title is in effect. You are a being without limits. All auras will be granted. Congratulations, Noah Weaverheart, you have acquired all 4 auras. Noah's breath hitched. His vision blurred, his body screamed in protest, veins burning with the clash of 4 conflicting auras. As his auras flared to life, one moment, he radiated an icy storm, frost and purple lightning crackling around him. The next, his aura of samsara twisted reality itself, embodying both life and death. Then, the aura of the trickster shimmered over him, making everything he did seem like an illusion, a trick within a trick. Finally, the aura of a ruler descended. The sheer pressure could make the weak collapse. Then, ding! 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 You are the first in the world of lay to acquire 4 auras. You are already limitless. You have been granted the aura of limitlessness. Noah instantly sighed in relief, his auras stabilized. The aura of limitlessness enveloped the others, hiding them within its infinite depths. Now, anyone looking at him would see nothing. Just a calm, ordinary boy, yet, Noah had ascended to A rank. He stood, glancing around the room, completely wrecked by the outburst of energy. Then, he walked to the window, his usual spot, and gazed out at the estate. Esther. His voice was quiet. Do you think I'm ready? A voice answered from the shadows. You are more than ready, master. Noah smiled. Elsewhere, the slums, in the filth-ridden alleyways of a decaying city, a boy no older than 15 crouched over a corpse, blood pooling beneath him. His blue hair was streaked with crimson. His eyes, deep, endless voids, stared at the Apex Academy card in his hand. A slow, eerie smile crept onto his face. His aura, dark and corrosive, whispered of death to the academy. Then, he murmured, behind him, the corpse twitched. Then, it stood, not as a man, but as undead. The mountains, a girl knelt before a grave, her orange hair and eyes glowing in the sun. A sword rested on her back. Master, she said, her voice sharp as a blade. Since your death, I have trained without rest. I never once stepped beyond the mountains. She clenched her fists. But today, I leave. I will enter the academy, as you wished. And I will not disappoint you. Her aura surged razor-sharp, like an unsheathed sword. She turned away, to the academy, the Shadowbound's estate. Nathan Shadowbound stared at his son. Are you ready, Eric? The young man lounged lazily, dark hair and eyes veiled in shadowy mist. Ugh, do I have to go? Can't I just train here? Nathan's eye twitched. Eric, you're my heir. Stop being lazy. His voice darkened. There are 2 monsters who will also go to the academy, both with SSS rank talent. Don't you want to compete? Eric blinked, looking at his father as if looking at a fool. Then, he yawned. You just called them monsters. I'm just SS rank talent holder. What's the point? Veins popped on Nathan's forehead. What a coincidence, my dear son. I was just about to help you evolve your aura into intent. Eric paled. Wait. Father. Let's talk. Boom, damn you, old man. I'm telling mother. Nathan smirked. The Bloodheart family, inside an ocean of blood. 2 women floated, one older, in her 30s. The other, no older than 15, both had crimson eyes and deep red hair. On their foreheads, a single drop of blood marked them as Bloodheart royals. The older woman spoke. Did you pack everything? You depart tomorrow. I did. The young girl grinned a mad grin, sharp and bloodthirsty. I can't wait, her mother smiled. I assume you're eager to meet the SSS-ranked monsters. Especially Elijah, the girl scoffed. Elijah? She snickered. He's a fool. He reached B rank and made sure the entire world knew. The older woman's smile softened. He's the chosen one. He has no choice but to display his strength. Then, her expression darkened. But do not underestimate him. I know, mother. The girl's lips curled. But for some reason. I'm more interested in Noah. She tilted her head. My battle instincts tell me. He's more dangerous than Elijah. Her bloodthirsty grin widened. This academy will be fun. The Church of Light. Elijah stared at his quest notification. The one that read. He burst into laughter. This is absurd, even after his power-up. Even after stepping into A rank and awakening aura, the quest difficulty hadn't changed. That meant, Noah had awakened his aura too. Elijah grinned, eyes burning with excitement. I can't wait to meet you. The dawn of Apex Academy loomed on the horizon. One by one, the titans of the new era stepped forward, monsters in human form, each destined to carve their own legend. The world did not know it yet, but soon it would tremble. Chapter 26. Towards the academy, the morning sun cast a golden glow over the estate, illuminating the grand purple carriage that would take Noah to the academy. He stood before it, hands in his pockets, his face calm yet unreadable. Behind him, his mother, Celine, along with an assembly of knights, servants, and mages, all stood with pride in their eyes, and there was an unexpected guest, a silver cat with piercing purple eyes perched on Celine's shoulder. Noah's brows twitched. His gaze flicked to Neko, the black-furred cat sitting smugly on his head. Am I meeting your mother? He muttered. Neko, in response, flicked her tail, feigning indifference. Celine stepped forward, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Her voice trembled. Just a little. I'll miss you, my baby, she murmured, pressing her cheek against his. If you encounter any problems there, just let me know. I'll come and freeze them all. Noah's expression softened. His mother was too cute. 3 years. In those 3 years, he had grown to love her deeply. And for that he would protect her, no matter what. He smiled. You're worrying over nothing, mother, he said, smugly. Who would dare to harm the beloved son of Celine Weaverheart, the witch of eternal cold? Celine's sorrow vanished. Her smirk returned, full of pride. Of course, she said, puffing her chest. No one would dare. Then, her gaze shifted to the silver cat. Luminara, you insisted on coming. Are you not going to say something? Or maybe a word to that rebellious daughter of yours? The silver cat, Luminara, clicked her tongue, a very human action. Eerie. I only came to see him off, she said coolly. Not to talk. Then, her violet gaze locked onto Neko's. A deep chill filled the air. Her voice was cold. You better behave yourself, Neko. Do not cause unnecessary trouble for Noah, Neko scoffed. I am not a child, mother. The two continued bickering, their cold, sharp words carrying a level of tension only mothers and daughters could manage. But suddenly, a shadow shifted. A woman stepped forward. She had raven-black hair, piercing red eyes, and a presence so lightless that it seemed to devour the surrounding light. For the first time, Noah saw her face to face, Celine's shadow. Sorry, she gave him a deep bow. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. Then, she was gone, disappearing into Celine's shadow as if she had never been there. Celine smiled. She's shy. Noah shook his head. At last, he stepped into the carriage, but before the door shut, he turned back. His silver eyes gleamed with a mad glint. The entrance test will be recorded, he said. Everyone can watch from everywhere. He smirked. Look at your son, mother. His grin widened. I will not hold anything back. I will go all out. The carriage doors closed. The wheels began to turn. Noah Weaverheart had departed. In front of the golden palace gates, a golden carriage stood ready. Princess Sophie Castria was about to step inside when her father's voice stopped her. Do not forget, Sophie, she turned. Rome Castria, the emperor, stood on the palace steps, hands behind his back, expression cold. You are going there to win over Elijah, he said. And discard Noah. His voice hardened. Do you understand me? Sophie stood silent. Seconds passed, then, at last, she spoke. Father, she said slowly, her voice almost hesitant. What if I don't want to be used as a mere political tool to secure the chosen one? Her hands clenched. What if I want to compete for the throne? Silence. Rome Castria stared at her. Then, he laughed, not warm. Not amused, cold. Contemptuous, don't spout nonsense, he said, voice sharp as steel. This empire has been ruled by men since its beginning. He turned, I will not be the emperor who changes that tradition. Then, he was gone. Sophie stood there, staring at the empty space where her father had been. A presence flickered beside her, a crackle of lightning. A woman appeared, Emily, she smiled softly. Now, do you have your answer? Sophie exhaled. Slowly, then, she stepped into the carriage, her expression unreadable, no mercy. Then, the carriage doors shut, and she, too, left for the academy. Emily stood there, watching her go. She smiled. The game had begun. The academy was not just for humans. From every race, every corner of the world, the most talented had begun their journey. The elves. The beastmen. The dwarves. The demons. Even hidden beings unknown to all of them moved. Why? Because those with power over fate and destiny had sensed it, those who could see prophecy had glimpsed it. This generation would be glorious, and none of them wanted to be left behind. The academy existed within a realm of its own, a dimension created by its dean. However, the entrance test would not take place there, no. It would be held in the center of the world, a vast, colossal arena, constructed purely for the purpose of testing. Spectators gathered. Some in person, some through spatial transmission magic, allowing them to watch from the comfort of their homes. The arena was already chaotic. Hundreds of young warriors, nobles, and mages from different races stood together, some forming alliances, others standing alone, a few already picking fights. Then, the first storm arrived. A floating carriage, drawn by winged horses, descended from the sky, emblazoned on it the crest of the great tree, the elven royal family. As the carriage landed, she stepped out, a tall, dark-skinned elf, silver-haired, pink-eyed. A beauty so ethereal that the moment she appeared, the entire arena fell silent. Aphasia Elfborn, princess of the elven domain. Sole heir to the throne, she walked past the crowd without looking at anyone, like they weren't even worth noticing. But the other elves around her bowed at her sight. And right after, a roar, two golden-haired lion beastmen leaped from a massive war carriage, their golden eyes shining like fire. Ray and Domi Velder, the twin beasts of the Velder royal family. One step from them alone made the weaker ones in the crowd stagger. Then, a short, unassuming figure walked forward, a dwarf. No beard, no towering muscles, no weapons on his back, just a short dwarf. He looks like a boy, yet something about him, his calm gaze, the way he moved without hesitation, made even the strongest hesitate. Rin Smith, the successor of the only legendary blacksmith. And then, a shadow flickered. She smiled. The game had begun. The academy was not just for humans. From every race, every corner of the world, the most talented had begun their journey. The elves. The beastmen. The dwarves. The demons. Even hidden beings unknown to all of them moved. Why? Because those with power over fate and destiny had sensed it, those who could see prophecy had glimpsed it. This generation would be glorious, and none of them wanted to be left behind. The academy existed within a realm of its own, a dimension created by its dean. However, the entrance test would not take place there, no. It would be held in the center of the world, a vast, colossal arena, constructed purely for the purpose of testing. Spectators gathered. Some in person. Some through spatial transmission magic, allowing them to watch from the comfort of their homes. The arena was already chaotic. Hundreds of young warriors, nobles, and mages from different races stood together, some forming alliances, others standing alone, a few already picking fights. Then, the first storm arrived. A floating carriage, drawn by winged horses, descended from the sky, emblazoned on it the crest of the great tree. The elven royal family. As the carriage landed, she stepped out, a tall, dark-skinned elf, silver-haired, pink-eyed. A beauty so ethereal that the moment she appeared, the entire arena fell silent. Aphasia Elfborn, princess of the elven domain. Sole heir to the throne, she walked past the crowd without looking at anyone, like they weren't even worth noticing. But the other elves around her bowed at her sight, and right after, a roar, two golden-haired lion beastmen leaped from a massive war carriage, their golden eyes shining like fire. Ray and Domi Velder, the twin beasts of the Velder royal family. One step from them alone made the weaker ones in the crowd stagger. Then, a short, unassuming figure walked forward, a dwarf. No beard, no towering muscles, no weapons on his back, just a short dwarf. He looks like a boy, yet something about him, his calm gaze, the way he moved without hesitation, made even the strongest hesitate. Rin Smith, the successor of the only legendary blacksmith. And then, a shadow flickered. Chapter 27, Damon, Elijah. No, not just Elijah, but every genius in the arena stared at Noah, not because his aura was overwhelming. Not because of his beauty, but because he looked too ordinary. No power emanated from him. No pressure, no presence, just a simple, unremarkable young man. The crowd, the mundane, dismissed him outright, but the geniuses, their expressions hardened. Their instincts screamed, "This one is dangerous." The thought echoed in every mind, like a silent whisper crawling through their bones. Elijah, however, was unfazed. He had expected this. His quest had already warned him Noah was a threat. Still, not everyone cared. Eric, for example, yawned. "Let's just get this stupid test over with. I need a nap." Meanwhile, Sophie smiled softly and stepped toward Noah. For years, Noah had cultivated their bond: letters, kind words, rare gifts, even ice lotuses. Not just because he needed to, but because he wanted to. He had taken a liking to this wife of his. Sophie's voice was warm. "It's been a long time, Noah." With Neko curled atop his head, grinned mischievously, and then he closed the distance in an instant and pulled her into his arms. "WELP," a startled sound escaped Sophie's lips. Whispers erupted all around them. She hissed under her breath, "Have you no shame? Everyone's watching." Noah chuckled, unbothered. "Isn't this normal? Husband and wife, reuniting after 3 years, you are the one being cold." Sophie's lips twitched. She knew him too well. Noah never did anything without a purpose, and indeed, oh my, Elizabeth barely concealed her amusement as she glanced at Elijah beside her. His face remained unreadable. Emotionless, but Elizabeth knew him. The air around him had shifted. Warmer. Just slightly. He's pissed, because when Elijah set his sights on something or someone, he considered it his. Sophie was meant for him. The emperor himself had confirmed it. Their engagement was only delayed due to certain complications, and yet here she was, wrapped in Noah's arms, but Elijah didn't move. He just watched. Suddenly, beside Noah and Sophie, without a sound, a figure appeared, blood-red hair. A wicked grin, Rouge Bloodheart. Her voice dripped with amusement. "Didn't know the princess was like this. Cheating on your boyfriend, the chosen one." Then, she turned to Noah, stepping closer, so close their breaths mingled. Her grin widened. "I knew you were special. You even were to steal from the chosen one." Her voice dropped to a husky whisper. "Even now, my instincts are screaming at me. They're telling me to run. To not even get near you." Noah's eyes gleamed. "Then why are you doing the exact opposite?" Her body shivered. Not from fear, but from exhilaration. Her lips curled into something almost inhuman. Teeth bared. "Exactly because my instincts are screaming." Her voice was hungry. "Let's fight." With a flick of her wrist, blood surged around her, coalescing into a massive warhammer twice her size. She raised it high, ready to strike, and then, stop, a voice, deep, heavy, crushing. Everything froze. The warhammer vanished, even Elijah. Even Noah. Stopped. A shadow loomed above them. High in the sky, a man stood, weightless, black skin, white dreadlocks, eyes as dark as the abyss. A sword hung lazily at his waist, but his gaze crushed them. Like the weight of the heavens pressing down. When he spoke, it wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. "I am Damon, overseer of this year's entrance exam." His stare swept over them. "You will not misbehave." His tone carried no room for argument. "I don't have time for this." His eyes narrowed. "Anyone who displeases me dies." Instantly, a pause. "Do you understand?" Before anyone could answer, "No." "Shut up. I don't want to hear your responses." Snap. He clicked his fingers. Magic circles erupted beneath their feet, glowing violently. Damon's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. "The first test begins now," and in the next breath, they were gone. Damon looked down at the remaining contracted beasts. His gaze lingered on Neko. "You stay here. Watch your dear masters." Then, his eyes landed on Esther, who had returned to her human form. "Interesting." He clapped his hands, and suddenly a projection appeared. Not just here, everywhere. The Emperor's palace. The great families. The elven domain. The beast domain. All eyes were on the test, and what they saw. The participants reappeared in a forest. A vast, endless expanse of ancient trees. Noah stood alone. Damon's voice echoed from the sky. "This test is simple. There are monsters in this forest. The weakest is B rank. Reach the center. When you reach the center, the first part of this test will be done. And for the second part, you will know it once there. You each have a token. It will record your kills. Beast and humans alike, if you kill another participant, their token becomes yours and so their kills. Once 200 people reach the center, the rest who didn't will be automatically eliminated and will be sent out. The test lasts 1 day. His voice was absolute, and it starts now. Silence. Noah exhaled, alone. Shadowless, he smirked. Chapter 28. One step. Noah stood still. Unhurried, while others rushed, fought, and clawed their way forward. Saturday, with a flick of his fingers, an ice chair formed beneath him. He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, calm. Unbothered, a porcelain cup materialized in his grasp, steam curling from the surface. The scent of jasmine and frost filled the air, a special blend. His mother's favorite. As he brought the cup to his lips, rustle, a figure emerged from the foliage, petite. Green-haired. Wide-eyed, she blinked, confusion flickered across her delicate features. Tea? Here? In the middle of a deathmatch, Noah met her gaze. His expression unreadable. Do you like tea? He asked. Voice smooth. This is my mother's personal blend. Consider yourself honored. The girl, elsewhere, none of the true geniuses moved toward the center. It was an unspoken agreement. They waited. Measured. Assessed, each occupied themselves in their own way. Aphasia hovered midair, seemingly weightless. But those with keen senses could see it, an air spirit cradling her form. Elijah roasted the carcass of a slain beast. Flames licked hungrily at the meat, controlled by his skill. Eric? Snoring. Sprawled atop a tree branch, utterly indifferent to the chaos below, Sophie strolled calmly without care of the world. Crackle, red lightning pulsed through her veins. She did not slow. She did not hesitate. Every time she saw another participant, they died. No mercy. Elizabeth did what she did best, building an army. She sought out stragglers, weaving her web. A growing force, all to aid Elijah. Rouge? The twin beastmen, they hunted. Actively. They were truly bloodthirsty. Half a day passed. By now only the strong, the talented, and the resourceful remained, and then, they moved. One by one, each of them rose, their gazes locked toward the center. As if able to see that far, a pulse rippled through the air. Tension, anticipation, a silent declaration. Quest, Apex Academy's entrance test. Description: you are participating in a test watched by countless beings across the world. Show them the light of the Blessed One. Rewards, dependent on performance. Elijah read the quest prompt and smirked. It was time. He stretched. Rolled his shoulders, then, he stepped forward, and vanished. A breath later, he reappeared hundreds of meters ahead. Teleportation, oomph. He sighed. 2 more steps, and I'll be there. If only this ability were easier to train. Shaking his head, he pressed onward. At the same time, aphasia, she summoned 5 wind spirits, their translucent forms swirling around her. Then, she blurred, a hurricane in human form. Rouge, she melted into a pool of blood, slithering unseen through the forest. The twins, a golden flash, 2 lions streaked across the land, their paws barely touching the ground. Sophie, crackle, red lightning surged. And then, she was gone. 10 seconds, that was all it took, and she was already there. In the center. In company with one orange-haired sword girl and a gloomy deathly aura boy. What the ye? Meanwhile, Noah remained seated, still sipping tea. The spectators stirred, wondering what he is doing. The emperor frowned. What was he doing? Why hadn't he moved? And then, Noah stood. The green-haired girl glanced up at him, confused. Are you finally making your move? Sir, Noah raised a brow. Sir? We're the same age. She hesitated. I don't know. I just feel like calling you that. Noah exhaled, his gaze shifted to the heart of the forest, so, he murmured. Are you ready? The girl frowned. Ready for what? I'm taking you with me. Before she could react, he placed a hand on her shoulder, and then, his aura stirred, something shifted, something changed, yet, nothing seemed to happen. No grand explosion. No dramatic spectacle, just silence. But the world noticed. All eyes turned to him, his mother. The emperor. Countless powerful beings. The mundane people, even Damon's interest peaked. Noah's voice echoed in the stillness. I am limitless. Space and time cannot bind me. A ripple coursed through the space around him. What is a limit? Space was a limit. It dictated where one could stand, how far one could move. Time was a limit. It dictated when things could happen, how long they would last. But Noah was limitless. Space should not restrict him, time should not constrain him, and so, his aura activated, space weakened, time slowed down slightly around him. It was just a little bit. But it was enough for Noah, and then, he took a step. To the spectators, he did not move. He simply arrived. One breath, he stood with the girl. The next, he was at the center of the forest, at the exact same moment as Elijah. The world froze, shock rippled through the audience, even Damon's brows shot up, a smirk tugged at his lips, Celine exuded quiet pride, her son was finally beginning to reveal himself. At the same moment, a chime rang through Noah's mind, your title, the reincarnator is acting, you have cleared the necessary conditions, congratulations, Noah Weaverheart, you have awakened space and time affinities. Noah exhaled, slowly, he turned, eyes locked onto him, shock. Disbelief. Noah smirked. Well, he said, slipping his hands into his pockets, looks like I wasn't too late. Chapter 29 Blood Thunder. Everyone stared at Noah as if they'd seen a ghost. Since when has he been here? The question rippled silently across the crowd, shock etched onto every face. The central clearing was already brimming with tension. Hundreds of participants stood scattered around, none daring to turn their backs, all eyes wary, watching, waiting. A single breath felt like it could ignite the powder keg of silence. The atmosphere was taut. The air crackled with anticipation. Everyone was waiting for the second test, for chaos to begin. Sophie strolled up to Noah, casting a glance at the green-haired girl standing beside him. Her voice was teasing, laced with mock jealousy. You've barely started, and you're already picking up girls behind my back, dear husband? Noah turned, lips curling into a smirk. How dare I? My heart only beats for you. This little one just happened to tag along. Anya frowned. This little one has a name. It's Anya. They both ignored her. Sophie's eyes narrowed slightly, shifting back to the situation. Any idea what the second part of the test is? Noah's smile deepened. Isn't it obvious? 200 is too many. They need to cut us down. He looked around, almost amused by the silence. And what better way than a good old-fashioned battle royale? As if cued by his words, Damon's voice boomed across the forest, rumbling through the trees like thunder. 200 of you made it. The rest are already out, you were warned. The Academy does not nurture the weak. We want monsters, the best of the best, so now, we reduce the number, you are exactly 200. I want at least half of you gone. Dead or crippled, it doesn't matter. I just need 100 standing. Or less. Those will move on. The test begins. Now, silence. It fell like a hammer, heavy, crushing. No one moved. No one dared. The first to strike would be the first to die. Everyone knew it, and yet, there are always those who don't care. Who don't need to care. Enter Rouge Bloodheart. She threw her head back and laughed, wild, maniacal. Ah. This is exactly what I wanted. Boom, a massive blood-forged hammer materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she brought it down on a nearby participant. Flesh cracked. Bone shattered, the body hit the ground, lifeless, and with that, chaos erupted. Skills lit up the clearing like fireworks, flashes of power, bursts of sound, screams. Combat ignited everywhere. Not even a minute passed before bodies began falling. Blood spilled. Cries rang out, and at the center of it, the one who lit the spark had already found her next flame, and Rouge's voice tore through the carnage. Her red eyes locked on him, wild with excitement. No one dared get in her path. Noah's lips twitched. Damn that girl. He turned to Sophie. My dear wife. That red lightning of yours? Quite the surprise earlier. Impressive, his grin widened. How about using it again? On the battle maniac sprinting toward me, he didn't wait for a reply. Just keep her busy for a minute, okay? I've got things to do. He dashed off, leaving only a parting sentence for the green-haired girl. Anya, you're on your own now. Anya blinked. Once. Twice, then the battlefield erupted, screams. Blood. Explosions of light, flame, wind, and worse. She staggered back instinctively, hands shaking. The scent of iron hit her like a brick wall. She turned just in time to see a head hit the ground and roll, her breath caught in her throat. This isn't training. This is war, and Sophie's eyes twitched. Rouge, about to pursue Noah, was intercepted in a blur, crackle, lightning danced through the air as Sophie appeared in front of her. Sorry, heir of the Bloodhearts. You're not going anywhere. Rouge tilted her head, grin widening. So you do want to fight, princess? She clenched her fists. Around them, blood on the battlefield twisted and coalesced, spikes forming from the fallen. A grotesque tribute. Let's see what you've got, cheating princess. Sophie's eyes hardened. Red lightning surged around her like a storm about to break. In a blink, she was inches from Rouge's face. Boom! Crack, a lightning-coated punch connected. Rouge was sent flying, her body crashing across the clearing, but Sophie was already in pursuit. Rouge's laugh echoed. Yes. Yes. Punch me more. She hit the ground hard. Her nose broken, teeth scattered across the dirt. But then regeneration. Skin knit. Bones reset. Her smile returned, fiercer, and with it, her power surged. Her aura became fiercer. By the time Sophie reappeared to strike again, Rouge had a blood barrier up. Crack, it shattered under the force of Sophie's blow, and Rouge's arm broke. She was hurled again, her body skidding across the field. She stood, arm mending before their eyes. Her voice was trembling with excitement. Princess. You're incredible. I didn't know you were this strong. What is this red lightning of yours? Sophie didn't respond. Rouge laughed, and suddenly her aura darkened. Now it's my turn. She raised a hand. Blood explosion. Boom. 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 Explosions tore through the ground beneath Sophie's feet. She leapt back, but not fast enough. Blood trickled from a wound. Rouge grinned. Because bleeding in front of her? It was suicide. All across the battlefield, the story repeated in different forms. In the northwest corner of this battlefield, Elijah clashed blades with a blue-haired man cloaked in a deathly aura, the polar opposite of his own radiant presence. Who are you? Elijah asked, parrying a dagger strike. Why are you attacking me? The man smirked. Malric Thornborn. And are you stupid? The test is to eliminate. I'm just following instructions. His daggers moved like vipers, swift, precise. Elijah frowned, pushed on the defensive. You won't kill me. I haven't even used either of my talents. This is just swordplay, Malric chuckled. You think you're the only one holding back? He raised his hands. Fine. Let's turn it up. The ground trembled. Corpses clawed out, humans, beasts, all undead. His aura warped the space around them, causing decay to creep across the battlefield. Elijah cursed. You asked for it. Golden light flared in his eyes. He raised his right hand, a sort of pure light. In his left, a blade of golden flame. He vanished and reappeared above Malric like divine judgment. Brace yourself, you filthy thing. Malric only grinned, madness in his eyes. A skeletal dagger glowing green appeared in his grip. Bring it on. He elsewhere. Bodies dropped like flies. Aphasia stood untouched, dancing through death with her wind spirits. Every approach ended in a slice, silent, clean, inevitable, her face calm and unbothered, and Elizabeth observed from afar, her blindfold fluttering in the wind. Sightless, yet she saw more than most. Her talent was eerie. Dangerous. Barely contained, only the blindfold kept it in check, as she stood there, lost in thought. Disgusted by the Academy's methods, a voice whispered behind her, smooth. Familiar, my dear Saintess. What a wonderful coincidence. It was Noah. Chapter 30. The Devil's Whisper. Elizabeth turned toward the voice, her expression flickering with something between confusion and suspicion. How had he approached without her noticing? Noah's smile remained intact, relaxed, unreadable. What are you doing here alone? He asked, voice casual, curious. I thought you were always glued to Elijah's side. Elizabeth didn't respond at first. Her gaze drifted back to the battlefield below. Carnage in motion. It was almost over. Her voice was soft, almost lost in the wind. Some will come to challenge the chosen one. And I'm not a fighter. So I stepped away. I didn't want to distract him. Noah nodded slowly, stepping closer. And what about you? The Saintess said, why isn't the princess glued to you? Elizabeth turned back to him, a half-smile curling her lips. I was surprised to see you two together, to be honest. Last I heard, the Emperor was breaking your engagement and giving his daughter to Elijah. She tilted her head, voice taunting. So tell me, how did you manage to make her stay? I'm sure she wouldn't mind being the woman of a god's chosen, Noah chuckled. Well, how could I possibly allow my childhood love to marry another? I mean, am I not also an SSS rank holder? Elizabeth laughed. But it wasn't a kind one. Yes, you are. But let's be honest here, Noah. You're no match for Elijah, her voice dipped, turning almost sincere. Still. Thank you. That's one girl less to worry about. Noah raised an eyebrow. One less, huh? So even you know how many will flock to him, aren't you jealous? He added. Elizabeth's smile vanished. Her voice dropped to a firm, razor-sharp tone. What do you want, Noah? Stop circling. Say what you mean. Noah's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. You're the saintess. He's the messenger of your goddess. Isn't that the perfect couple? I just want to see it happen. Elizabeth froze. What, you heard me? Noah replied, voice light but laced with something darker. I've been thinking about how it could all play out. Elizabeth stared at him, brows furrowed. What do you mean? Noah's smile twitched, knowing. Dangerous? Elizabeth asked. How? Her expression sharpened, serious now. Noah smirked internally. Elizabeth Lightcross, one of the female leads. And without a doubt. The scariest of them all, calm. Composed. Graceful. But that was the problem. That was what made her dangerous, a Yandere with control over her emotions. Is there anything more terrifying? Even his mother, a certified Yandere in her own right, couldn't manage that. Around him, her emotions always slipped. But Elizabeth smiled while calculating how to kill you. She didn't crack. She planned, but that's not surprising. With a talent like hers, how could she possibly be normal? Still, it worked. She had always held back in the early parts of the story, always careful, always restrained, but Noah had no intention of waiting for her to bloom. He wanted to watch the garden burn. Isn't the question simple? He said out loud. Don't tell me you never considered such an option before. Elizabeth looked at him, puzzled. What option? Noah smiled, soft and sickly sweet. Of course, to kill the women who are close to him. What else? Shudder. Elizabeth flinched, not from fear, but from the sickening sense of being seen. A part of her she buried, exposed by someone who shouldn't know it existed. Noah leaned in, his voice lowering to a whisper. Don't give me that look. Others might not know, but I do. I know who you are, Saintess. He stepped even closer, just inches from her face. I know how you think of every method to kill them, clean, quiet, precise. But you stop yourself. Every time. Because of him. Because of the fear, because if Elijah saw that side of you, he'd run. Noah smirked internally. Elizabeth Lightcross, one of the female leads. And without a doubt. The scariest of them all, calm. Composed. Graceful. But that was the problem. That was what made her dangerous, a Yandere with control over her emotions. Is there anything more terrifying? Even his mother, a certified Yandere in her own right, couldn't manage that. Around him, her emotions always slipped. But Elizabeth smiled while calculating how to kill you. She didn't crack. She planned, but that's not surprising. With a talent like hers, how could she possibly be normal? Still, it worked. She had always held back in the early parts of the story, always careful, always restrained, but Noah had no intention of waiting for her to bloom. He wanted to watch the garden burn. Isn't the question simple? He said out loud. Don't tell me you never considered such an option before. Elizabeth looked at him, puzzled. What option? Noah smiled, soft and sickly sweet. Of course, to kill the women who are close to him. What else? Shudder. Elizabeth flinched, not from fear, but from the sickening sense of being seen. A part of her she buried, exposed by someone who shouldn't know it existed. Noah leaned in, his voice lowering to a whisper. Don't give me that look. Others might not know, but I do. I know who you are, Saintess. He stepped even closer, just inches from her face. I know how you think of every method to kill them, clean, quiet, precise. But you stop yourself. Every time. Because of him. Because of the fear, because if Elijah saw that side of you, he'd run. His voice slithered into her ears like poison. Don't hold back. Because if you do, you'll lose him. You know Elijah, right? He's lustful. He won't stop collecting women, so why? Shut up. Elizabeth snapped, voice sharp and loud, but the chaos of the battlefield drowned her out, and with Noah's invisible sound barrier in place, not a soul noticed. She stared at him, trembling with fury. I don't know what you're trying to do, she said, voice tight, but stop. Now, I won't do anything that could compromise Elijah's happiness. Do you hear me? Noah's smile stayed. Calm. Creeping, even if it means sacrificing your own, yes. Absolutely, no hesitation. Noah tilted his head. Are you sure? With an SSS rank, you'll live a very, very long time. Are you ready to suffer in silence for eternity? Elizabeth paused. Noah turned and walked away, his voice trailing like a shadow behind him. Eternity in agony. That's what you've chosen. He disappeared into the smoke and blood of the battlefield, his trickster aura cloaking him from all eyes. Why not use your eyes? His voice echoed faintly. Look into Elijah's future. See it for yourself, eyes of revelation, right? What a dreadful talent, gone. Elizabeth stood still, breath shallow. The echo of that conversation looped endlessly in her head. Chapter 31. The ranking. 1. The survivors reappeared inside a colossal arena, their bodies still bloodied from battle, but their presence undeniable. The moment they arrived, the crowd erupted, roars. Screams. Frenzy came from the stands, fans cried out for their favorites. Noah, you're so cool. How did you do that thing, Elijah? I love you, and then, Rouge. You're so sexy, come fight me all night if you have TO. Even the guards flinched at that one, the crowd was wild. The first test had delivered everything the audience dreamed of: blood, power, and untouchable prodigies. They had witnessed the next generation of apex warriors. And they were starving for more. As for the dead, no one cared. This was Apex Academy. A place to forge weapons against demons, not raise pampered elites. Those who died? They were weak. They deserved it. Nothing more to be said. High above the arena, Damien floated into view once again, serene, distant, like a god overseeing mortals. There are 80 of you left, his voice boomed. All of you are accepted into the academy. Applause. But this next test, this is where your rank will be decided. Murmurs rippled through the group. Damien smiled lazily. And let me be clear, your rank means everything. Privileges. Resources. Opportunities. This place isn't for the weak. If you want to survive here, you better fight like your life depends on it. He clapped his hands twice. Now, to determine your ranking, what's better than a good, old-fashioned duel? The crowd went wild. First duel, Lucas versus Luke. The matches began, one after another. Each duel lit the arena on fire with energy. The remaining candidates all had S-rank talents at minimum, or A ranks with unique specializations. Most battles were intense, hard-fought, and won by a hair, but not all. For Elijah, Noah, and a few others in the SS rank and above, it wasn't even fair. Elijah used nothing but his sword, no talents, no divine abilities, not even a hint of magic. One strike. Victory. Mercy, Noah, relaxed as ever, fought with ice alone. The elegance of his technique was deceptive. Those who faced him were defeated before they could even understand what was happening. The crowd noticed. And they loved it. On and on it went. Until only 18 remained. That's when the real matches began. Next duel, Aiden Stoneheart versus Rin Smith. A hush fell over the crowd. Aiden stepped onto the platform, his expression stone cold. Across from him stood Rin, shorter, broader, wearing that ridiculous heavy armor that no one had managed to scratch. Seriously? What kind of matchup is this? Rin thought silently. He might seem indifferent outside, but inside? He knows damn well Aiden will win. Anyway, let's just finish this quickly. I am not cut for battle anyway. I am damn blacksmith, for God's sake, seeing him at his size with this type of armor. Most would laugh at the sight, but those who had been watching knew Rin was dangerous. Still, Aiden didn't blink. Since his younger brother's awakening, something in Aiden had changed. That moment, the one where Elijah outshone him, left a scar. A crack in the wall of his pride, but cracks let the fire through, chosen one or not. I will not be trampled on again. The duel began. Rin activated his armor, immediately wanting to finish this duel and go back. He then summoned his massive warhammer. The crowd buzzed. With his stature and gear, he looked more like a walking tank than a fighter. Noah watched from the side, turning to Sophie. Why are you still sulking? I already said sorry, like 5 times. Sophie ignored him. How dare he let her fight that psychotic maniac earlier? She was still pissed. Noah sighed. He then looked at the fight unfolding below. What a bad matchup for Ren, this match will end in one strike. He wasn't wrong, Ren charged, hammer raised, confident, fearless. Aiden simply stood still, watching, then he spoke, not loud, not angry. Just calm, you should have brought something bigger and more dangerous. And if that's all you've got, give up. The words weren't taunts. They were facts, but Ren didn't care. He surged forward, hammer swinging with deadly weight. Aiden didn't flinch, he stepped aside, one fluid motion, and whispered. What a fool! The ground beneath Ren ignited. A pillar of crimson fire erupted violently, swallowing him whole. His armor and hammer melted within seconds. He screamed, but his voice was nearly drowned by the roar of the flames. Only Damien's intervention kept him from dying. The crowd gasped. Ash settled. Winner, Aiden Stoneheart. He didn't even look back. Elijah watched the whole thing, face unreadable, but deep inside, he was smiling. Brother. Sister. He wanted them both. He wanted to fight them, and he would show them what the son of a prostitute had become. Chapter 32. The ranking. 2. The duels raged on, each more intense than the last. Now it was Sophie's turn, her opponent? Domi Volder, the Beastman Royal, known for her sheer physical dominance. It didn't matter, Sophie wasn't fighting Domi. She was fighting her rage. Rage directed at a certain purple-haired manipulator who just couldn't stop running his mouth. The moment the match began, crack, a red lightning spear appeared mid-air and pierced through Domi's stomach in a blur of motion, the impact sending her flying from the ring at breakneck speed. The match ended before the crowd even processed it. Noah raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching. I guess I'll be crafting a lot of ice lotuses later. He didn't need eyes of revelation to know Sophie was still furious with him. Next match, Aphasia versus Ray, and just like that, the other twin followed. Ray never even got close. Each step he took forward was met with an invisible wind blade, razor sharp, perfectly timed. Cuts bloomed across his skin like blooming crimson flowers. Eventually, drenched in blood and shame, he raised his hand. I forfeit. 2 twins, 2 eliminations. Not because they were weak, but because there are levels to monstrosity, and some had long surpassed it. Then came a very different match, Elizabeth versus Eric. The crowd wasn't sure what to expect. One was known more for her role as the Serene Saintess, a planner behind the curtains. The other, a brilliant mind with a lazy streak whiter than the Empire. When the two faced off, Eric was already yawning. Elizabeth walked forward calmly. Her voice was even. I know you don't care much about ranking, Eric blinked at her. Go on, so let me win. I'll owe you a favor. Me, the Saintess, he almost said yes. The temptation was real, but then he remembered his father's face. And the threat that followed. I would love to, Eric sighed, but my father made it clear. If I don't do my best, he'll burn everything I own. Elizabeth's expression darkened. She hadn't wanted this, she was still reeling from her conversation with Noah. Her mind was a battlefield. She needed time to think and reflect. But she needed that high rank desperately. Enough, she was tired of pretending. She reached toward her blindfold. Elijah and Noah, sitting apart, both looked up at the exact same moment, surprised. No one else truly understood what was hidden behind that strip of cloth. But they could feel it, even Eric felt it. Goosebumps crawled over his skin like spiders. His instincts screamed at him, "Hey, Saintess, what are you doing? It's just a ranking, come on." She said nothing, just slowly pulled the blindfold higher, halfway up, just enough to glimpse her eye dash. The instant her eye was partially revealed, he felt it. A crawling, twisting, burning sensation inside his skull, his knees buckled. His breath hitched. No, stop, he screamed, blood trickled from his nose. His very thoughts felt rewritten, and then, ARGHHFUCK. I forfeit. Eric dropped to his knees, clutching his skull, his eyes bled, his vision swam. He felt like his very soul had been dissected and catalogued, like he had been read and rewritten all at once. The Saintess calmly lowered the blindfold again. Eric's voice was hoarse, panicked. This isn't an SS rank talent. This is something else. This is, what even is this? He cursed under his breath, cursed his luck, cursed his father. He spat blood on the ground. He can't help but curse again in resentment. Screw you, Saintess. Elizabeth just looked at him with her usual soft smile, eyes hidden once more. I warned you, she whispered, then she turned and left the arena, her steps echoing in silence. Noah watched, an unreadable smile on his lips. So she went this far? Just for a ranking? In the original timeline, she hadn't cared about things like this. but now she was cracking. Looks like I got under your skin, Saintus. He didn't need to lift a finger. Just talk. Just plant the thoughts. That's the issue with intelligent people, they overthink, and Yanderus who overthink, ticking time bombs, she'll break. She's already unraveling, and maybe. Just maybe. He wanted to see it happen, then, his gaze shifted, to Elijah, and beside him, her, a girl with deep brown skin and eyes. Tribal tattoos like dancing flames, and a wild aura that oozed primal strength, Leona Beastfang. SS rank beast tamer, already clinging to Elijah like a magnet to steel. Noah's eyes narrowed. You again. In the original story, she'd been a minor nuisance. After all, he didn't care, he was just a reader who enjoyed the story, but here, she was an obstacle. To him. To his goals, but when he looked back at Elizabeth, who was smiling sweetly at Leona like they were long-lost friends, he caught it, the tiniest tremble in her fingers. He smirked. Never mind. I'll let you handle her, Elizabeth, he chuckled darkly. Let's see how long you can keep pretending, Saintus. Next duel, Malrique vs Rouge, all heads turned. In the center of the arena stood two figures, madness incarnate, Malrique cloaked in deathly aura, a void of control and bloodlust, Rouge, with her blood aura, grinning ear to ear, soaked in the thrill of battle. The moment the duel began, they moved, one step, then, the entire arena quaked, death versus blood. Madness versus madness, no holding back. Chapter 33. The ranking, 3, ha ha. You, what's your name? Let's be friends, Rouge laughed as her body crashed through the air, flung back by one of Malrique's grotesque undead giants. Blood gushed from her mouth, her limbs cracked and bruised. But she didn't care, because every drop of blood made her stronger, every wound, every moment on the brink awakened something deeper inside her. Malrique smirked, standing tall as decay spread around his feet. His blue hair fluttered wildly. I'm Malrique. Yes. Let's be friends, he raised his hand. Come forth, my undead. Serve your lord. A portal of shadows opened, and undead spilled out like a swarm. Giant skeletons with burning green eyes, malformed beasts, twisted knights, dozens of them. As if they had always been waiting in another realm, the crowd roared. Rouge's smile widened, something primal gleaming in her eyes, and for the first time, she pulled out a weapon. Twin gauntlets, forged black with blood-red veins pulsating through them. You ready, walking corpse, she whispered. Malrique smirked with the same maddened grin. Come at me, boom. The ground cracked as Rouge blasted forward, her fist trailing a blood-red arc behind her. A hail of blood spears erupted in the air, dozens of them launched at both Malrique and his army. Malrique simply gestured, and his undead shielded him, intercepting the attack like loyal servants leaping to take the hit. The battlefield turned into chaos. Blood exploded. Limbs flew. Undead were torn apart only to be replaced. Rouge fought like a beast possessed, unrelenting, explosive, utterly brutal. A blend of martial mastery and blood manipulation, but Malrique. He was a necromancer, not just any necromancer, a one-man army. His mana seemed endless. His will unbreakable. The moment an undead fell, another took its place. He drowned her with corpses, and so, it became a war of attrition, and no one wins a war of attrition against a necromancer. Eventually, Rouge collapsed onto the ground, chest heaving, blood caking her skin. Her eyes stared up at the sky, wide open, a crooked grin stitched into her face. Malrique walked up to her and offered a hand. You're a monster, Rouge. If you work on your stamina, I'll be the one in trouble next time. Rouge's grin stretched wider. I'm loving this school. I might be having an orgasm right now. I want to fight every day, all day, forever. Malrique blinked, then shook his head. You're more insane than I am, winner, Malrique. He offered his hand again. This time, Rouge grabbed it, her bloodied fingers locking with his. They walked back together, two lunatics, side by side. The crowd exploded. YSSSS. Two maniacs together, knew my Rouge. Fight me instead. Noah watched the chaos unfold from above, his expression unreadable. Malrique and Rouge. Those two were always close in the novel. It's already starting. He leaned back, unconcerned. He had no interest in being close to that blood-hungry woman. Too much trouble, he already had enough problems. Then, his name echoed. Next match, Yuki versus Noah. Noah blinked. Ah. Now this was something else. Standing in the arena opposite him was a girl with orange hair, matching eyes, and a katana strapped to her back. Yuki, a sword prodigy? No. That word didn't do her justice. She wasn't a prodigy. She was a phenomenon. A monster with a blade, and absolutely clueless in every other aspect of life, hopefully that makes her easier to win over. Noah thought, trying to stay optimistic. He stepped forward, his voice calm. Hello. I'm Noah Weaverheart. Nice to meet you. Let's have a friendly spar. Yuki stared at him. Yuki? She replied flatly. Yes. Friendly spar, his lip twitched. Yup. This is going to be a pain. Begin. Yuki unsheathed her sword, and the moment she did, her aura exploded. It was razor sharp. The kind of presence that cuts by existing. Even being near her felt like standing inside a blade. She lowered into a stance. Focused. Still, Noah didn't move. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. In the novel, she was known for one thing, one stance, one skill, one slash, and then, her voice echoed, as calm as her blade was deadly, one slash technique, slash of space, no warning, no build up, just, slash, and the attack was there, not traveling through space, just existing at the end point. The slash ignored distance, like it had always been in front of him. Noah's instincts screamed. He raised a wall of ice in front of him, slash, the ice shattered instantly. And blood leaked from Noah's palm. The crowd gasped. What was that? Did she just bypass distance? This girl's unreal. But in this academy, where children wielded A-rank and S-rank talents like toys, no one should be shocked, and yet, Yuki said nothing. Her eyes didn't change. She lowered into the stance again. Noah narrowed his eyes. This time, she moved faster. One slash technique, the heavy slash, but one, the force crushed downward. Noah's knees hit the ground. A suffocating weight bore down on him like a mountain had collapsed onto his shoulders. This is absurd. He looked up at Yuki, her gaze still dull and detached. Her expression never changed. Noah smiled through the pressure. Okay. You want serious? He raised his hand. Ice lotuses. Instantly, dozens of delicate ice lotuses bloomed around the arena, floating, spinning in silent beauty. The crowd stared in awe. Curls sparkled with admiration, but Yuki, her eyes widened just slightly. Noah saw the reaction. He whispered, explode. The arena turned white, everything became ice. Chapter 34 Sword of the Trickster. Everything had become ice. From the highest stands to the deepest corners of the arena, the world had turned to frozen beauty. Shards of light reflected off crystalline surfaces. Spectators held their breath, staring down at a battlefield that looked like a painting, ethereal, divine. But for Yuki, it was a nightmare. She stood in the middle of it all, her arms wrapped in frost, parts of her clothes torn, legs half frozen. But she wasn't someone who would shatter under pressure. No, she was a blade. Her aura flared, sharp and wild, slicing through the cold around her like a sword through silk. Ice hissed and cracked as her energy surged outward. Her orange eyes, burning with silent fury, locked onto Noah. He watched as he rose from his kneeling position with calm detachment, brushing ice dust from his shoulder. What a humiliation, Noah muttered, rising from his knee. And I even held back. Tisk, in the stands, Elijah leaned forward, his gaze fixed like a predator's, his golden eyes flicked between Noah and Yuki, measuring every movement. Every fluctuation of aura. Every twitch of intent. So, this is Noah's ice power. Incredible, yet despite the tension, he couldn't help but glance at Yuki's form, the way her body moved, the intensity in her stance. Just my type, the girls flanking him noticed. Leona grinned wickedly. You want her? That sword freak, I can help you have her if you want, Elijah chuckled, making no effort to hide the hunger in his eyes. I'd love that. You're amazing, Leona, she puffed her small chest proudly. Anything for you, Elijah, he smiled, savoring the game. A few seats away, Elizabeth sat stiffly, fingers clenched in her lap. Her thoughts were chaos. Her heart raced, though not from the cold. Elijah's eyes kept drifting. First Sophie. Now Leona. And Yuki, he wanted all of them, as if they're his. As if they belonged to him, and in her mind, she heard Noah's voice, echoing like a curse, eternity in agony. She shuddered. Are you all right, Saintess? Leona asked. Tone almost mocking to Elizabeth's ears. Elizabeth forced a gentle smile. It's nothing. Just the chill from Noah's magic. An SSS rank is something else, huh? Calm down. You're a saintess. You serve the goddess. Elijah is the goddess's chosen. You just have to serve him. Not feel, I can do this. I must. She squeezed her hands tighter and looked back toward the arena. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Noah's ice spears flew like comets. Yuki twisted through them with elegance, her feet barely touching the ground. One spear veered toward her heart, but midair, her body shifted. She didn't even land, just moved into her stance, balanced on nothing but instinct, and whispered. One slash technique, slash of sharpness, boom, every ice spear around her shattered, cleanly sliced mid-flight. She landed silently, staring Noah down. No emotion. No pride. Just relentless focus. Noah exhaled. He could have ended the fight minutes ago, but where was the fun in that? She's better than expected. No, she's exceptional, alright, Yuki. I want you. And I won't give Elijah a chance. Each girl had their path. Sophie needed someone to believe in her destiny to be the empress and support her toward that. Elizabeth is unique. For she needed to be abandoned by Elijah before she could ever open up to anyone else. She needed to break. She needed to do the unthinkable and be abandoned. And Yuki only cares about the sword. That was Elijah's path to her: swordsmanship, training, proximity. The classic route. Predictable, cliché, but I'm not him. I am not good with sword, but I have enough trick. Let me show you something to ponder upon, Yuki. Noah's grin sharpened. What about one final strike to decide the winner, he said, loud enough for the arena to hear. Gasps, silence. Even his mother, in her office, arched a brow. She knew her son never said anything without purpose. Yuki's eyes narrowed. Noah extended his hand, and crafted from ice, a katana took shape, perfect. Elegant. Almost identical to hers. The crowd buzzed, and for the first time since the match began. Yuki frowned. Are you mocking me? Noah's voice was calm. No. I'm being serious. She didn't speak again. But her aura said everything. It surged, cutting wind, screaming pressure, the promise of death. Noah smiled. I seem to have upset you. My apologies. He lifted the blade, not with proper form, not with refined posture. Just a trickster's loose grip. And then, his aura changed. Gone was the cold calm, now it was wild. Chaotic. Unpredictable. Noah activated his aura of trickster. Ho-oh, Yuki exhaled, and the world seemed to freeze again, not from ice, but from stillness. Spectators held their breath, even the wind paused. Then, her voice cut the air like a blade. One slash technique, fusion edition, penetrating slash of space. At the same moment, Noah whispered, Noah's improvised sword technique, sword of the trickster. They moved. Yuki's slash didn't travel, it simply appeared. A piercing, divine line through space, impossible to follow. It didn't strike Noah's body yet, but he felt it pierce him anyway. Shit, 10 layers of reinforced ice erupted between him and the slash, walls thick enough to stop a tank, but Yuki was stunned, because what she saw was not one slash, not two, but hundreds of slashes, spiraling, dancing, unpredictable. Trickster aura warped reality. Each illusion felt real. Each blade hummed with power. A storm of swordplay she had never witnessed before. Her heart skipped a beat. Illusions. Illusion swords. How? Beautiful, that was her last thought. Before, the two attacks collided, and the arena exploded, ice shattered. Stone crumbled. Magic barriers struggled to contain the shockwave. Dust rose like a curtain over the arena. Silence, then, roars. Screams. Applause. Madness. Chapter 35. Dear sister, the arena was shattered, the cheers were loud, wild, filled with bloodlust, madness, and raw excitement. A thick cloud of smoke and dust covered the battlefield. No one could see the outcome. Finally, the smoke cleared. The sight that emerged stunned everyone. In the ruined arena, Noah stood upright, calm at first glance, but the sharp-eyed saw the truth. He was injured. Badly. Yuki's last attack had truly been penetrating. Even through all his barriers, she'd struck him. Blood flowed steadily from his chest, soaking through his clothes. Noah chuckled softly. You're incredible, Yuki. I truly underestimated you. His voice was low, unheard by the spectators. He was genuinely surprised. He thought with his power, no one his age could match him. Granted, he hadn't used his other auras, but still, this was an exception. This generation is insane. He looked ahead. There, lying on her back, was Yuki. Bleeding, eyes fixed on the sky as if in a trance. Noah stepped closer. So, how was that last strike of mine? Yuki's eyes focused slowly. She turned her gaze toward him and said, simply, but with raw, heavy emotion, teach me, that was it. Just that. But the weight behind those words made the air shift. Noah smiled slightly. Why would I do that? You just tried to kill me, did you forget? I'm sorry, she said, still breathless. Teach me now. Noah's lips twitched. Is a sorry enough? Where did this girl grow up? He sighed. We'll talk about that once we're in the academy. He turned and walked away. Yuki's eyes never left his back. He had what he came for. Her attention. That was enough, for now. As he left, Noah looked up, locking eyes with Elijah, who was watching him from the stands with a deep frown. Noah grinned. Wide. Unapologetic, mocking, winner, Noah Weaverheart. The crowd erupted in cheers. Damon watched with a wide smile. He was enjoying every second. These kids. They were monsters. Elijah clenched his fists. He didn't know why, but he felt it. If he didn't act soon, the same thing that happened with Sophie would happen with Yuki. His expression darkened. It was one thing to take Sophie away from him, but now. Yuki, his women, his eyes hardened. He had never truly seen Noah as an enemy. Even with the quest, he only saw him as an obstacle. Something to step over. He was the chosen one, he believed in his destiny, but this crossed a line, okay, he thought, cold fury in his eyes. It's personal now, Noah. What he didn't know was that for Noah, it had always been personal. Next match, Leona versus Lucius. Leona grinned and turned to Elijah. It's my turn, Elijah. Cheer me on. Elijah snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Of course. You'll win easily. Leona puffed her chest proudly and made her way to the arena. In the center stood Lucius, a boy with jet black hair and average features, but his power was far from average, his talent, anti-mana. Around him, mana ceased to exist. What he touched, he drained. He held a deep black sword that radiated ominous energy. Leona looked at him, unimpressed. Begin. Lucius acted immediately, slashing out a black arc of energy. Leona responded instantly. Come forth, baby. A massive panda appeared out of nowhere, tanking the hit without flinching. But Leona wasn't done. Russia, Lanlan, Boreal, Ricky, Tata, Taunton. All of you, come forth. Lucius's face paled. Wait, hey? Isn't this too much? His voice cracked. Leona smirked. I want to impress someone, you see. So? Forgive me, she said it in mock honesty, FCK. Lucius cursed, but didn't back down. That was his mistake. 7A rank beasts swarmed him from every direction. He nearly died. Winner, Leona, easy win, she said casually, before making all her beasts vanish into her soul space. And finally, it was time, the fight that no one expected, but everyone now waited for. Next match, Elijah versus Patricia. Elijah walked into the arena, his expression calm, detached. Patricia stood before him, silent as always. Elijah looked at her. Do you remember how you treated me back in the day, sister? Patricia was quiet for a moment before answering. I didn't do anything to you, and that was true. Patricia had never lifted a hand or a words against him. But she had never helped either. And that was Elijah's issue. That's the problem, he said, voice trembling with rising fury. You saw everything. How they mocked me. Called me bastard. Son of a whore. How they beat me for just lifting my head. He paused. The air changed. The temperature rose. Power surged around him. You saw all of it. And you did nothing. Not because you couldn't. But because you didn't even see me as your brother. To you, I was filth, far away, in the Stoneheart domain. Oliver watched with a clenched jaw. If he had known the boy would awaken such power, be blessed by the goddess, he would have acted differently. Too late, in the church, Crystal, Elijah's mother, watched through projections. Pain shimmered in her eyes. Only she truly knew what her son had endured. Even the crowd fell into silence, for the first time. They listened. Only Noah and Sophie clicked their tongues. Noah because this was too cliché. Cringe, Sophie because it annoyed her. Patricia finally answered, expression unchanged. I didn't see you as a brother. Just like that, Elijah stared at her. His golden eyes burned like holy fire, and now, he asked. Do you see me as a brother now, dear sister of mine? For the first time, Patricia smiled, but to Elijah, it looked like mockery. Yes, she said. Now, I see you as a brother. Now. You are worthy. His silence, the audacity, ha ha ha. Noah laughed aloud. But he was the only one who found it funny, because the next moment, Elijah vanished. he appeared an inch from Patricia, his flaming sword already activated. Then go fuck yourself. Chains of fire and light exploded, binding Patricia instantly. She couldn't move. Couldn't react. Before she even realized what happened, Elijah's sword pierced her chest. Slowly, "Arggsh," she screamed in agony. Her body thrashed, but it was useless. The chains held firm. Elijah's power was overwhelming. She tried to activate her holy flame to heal. Elijah smirked. Go ahead. Heal. We have all the time in the world. More swords appeared, dozens of them, burning bright. Each one drove into her. One after the other, the pain was unbearable. The cheers had stopped. Now, the crowd was silent. Shocked, Aiden clenched his fists so tight, blood poured down, his eyes burned with hatred. Noah, saying this scene, sighed and said quietly, vengeful. Arrogant. Lustful. Elijah, you are many things. Things that should have gotten you killed in this world, but you're powerful. Talented. Determined. The goddess's favorite. He stared at the scene, at the blood, the fire, the silence. Even now, while Elijah tortured his own sister, the world still loved him. Some even cheered for him. How ridiculous. Noah's aura turned cold, so cold, it could freeze hell itself. Even now they cheer for you. But they won't when I am done. Chapter 36. You said it. The scene was brutal. Elijah stood over his sister, expression unreadable, as flames crackled around her motionless form. The crowd, once loud, had fallen into an uneasy silence. There was no mercy in his eyes, only justice, twisted and scorching hot. Some whispered that they understood him, that they felt his pain. The humiliation, the loneliness, the violence he'd endured, it made sense, but others, they watched with disgust. What a hero! What a chosen one, Malric muttered, his voice a quiet, venom-laced sneer. How disgusting. Next to him, Rouge, usually grinning like a maniac at any sign of blood, stood stiff. Jaw tight. She liked fights. She liked challenges. This was torture. Elizabeth didn't flinch. Her gaze remained on Elijah, unreadable. She didn't really care about Patricia. She only cares about the goddess's chosen one. Leona, on the other hand, was smiling like she'd just fallen in love. And finally, that's enough. Damon's voice wasn't loud, but it slammed down like thunder. The flames extinguished instantly. Elijah didn't move at first. His golden eyes met Damon's, still burning. Then he clicked his tongue and turned away. Patricia didn't scream. She couldn't. Her body twitched in unnatural spasms, covered in charred burns. Her mind? Who knew if it was still there? The medics rushed in. Winner, Elijah, the crowd roared, but there was something off. The cheers didn't carry joy. It was fear. Awe. Unease. Damon stepped forward. We now have our top 8. From here on, the real games begin. The dean, your future teachers, they're watching. You can gain the favors of your future teachers if you do well. Noah raised his hand like he was in class. What about the dean's favor? That up for grabs? Damon raised a brow. Technically, yes. But I've never seen it happen. And let me be clear, this academy has seen geniuses more terrifying than you. Noah grinned. Challenge accepted. Damon sighed. Next match, Sophie versus Aiden. Ouahh. Princess. The crowd came alive again. Noah turned to Sophie. Confidence check, 100%. She didn't even blink. He stepped closer and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her in. In front of everyone, in front of Elijah, who seems ready to cut him into pieces, in front of the emperor, who at that moment was shaking the palace walls with sheer fury, but Noah didn't care. This wasn't just a hug, it was a claim. Sophie stiffened at first, then leaned in. She knew what this was. You're getting me into trouble, dear husband, she murmured. Noah smirked. Then I'll be the one to get you out, dear wife. She smiled and walked to the arena. Across from her, Aiden stood still. Fire radiating from his skin, the air rippling around him. Let's not waste time, he growled. Move. I have someone else to deal with. Sophie's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid I can't do that. The signal dropped. Begin, Aiden erupted. Crimson flames shot out, the heat rising instantly. His aura distorted the air, promising death. Sophie didn't move. Red lightning coiled around her like a serpent. Her aura flared, and suddenly the battlefield wasn't just hot. It was heavy. Royal. Unbreakable, she walked the path of the Empress. So her aura had to show that Aiden's confidence cracked. Just a little, Sophie stepped forward, and in a blink, she vanished. She reappeared right in front of him. Lightning spear in hand, aiming straight for his heart, Aiden reacted fast. Fire exploded beneath him, shooting him backward. Flames burst from his palms as he hurled fireballs the size of boulders. Sophie dodged effortlessly until the ground under her cracked. Fire erupted, boom. She vanished in a wave of flame. Aiden didn't stop. He kept launching flames, barrage after barrage, until the arena looked like a volcano had erupted. He stood there, chest heaving, then, a crack, a red flash, a spear burst through his chest from behind. Sophie stood, her body scorched, her armor cracked, one eye shut, her left arm limp. But her gaze was steel, her voice, low and cold. Cut through the flames, forfeit. Or I'll burn you from the inside out. Aiden stared down, coughing blood. He gritted his teeth, not at her, but at himself, weak. Still too weak, he lowered his head. Sophie didn't let up. Even if you beat me, she said, voice louder now, you wouldn't have been able to touch him. The crowd froze, they knew exactly who she meant. Elijah's eyes flicked toward her. He smirked faintly. Happy to know that Sophie is aware of his strength. He almost forgot the incident with Noah and Sophie hugging each other, but Sophie is not done yet. Sophie turned her head slightly. But you don't have to worry, she added, grinning, Noah's grin, wild and smug. Someone else will put him in his place. Aiden coughed. Who? Sophie's voice dropped to a purr, her smile sharp as lightning. My husband, of course. Noah Weaverheart. Silence, the entire arena froze, and then, damn right she said it. Noah's voice echoed like thunder, cocky as hell. He stood in the stands, both arms raised like a king already crowned, grinning like the devil. Sophie rolled her eyes, but she couldn't hide her smile. Chapter 37 Beautiful Soul, winner, Sophie Castria. The crowd exploded, but the thunder of applause was for her, not just the win. She hadn't just survived. She dominated. Noah was already waiting at the edge of the arena. He handed her a potion, grinning, you were a beast out there. That red lightning, seriously, where'd you pull that from? Sophie drank the potion in one go, exhaling sharply as her burns began to fade. With effort, she said, pride dancing in her voice. And with talent, of course. Noah raised an eyebrow. Your talent's practically cheating. If you use it well, no one's gonna be able to stop you. He paused, flashing his signature smirk. Well, no one except maybe me. She rolled her eyes. Delusional, confident, he corrected. Next duel, Elijah versus Leona. The arena fell into a hush. Elijah and Leona stepped into the ring. They didn't speak. They didn't need to, everyone already knew. Leona raised her voice. I forfeit, and that was it. No fight. No fire. No challenge, the audience grumbled. But what could they say? She was obsessed with him, everyone saw it. Luck of the draw. Nothing illegal, and if there's one thing the protagonist always has, it's luck. Winner, Elijah. The cheers were half-hearted. Only his loyal cult of fans roared like lunatics. The rest stayed quiet. Damon didn't comment. He never did, because luck? Luck's a weapon, too. Next duel, Malrique versus Aphasia. The temperature in the arena dropped as Aphasia entered. The silver-haired, dark-skinned elf stood across from Malrique, calm, expressionless. Her eyes, pale pink, shimmered like glass over deep waters. Malrique felt it immediately. Pressure. Threat. As if the very nature itself wanted him dead, but he didn't flinch. I am death, he muttered, summoning his aura. And death fears no one. Begin, Malrique shouted. Rise. Rotting arms broke through the ground. Dozens, then hundreds of undead clawed their way to the surface. The arena filled with decay, thick and heavy like a rotting swamp. Aphasia frowned. Disgusting. She lifted her hand. Her voice was soft, but it echoed, wind spirit. Fire spirit. Earth spirit, come. Elements ignited around her like a celestial storm. Merge, winds howled. Fire raged. The ground split into molten rivers, lava. The air screamed as the floor transformed into a bubbling inferno. Undead burned before they even fully emerged. Ash choked the sky. Malrique cursed, flying up on a skeletal beast. But Aphasia didn't blink. Bring him down. The wind spirit unleashed a cyclone. The sky spun. Malrik's mount twisted midair, lost control, and plummeted, splash, straight into the lava. Argish, he screamed as flames swallowed him whole. Then, silence. Winner, aphasia, she turned and walked away without a glance. Final duel of the round, begin. Noah stood opposite Elizabeth, he wasn't surprised. Just intrigued. They didn't move. Not right away. How have you been since our last chat, Saintess? Noah asked lightly, hands in his pockets. Elizabeth's face remained blank. Cold. I know you saw what I said. I know you've seen what's coming if you keep choosing silence. The audience blinked in confusion. Their conversation made no sense to anyone but them. Noah tilted his head. Ready to carry the weight of doing nothing, Elizabeth's fingers twitched. Just barely. What's your goal? She asked finally. What did he do to you that makes you act like this? You wouldn't get it, Noah said, voice quieter now. But trust me. I'm doing you a favor. Her brow furrowed. Once we're in the academy, he added, the real game starts. I only care about the special ones. The others? They will surely flock around the light. He leaned forward slightly. Will you keep up? Will you still stay silent? Silence. Then, she moved. Elizabeth raised her hand, slowly, purposefully, and touched the edge of her blindfold. Noah's smile vanished. You should stop talking now, she said, voice sharp as ice. She pulled off the blindfold, and everything stopped. Her eyes. They weren't just strange, they were impossible. They shimmered with every color at once. An endless spiral of light and madness. They weren't eyes. They were truth. Noah stepped back. Involuntarily, a coldness seeped into his bones. His heart skipped. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt real fear. Existential fear. He can sense it. Even his title, the Reincarnator, couldn't protect him from this. Elizabeth stared. What a beautiful soul, her voice was. Distant. As if seeing something else entirely, Noah's breath caught. What the hell is this? Elizabeth's talent in the novel was only described as prophesy type of talent. Someone who can read the future. She is blindfolded because she can't control it yet, but this? This is something else entirely. He forced his system to respond. System. Show me Elizabeth's talent, hollow oracle, SSS rank, partially sealed. What the fuck? He couldn't move, and she wasn't even attacking yet. Chapter 38 chained. Noah had no words. What he was feeling couldn't be named. This wasn't fear. It wasn't awe. It was as if something had peeled open his soul, laid it bare, naked under a divine gaze, not eyes. Something worse, Elizabeth's voice echoed in his mind. What a beautiful soul. His frown deepened, instinctively, his aura of limitlessness ignited, veiling his soul in endless depths. An infinite chasm of being, unknowable, unreachable. Instantly, the visibility of his soul vanished. Hidden from all perception, but she still stared. Your soul, she whispered, her head tilting ever so slightly. Even Elijah's radiant, endless, like a sun that never dies, doesn't come close. Her voice now only existed in his mind. Private. Intimate. Terrifying. It's like something that could freeze entire universes. Birthstorms across dimensions. I see both life and death in you. And yet neither. It's illusionary, uncertain, chaotic, but the pressure it emits, she inhaled sharply, almost shivering. That it's limitless, almost divine. What are you? Noah didn't answer. To the outside world, it looked like they were just staring at each other, silent and still, after Elizabeth removed her blindfold. But inside his mind, they stood within a domain of lightning and ice, shaped by his will. A fortress of illusions, wrapped in crushing, cosmic pressure. Even if someone broke the barrier, they'd find nothing but infinite blackness. He finally spoke. How are you inside my mind? Elizabeth blinked. Inside? She played dumb. Her tone innocent. What skills did you use? He already knew the answer, but wouldn't say it out loud. Last I heard, you were a seer. A prophet, she smiled. That same soft, sharp smile. That too, I can see the future. Fate. The strings that guide choices. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. I can access memories. Twist them. Erase them. I can see souls. And if I choose, destroy them so completely that even reincarnation becomes impossible. Then she added casually, oh, and yes. My talent is SSS rank. Noah's mind raced. Why are you telling me all this? Because, she said, you're the first person I've ever met who can block me. At first, I saw your soul. But now? It's gone. Hidden beneath something endless. Is that your aura? She leaned in, her eyes wide with wonder. Even Elijah's mind cannot hide from my eyes. But he is shielded by the goddess, but you're doing it alone. She was trembling now. Her voice breathless, that makes you real. Untouched. Beautiful, Noah's body tensed. Her tone had shifted, too gentle. Too intimate, you should have told me from the start, Noah. She smiled, voice soft as silk. If you had. I'd have chosen you instead, he blinked. What? I've spent my whole life searching for someone like you. Someone I can look at without hearing screams. Without seeing lifetimes in a blink. Without losing myself in someone else's chaos. She stepped forward, close enough for him to feel her breath. I found you. Noah couldn't move. This wasn't about power anymore. This was obsession. And he was at the center of it. Elizabeth's face hovered just an inch from his. Do you know why I cling to Elijah? Why I need his attention? Noah raised an eyebrow. Because you're insane? She didn't even blink. No. Even after the goddess sealed part of my power, my talent, even with this blindfold, I still hear voices. Whispers of madness, rage, laughter. Thoughts that aren't mine. Lives I've never lived, only when I'm near Elijah. Is there silence? Noah paused. Then muttered, wait. That means, yes, she said. The goddess made it that way. She tied me to him. Made it so I'd never stray far. My entire sanity depends on his presence, she laughed. Not loud. Not joyful, broken. So even if you succeeded in your plan, if I'd gone mad and killed every girl near him, I'd still be stuck. Still leashed to him, but now. Her eyes locked onto his. Now it's different. She stepped closer. Again, I don't know what your aura is, Noah. But it blocks the voices. It's like I'm wrapped in infinite layers of protection. Silence. Peace, her voice trembled. Her eyes were glowing. It was mesmerizing, but also terrifying. You've done something only the goddess ever could. You've silenced the voices, that's incredible. Noah raised an eyebrow. He had no idea what to say anymore. So he sat down, conjuring an ice chair from his mental domain. But Noah is Noah after all. He may be overwhelmed, but he was never powerless, and now he had leverage. I can use this to my advantage. Then let's make a deal, Noah said calmly. He leaned back, eyes steady. I'll cloak your mind with my aura. Constantly. No more whispers. No more madness. In exchange, tell me about your goddess. The truth. Why would a deity choose a champion in the first place? Don't lie, it's not just about fighting demons and monsters. Things don't add up. Elizabeth's gaze darkened. Her posture changed. I can't, Noah frowned. Why? Because I don't know the full reason. And even if I did, I can't say. She's a goddess, Noah. You don't talk about them without them listening. I won't risk my position as saintess for you. Because losing it means my death. The goddess will never let me go with my life. Ask for something else. Noah's eyes narrowed. You're acting like you have options. You said it yourself. I'm the only one who can stop those whispers besides the goddess. But unlike her, I don't chain you to Elijah, and you know it, Elizabeth. You're seeing it. Elijah's attention is slipping away. Soon, he won't look at you at all. You want to keep depending on someone who doesn't even see you, or do you want to stay sane? Elizabeth flinched slightly. Noah stood. Slowly. His aura shifted, no longer passive. No longer gentle. Limitlessness turned lethal. Elizabeth gasped, recoiling. The pressure struck her like a crashing wave. His voice dropped cold. Playtime's over, Saintess. He stepped forward. One step. Just enough to make her eyes widen. Get the fuck out of my mind. Chapter 39. Rising Fury. Cough, cough. Elizabeth coughed harshly as she looked up at Noah. Her gaze shaky, filled with surprise and pain. She had been forcefully ejected from his mind, and the backlash had hit her like a hammer. Noah stood over her, eyes indifferent. He had played long enough. It was time to be serious. I wonder, Saintess, he said calmly, what happens when your power doesn't work on someone? At that moment, frost bloomed around him. So cold. So lethal. The temperature around them dropped drastically. Elizabeth shivered, instinctively stepping back, but Noah wasn't done in a single step. He ignored distance, appearing instantly before her. Elizabeth yelped in surprise, but Noah's hand moved faster, his palm pressed to her forehead, his voice was extremely cold, ice of blood. He activated the new skill gained after his A-rank breakthrough. Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock and horror. Her gaze, normally an absolute nightmare for anyone else, meant nothing against Noah's limitless aura. Useless, without her gaze, she is just another ordinary woman, she cannot fight. Not resist either. Noah's ice power was a nightmare. Her blood began to freeze, her circulation slowed. Her strength drained rapidly, her body grew numb. Weak, she collapsed to the ground. Eyes losing focus, consciousness slipping away, she was on the brink of death, but just as she was about to fall fully into the void, Noah stopped. Elizabeth gasped desperately for breath. Her lungs fought to pull in air as she trembled on the ground. The audience stared in confusion. They had no idea what Noah had done. No one did, no one. Except Damon, the professors, and the dean, and right now, they were watching with fascination. With excitement, wow. Who is this monster? A huge, bald man with a deep, booming voice said. His face full of excitement, freezing someone's blood directly inside their body? That kind of ice control, what kind of talent does he have? Another teacher, a woman with deep blue hair and matching eyes, nodded. Her eyes glinted fiercely while watching this fight, right? That's no small feat, and the Saintess isn't normal either. To enter someone's mind like that. Incredible. The rest of the staff remained quiet, but all were in agreement, these two were worth watching. But more than that, they are worth teaching, they're worth nurturing with care, one finally said. Right, Dean. All eyes turned toward the head of the table, a stunning woman in her 30s with flawless white hair and white piercing eyes. Her figure was perfect, every movement graceful, her beauty otherworldly. But looked at her, the only thing you could think of is white. You can't explain it, it's just the vibe she gave off. She stared at the projection for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Yes. Indeed, her voice was smooth, filled with quiet, unshakable authority. But, it's as if multiple people were speaking at the same time, eerie. But strangely hypnotic and pleasing to the ears. No one spoke after that. Their attention returned to the arena. Noah looked down at Elizabeth's trembling figure. Do I have to tell you to forfeit? He asked coldly. Elizabeth gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with indignation, but finally spat the words, I forfeit, winner. Noah didn't wait. He turned immediately, but as he walked away, he left her with parting words. My offer is still on the table. I'll be waiting for you, when you're desperate enough, when you start losing your sanity day by day. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. They didn't know what he had done, but he looked cool, and that's what mattered to them. We're in the semifinals, Damon announced. The first duel will be between Elijah Stoneheart and Sophie Castria. Elijah stood before Sophie, face solemn. Begin. He wasted no time. Is this the Emperor's will? He asked sharply. Sophie tilted her head. Innocently, what do you mean? Don't act dumb. Elijah's voice was laced with irritation. The Emperor promised me your hand in marriage. So why do I see you with another man? Showing him affection, publicly? From the stands, Noah grinned, the crowd leaned in. Drama. And they love drama, but in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was shaking, his gaze was locked on Sophie through the projection, his fury barely contained. He turned sharply toward Emily, who looked on in apparent surprise. You weren't aware of this? Rome asked, voice trembling with rage, but Emily was no pushover, acting was her game. How could I know? She replied, her voice shaky and filled with surprise. You know how arrogant she is. She never listens to me. Rome fell silent, rage burning inside. The humiliation was overwhelming. Contact Isaac and Albert. His voice was like ice. Cold. Tell them to take care of Sophie. Make her understand her duty. His gaze turned deadly, or I will act myself. But Emily's eyes, hidden from him, were even colder. You want to touch my dear daughter? Dream on. The game had begun, and the chess pieces were moving. In the arena, Sophie stood tall and calm. I am my own person, she said clearly. I marry whoever I want. And I choose Noah Weaverheart, my childhood friend. My love. The one who's always stood beside me. I don't care if you're blessed or not. But stop looking at me like I belong to you. Her voice turned colder. Sharp like thunder. Keep those eyes off me. Elijah was silent for a moment, then spoke. Or what? Your dear husband will beat me up? Or will you? Sophie smiled coldly. I'm no match for you. For now, she turned her back on him, walking away. But don't get too confident. Noah will beat you. And when someone without a blessing does, I'll follow, I forfeit. Her voice rang across the arena, clear. Defiant, Elijah's jaw clenched. He turned to Noah, whose grin was wide. Mocking. Confident, I'm waiting for you to beat me up, Noah, Elijah said coldly. Oh yeah, Noah replied with a laugh, definitely. You should. Chapter 40. It's your turn. The public buzzed with excitement. They couldn't help but eagerly anticipate the inevitable clash between Elijah and Noah, but before that showdown, one battle remained, Noah versus Aphasia, and that fight was about to begin. Aphasia stood across from Noah, and for the first time since the tournament began, she spoke. You seem awfully confident that you'll win and make it to the finals. Her eyes gleamed. For all we know, I might be the one to win, Noah chuckled lightly, finding her quite cute. Yes, that's certainly possible. He tilted his head slightly, sarcasm playing on his lips. But you wouldn't do that to me, right? That would be so embarrassing. Will you really stop me from meeting my destiny? Aphasia smiled. A small but sweet smile. This human intrigued her. Like everyone else, she could feel the threat he posed, an undeniable pressure that didn't match what he had shown so far, which could only mean one thing: he was holding back. Of course, she was too, but how much? That's what she wanted to find out. I'm afraid I can't let you pass just like that. I'm curious about the strength of the one going so openly against the chosen one. She raised a hand and smiled. So, let's give it our all, shall we? Aphasia made her decision. She would fight at full power. She will show him what she is truly capable of, queen of the spirit of fire. Come. Instantly, a powerful pressure filled the arena. Beside Aphasia appeared a spirit, a woman made entirely of flame. Her eyes were molten fire, wings translucent and glowing, a crown of flame atop her head. Her ears were long and pointed like an elf's. Only elves could perceive and communicate with spirits, but Aphasia was no ordinary elf. Her rare, unmatched talent allowed her to not just communicate but command even the ruler of the elemental spirits, the sole SSS-ranked talent of the elven domain. Noah smiled at the sight. Since coming to this academy, SSS-ranked talents are starting to feel pretty ordinary. He shook his head slightly. Fortunately, I have something above SSS. And more of those will come. He looked into Aphasia's eyes, curious. From what he'd read, this elf never became part of Elijah's harem, at least not within the first 50 chapters. I get it. She's highborn, an elf, extremely proud, and that SSS-ranked talent of hers is unique. Controlling spirits of all affinities? That's rare. How do you even put a ceiling on someone like that? He exhaled slowly. Well, I'll think about that later. For now, he had to focus. Aphasia was making her move. Merge with me, she commanded. The fire spirit queen entered her body in an instant. Aphasia transformed, her hair ignited into flowing fire. Her skin glowed with dark warmth, and her eyes shone like miniature suns. She stood tall, divine, like a flame goddess descending upon a mortal. But Noah was no ordinary mortal. If you were going to merge with a spirit queen, why choose fire? Knowing who I am, he asked, curious. He tilted his head. Or is she the only one you can use right now? What a shame, truly a shame. Fire wasn't her true affinity, it lacked the depth and mastery she needed. And against Noah, the very incarnation of ice, it was practically a guaranteed defeat. Aphasia didn't respond. Instead, she formed a bow from flame. As an elf, archery was in her blood. Without delay, she fired a series of blazing arrows, fast and deadly. Noah dodged easily, weaving through them. But suddenly, an arrow appeared right before his face, about to pierce his right eye. He twisted midair, coating his hand in ice and swatting the arrow aside. Boom! The force of the impact sent him flying backward. He skidded across the ground but slammed his foot down just in time, stopping himself from flying out of the arena. As he raised his head, Aphasia was already there, her fist, wrapped in fire, aimed straight for his face. Noah stepped back and instantly teleported to the other side of the arena. He looked across at Aphasia, whose punch hung frozen in the air. You're strong. Really strong, he nodded. Your talent is incredibly versatile. Through the spirits, you can wield every element. Even space and time. He paused. That's amazing. But Noah decided to show her why she wouldn't win. He activated his aura, but this time, not just ice, and lightning. In an instant, the air turned frosted and electrified. The crowd gasped, eyes widened. Elijah, Elizabeth, even Sophie stared in disbelief. Not just the audience, everyone in the Empire watching through projections blinked in shock. Lightning? Since when does he have lightning affinity? I thought it was only ice, the murmurs began, but Noah didn't care. The moment he activated his aura, his affinities surged, his power deepened, he prepared his signature explosive skill. Ice coated his right hand, lightning danced in his left, he grinned at Aphasia. Brace yourself, princess. This one's going to hurt. Aphasia's eyes widened. Clap. He clapped his hands together. A wave of ice and lightning erupted, freezing the air and burning it all at once. Once again, the entire training ground was destroyed by Noah. The arena became a frozen landscape, with purple and silver lightning arcing wildly, leaving the air charged and unstable, and in the middle of that chaos, Noah stood. Untouched, his aura flared, frost and lightning shimmering in his purple hair, his eyes, mirrors of frozen light, with lightning flickering through them. His hands rested behind his back. At that moment, he looked like a deity of ice and lightning, not a human, not a mage, something more, something divine. He slowly turned his head toward the stands, his eyes locked onto Elijah, and for the first time, Noah wasn't mocking him. There was no humor, he wasn't smiling. His gaze turned cold, so cold that simply holding it made you feel frostbite creep into your bones. It's your turn. Blessed 1, Chapter 41 Noah vs. Elijah 1. The arena, freshly rebuilt, the ground still smelled of smoke and scorched manna and ice from the last battle. Aphasia had been taken away. Now, the storm everyone waited for had arrived. Noah versus Elijah, the two stood still, face to face in the middle of the arena. The silence was deafening, no words. Just pressure. The crowd didn't dare to breathe. They sat frozen, statues carved by fear and awe. Their eyes wide, desperate not to miss a single frame. Noah's lightning had already shattered their expectations. But they didn't know, Noah wasn't done. He had space and time affinities buried deep within. No skills yet to wield them. But soon, for now, he didn't need them, he was already enough, or so he thought. Elijah's golden eyes stared at Noah. Calm on the surface, but rage simmered underneath. This wasn't just a duel. This was personal, from the very beginning of these trials. Noah had been provoking him, hunting the girls Elijah desired, mocking him with every glance. It wasn't subtle. It was deliberate, he was doing it in purpose, and Elijah wasn't stupid. He had noticed it, he just didn't understand why, but it didn't matter. Hostility was all he needed. Whoever dared to show hostility towards him will not receive any mercy from him. His body radiated fire. The arena's temperature soared. The floor cracked beneath his feet, his eyes ignited, molten gold. Noah tilted his head. Seems you're done thinking. He stepped forward lazily. So, chosen one, he raised his chin. You ready to dance? A flicker of movement, then Noah vanished, before Elijah could even respond. Noah was already in front of him, a punch mid-swing. Elijah reacted instinctively, palm raised, caught it. The impact boomed. Sparks and frost exploded around them. Sneaking up on me now? Elijah hissed, flames consuming his arm. Noah smiled, not sneaking. Just checking your reflexes. You are not bad. His eyes surged, and boom, the two launched backward in opposite directions. Steam burst across the arena from the clash of fire and frost. Noah didn't stop. His aura flared, ice and lightning roaring together. He dashed forward. A lightning-forged javelin materialized in his hand. With a smooth throw, he hurled it like a god of war. The ground beneath froze, turning the battlefield into a treacherous sheet of blue ice. Elijah didn't flinch, his fire aura erupted. The ice beneath him melted instantly. With a calm step, he caught the lightning javelin mid-flight barehanded. His strength was terrifying. He spun, then flipped it back with absurd force. And vanished, lightspeed teleportation. His speed was incredible, even Noah didn't manage to react in time. He reappeared behind Noah as the javelin returned to him. Boom, Noah blocked it mid-turn only to be blinded by a flash of light in his face. TCH, crack, a fist to the gut. The impact sent Noah flying, slammed into the ground hard enough to crater it. His shirt torn, blood on his lips. The arena gasped, but Elijah wasn't done. From above, he appeared again. Floating. Wings of pure light spread behind him. Looking like an angel from the heaven, holy, his hand glowed, a massive golden fireball forming. Chains of light whipped from his palm, locking Noah down like glowing serpents. Elijah's voice was cold, burn, but the explosion swallowed the field in smoke and fire. The stands erupted. Elijah, number 1. The chosen one, cheers shook the city, but not everyone celebrated. The geniuses watched in silence. Noah's allies Thester, his shadow, his beast Neko watched without emotion. Eyes like still water. Selene, far away, frowned but didn't worry. She knew this wasn't the end. Elijah knew too. He stood in the air quietly, forming a blade in each hand, one of fire, one of light. Twin swords forged through talent and years of quests, battles, and awakenings. Elijah was a monster in his own right, but then the smoke cleared, the crowd froze. Noah sat there, unbothered, chains of light still wrapped around him, but surrounding him a shimmering dome of ice and lightning, a barrier, a last-minute defense, cracked. Flickering. But still standing, Noah looked up, expression calm, then he broke the chains with a twist of his aura, crack, they shattered like glass. He stood, brushing dust from his ruined clothes. Blood on his chin, but his posture? Straight. Calm. Dangerous, you're truly good, Elijah, his voice echoed softly, calm yet filled with steel, you actually made me bleed. With my aura active and me being serious, no one should have been able to do that, but yes, that you are the chosen one after all, everyone felt the pressure. Even from the stands, it was suffocating. Damon, watching, laughed softly, monsters. They're almost on the same level as that damn student council president. Noah cracked his neck. I told my mother I'd beat all your asses today. Now look at me. Bleeding with the tattered clothes, he shook his head wryly, but then, he grinned, guess I'll just have to stop holding back, for real this time. Elijah hovered above him, eyes narrowed. Voice colder than ever, am I supposed to be happy hearing this? That I am the only one that makes you bleed, you think I'm like the others? I was chosen Noah. Over billions, that means I'm better than all of you. He spat the words. Noah just smiled, then, his aura vanished, no lightning. No ice, just silence, then, boom, a new aura exploded from him, not elemental. Not magic, authority. Noah had activated aura of the ruler, the air crushed downward, the skies darkened. The crowd began to sweat, those with weak mana nearly fainted, even Damon raised a brow, Noah's silver eyes burned like stars of frost, he looked up at Elijah. Voice heavy. Unrelenting, great speech, Elijah, now let's end the delusion, because right now, I'm done playing. He stepped forward, each step reverberated like thunder, and get the fuck down, not when you talk to me. The aura hit Elijah like a meteor, he dropped, wings flickering, knees slamming into the earth, face gritted under unbearable pressure. It wasn't a spell. It was dominance. It was authority. The ruler had spoken, and so, you had no choice but to obey. Chapter 42 Noah vs. Elijah 2. Noah stood tall, eyes sharp, face still. He looked down on the kneeling Elijah, unshaken. Expressionless, his voice didn't come. His silence said enough, the public, shocked. Paralyzed. Awed, what? Is this, someone finally breathed, a new aura? No, wait. He has two auras, even the most cynical ones now sat forward, pupils dilated, two auras, not one, two, lightning and ice was already overwhelming. They were two very versatile elements, but this, an aura of pure authority, a force that didn't just crush, it commanded. The stands erupted with gasps, whispers, disbelief, because being able to have two auras at only 15 years old was unheard of. What kind of monster is he? But Noah didn't care, he didn't hear them, he didn't need their praise or their fear or their acknowledgement. He only saw Elijah, and he hadn't finished yet. Across the field, even the top talents, Sophie, Yuki, Aphasia, Rouge, Malric, watched in stunned silence. Two auras, at his age, and not just any aura, this was ruler type. Similar to Sophie's Empress aura. But colder. Sharper. Heavier, something worse. Elijah's teeth clenched. Muscles tensed, his body shook, but not from weakness, from fury. The ground beneath him cracked, light fractured the space around him like glass under pressure, and slowly, he raised his head, his golden eyes met Noah's silver. His voice cold, you think you're the only one with more than one aura? Crack, the space around him shattered. He vanished from under the ruler's weight, appearing meters away in a burst of twisted gravity, tattered clothes. Blood dripping, but his stance unbreakable. Around him, space warped and shattered, as if rejecting his very presence. Noah narrowed his eyes, tch. That aura of space destruction. When Elijah clenched his fist, the space where Noah had been ripped apart, folding inward like a collapsing star. The crowd exploded again, all rippling like waves. Professors from their seats were surprised. Even the dean leaned slightly forward, since when one whispered, having two auras at 15 old years is a common thing? A legit question. But these two were monsters. Noah activated a new aura of the trickster. His aura shifted again. The weight lifted, but in its place came something else, illusion, his presence blurred. As if he wasn't fully there, then, he moved, He unsheathed his sword of ice, slashed the air, and the sky answered. Noah's technique, sword of the trickster. The sky filled with thousands of shimmering sword slashes, each one floating midair, all pointed toward Elijah. They fell, like a divine storm. But Elijah didn't move, his sword appeared in his hand, a S-rank sword rewarded by his system. Glowing with golden hue, he shifted into stance, chosen one's sword technique, sword of destruction. He slashed upward, boom. Shatter, the sky split, every sword that touched his slash was devoured, leaving trails of empty space behind, voids that healed slowly, unnaturally. The arena trembled, Noah vanished, only to reappear elsewhere. But then, another Noah appeared behind Elijah. Real? Clone? Too late to care. Improvised sword technique, lightning strike, CRZKK. The lightning-infused blade slammed into Elijah's back, sending him crashing into the ground like a comet. Boom, dust sword. Smoke billowed. The ground split open under impact. The public was frozen. Two Noahs, is it a skill? They whispered. Illusion? Spatial manipulation, but for the professors and dean, they knew. The dean's face now showing a slight surprise. No, that's a third aura, she said in a low voice. As if unable to believe it, and the teachers around him shared her feelings, the real Noah stepped through the smoke. Calm. One Noah remained. The other vanished into the wind. He stared into the pit, annoyed. Still not falling? Why are you still standing? His voice was colder now. That strike could have killed a Ranka beast. You really think I'm going to lose to that? Elijah's voice echoed up from the crater. His body rose, broken, battered, but still burning. Blood flowed freely down his side. His breath was ragged. Yet, he stood. Tall. Straight. His eyes lifted to Noah. Gold, light, still glowing with high intensity. Unshaken, I don't think you get it, Noah, he said, voice rising. I've been suffering since I was a child. Silence spread like fire through the arena. I've been spat on. Kicked. Beaten, begged for love from a father who never once looked me in the eyes. Watched my mother humiliated again and again, because of what? That I was born bastard? But I didn't ask to be born, his voice cracked, but never broke. Is it my fault my father couldn't keep it in his pants? Is it my sin to be born from a woman? Chapter 43 Noah vs. Elijah 3. Noah began to burn. Yarg, damn it, he hissed, staggering back as flames erupted across his body like a curse. Flesh cracked. His veins glowed red-hot. Pain seared into him so viciously it nearly broke his focus, but he held on. He reacted fast. A blinding surge of ice exploded outward. A deep, ancient cold, not just frost, but something near Arctic in its primal purity. The stadium howled with the sound of sudden winter. Fire met frost, and the world screamed. Everything vanished in the rising fog of steam. Elijah's third aura, aura of the phoenix, his flames weren't just fire, they were rebirth. Immolation and healing wrapped in divine heat. A power that burned him to ashes and rebuilt him stronger every time. His blood boiled with life, he rose from the steam like a deity. No scars. No wounds. His body, reborn. Golden flames crowned him like a halo. His eyes were radiant. Too radiant, the crowd gasped again, hundreds on their feet, breathless. 3 auras, that wasn't rare. That was impossible, monsters, someone whispered. Noah stood somewhere in the mist. His outline shimmered, scarred, but steady. The fire still burned around him, licking his heels, trying to crawl up his back, but his samsara aura worked quietly. His body, damaged seconds ago, was already mending. Bone re-knitting. Muscle regrowing. His breath calmed. Elijah. Noah muttered through the haze. He keeps getting up. This wasn't just a duel anymore. It was a war of philosophies. Of identities. Elijah, chosen by divinity, was the world's favorite narrative, the broken boy turned hero. He had every edge of power, sympathy, the narrative on his side. Noah was different. Not chosen, made, a tenacious bastard, he whispered, wiping blood from his jaw. Typical protagonist energy. If I don't end this now, he'll pull some last-minute miracle. He closed his eyes, breathed, then opened them. I'm limitless, and something shifted, reality buckled, subtly. Like the laws of physics stepped back in hesitation, the fire didn't touch him anymore. It swirled around, roaring louder than ever, but none of it landed. As if space itself stretched between him and the heat. I'm not in the fire, Noah murmured. I'm beyond it, the mist faded, he emerged, shirtless. Silver-eyed. His skin still bore red trails from the burn, but they healed by the second. His body hummed with quiet power. No flare, no flash, just dominance. Elijah saw him and flinched. 3 auras, huh? Noah smirked. Should have expected that. He didn't wait, his aura of limitlessness bloomed. Noah whispered, time and space do not bind me. My attack is in the domain of spirituality, and then, time slowed, a second became 10, the world moved like molasses. But Noah? He moved freely. Like he was untethered from the clock, he stepped forward once, and the world unraveled around him, the space between him and Elijah folded. Reality parted like curtains. And in that one step, he was there, inches from Elijah's chest, no light show. No sonic boom, just a presence. Elijah's eyes widened, too late. Noah's fist moved, not coated in elements, but just a normal punch. A punch sharpened into one thing, truth, crack. His knuckles collided with Elijah's sternum and something broke, not just bone, Elijah's soul. A scream tore from him, not from the mouth, but from the spirit. His legs gave out. Blood exploded from his lips. He collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. Time resumed. To the audience, it looked like Noah teleported and Elijah just dropped, but those who understood, Damon, the professors, the dean, they saw it. They saw spiritual warfare. Noah's fist hadn't just hit his body. It hit his inner world. His identity. Elijah knelt. Trembling, not in fear, in pain that went beyond muscle. Pain of the soul. Pain of being seen. Noah stood tall above him, silent. The air bent gently around him. His aura no longer loud, but final. You were right, Elijah, Noah said. His voice was calm, but carried through the entire arena. You are strong. Chosen by a goddess. Scarred by a cruel past, he looked down. His voice darkened, but power doesn't make you right. You think the world owes you because you suffered. Elijah's eyes twitched. You want to take everything now, women, fame, thrones, just because you were broken once. The crowd shifted uncomfortably. Noah's words were peeling back something hidden. You're greedy. Vengeful. Lustful. Everyone sees it. And no one stops you. Why? Because you have power. Because they fear you. Because you're the chosen one. Then came the aura of the ruler. It fell on the stadium like gravity. The audience straightened. Some gasped. Some clutched their hearts. People listened, not because they wanted to, but because they had to. Noah's eyes flared. But not me, I'm not one of your admirers. I don't worship your titles. I don't care if you're blessed by gods or born from divine fire. I'm the one sent to check your arrogance. His voice rose. I, Noah Weaverheart, son of Selene Weaverheart, the witch of eternal cold, he stepped forward, will not let you trample this world for your ego. You want to fight demons? Fine. But stop acting like you're the only one who's suffered. The silence cracked. There are people out there who've lost more than you, and they don't use their pain to justify burning the world down. Someone in the crowd stood, then another, then a voice. Yes, Noah's right, he's not the only one who suffered. The stands erupted. Cheers. Agreement. People who'd been silent, afraid, now found their voices. The tide was turning, not just toward Noah's strength, but his truth. From the top of the stadium, Sophie watched it unfold. Poised. Her hands folded in her lap. But her eyes shimmered, not with surprise. With certainty. This wasn't a rant, it was a performance. Precision crafted. Damon grinned from the sky. What a bastard. The dean watched, unmoving. Her eyes narrowed. She was one of the few who saw the full picture. Noah hadn't just beaten Elijah physically, he was taking his story, stealing the role of the hero by speaking truth everyone was too scared to admit, and Noah, he just stood there now. Bare-chested. Calm. His silver eyes fixed on Elijah, who was still on his knees, shaking, not from fear, from the realization that, for the first time, he might not win this. Chapter 44. This is my son. Noah stood over Elijah, not with glee. Not with satisfaction, with silence, his silver eyes cold. Detached. Still, Elijah writhed on the ground, a trembling mess of golden embers and ragged breaths. He couldn't rise. His limbs failed him. His spirit, fractured, screamed within his chest, but Noah didn't move. He stared, unblinking, like a god over a fallen idol. He couldn't kill him. Not here. Not yet, the academy wouldn't allow it. The goddess behind Elijah wouldn't allow it. But even deeper than rules, Noah didn't want him dead, that would be too quick. Too merciful. No, Noah wanted Elijah to live, to crawl, to watch, powerless as Noah rose above him. He wanted Elijah to feel it. That humiliating, soul-crushing realization that he was no longer the center of the world's story. That he'd been dethroned, not by a villain, but by a better protagonist, petty? Maybe, but Noah didn't care, not after everything. When Elijah killed Noah's predecessor, killed him like it meant nothing, he didn't hesitate. No regret. No mercy. Just cold, mechanical execution. The world didn't flinch then. They celebrated. Called it righteous, so now, why should he be the merciful one? Would Elijah, if their roles were reversed? No, Noah's thoughts sharpened. I won't just defeat you. I'll crush you so thoroughly that even the thought of revenge will feel pointless. Hopeless. Empty, and this moment, this was only the beginning, because now the world had seen it. Elijah can bleed, Elijah can fall, the myth shattered, and the silence it had enforced crumbled with it. All those who resented the golden boy, who whispered in backrooms and quiet corners, now had a symbol. Noah Weaverheart. He glanced down again. Elijah remained on his knees, gasping. Struggling. Ash scattered around him like broken wings. He wouldn't heal quickly, not this time. A wound to the soul wasn't like a cut or burn. It couldn't be patched with phoenix fire. Not unless you knew how to rebuild yourself spiritually, and Elijah wasn't ready for that kind of pain. But Noah remembered. He remembered the punch Elijah had landed earlier. The one that nearly shattered his ribs and rattled his organs. So, he raised a hand. Lightning, he whispered. The sky obeyed. A scream of thunder split the heavens. A silver-purple bolt tore down like divine judgment, cutting through clouds with predatory precision. Crack, the lightning struck Elijah dead center, straight through his skull. He didn't even scream, he just collapsed. A hush fell over the arena, mouths hung open. People flinched. Some gasped audibly. A few even stepped back, as if the act might echo onto them. Was that necessary? No one said it aloud, but they all thought it, except one, far from the battlefield, hidden in the icy halls of the Weaverheart estate. In her glacial throne chamber, Celine Weaverheart laughed, uncontrollably. Proudly, her cold eyes shimmered with something warm. That's my son. Frost leaked from her skin, freezing the floor, creeping up the windows. She didn't notice. She didn't care. She was too entranced by the sight of her boy standing above the world. A smile touched her lips. Perfect. Perfect. On her lap, a large feline watched the scene through a floating projection. Luminara. In her cat form, licked her paw once, then paused, her tail flicked. Too good, he's too good. What monster have you birthed, Celine? Across the continent, in the imperial palace, the emperor trembled in his golden chair. The room was silent, except for his heartbeat, his fists clenched. He didn't know how to feel. Fury? Awe? Paranoia? He couldn't decide. Was Noah better than Elijah? That question haunted him, but it didn't matter, because the world had already decided, and beside him, dressed in shadowed elegance, Emily watched him without a word. Her green eyes glinted. Your time is numbered, Rome, she said softly. Take your sweet time. The ripple spread like wildfire. Nations paused, factions re-evaluated. Noah hadn't just beaten Elijah. He had claimed something, stolen the narrative. Turned a battle into a performance, power for power, aura for aura. But Noah had something Elijah didn't, tactical cruelty. Emotional control. The boldness to weaponize the stage, and somewhere deep in the world, in a ruined temple, buried in the demon continent, drenched in dried blood and forgotten prayers, a shadow knelt before a shattered statue, bathed in gloom. A glowing projection floated above the altar, replaying Noah's final blow. The lightning. The fall, and then, light, the statue pulsed. Not with mana, but divinity. A melodic voice rang out. Soft and terrifying, he is the one, bring him to me. Silence, the kneeling figure coughed blood. The temple cracked overhead, one breath away from collapse. They stood. Her voice, when it came, was honeyed venom. How many do we have in the academy? Another figure emerged from the shadows. Thin. Cloaked, multiple. In the first year. 2. Are they capable? They are our best. A sharp smile bloomed. Then tell them, let them get close to Noah Weaverheart. Befriend him. Earn his trust. She paused, then bring him here, no matter what it takes. The cloaked figure bowed. Understood. Back at the arena, Damon stepped forward, his coat swirled behind him. His eyes sharp. The test is over, he declared. The stadium listened. Not just because he was an instructor, but because no one dared speak after what they'd just seen. The top 3 will have the chance to choose their own mentors. And in audience with the dean, he paused, letting it sink in. The first 2 are already set. Noah, Elijah, the names echoed. The first, in awe. The second, in ruin. The rest? Damon continued. Settle it by agreement. Or battle again. We leave soon. He raised a hand. Points earned during the tests are your only currency at the academy. Spend wisely. He gestured to the rankings screen floating above. First place, 10,000 points. Second, 5,000. Third, 2,500. Fourth through 10th, 1,000 each. And decide quickly. And then, without waiting, he turned and walked away. The weight of it all hung heavy in the air. The world now knew Noah Weaverheart. Some whispered, some watched, some started making moves to approach him, for good. Or for blood, it didn't matter. He was on the stage now, and as a player, didn't every player need their pieces? Noah smirked, still standing at the center of the arena, unmoving. Unbothered. Dear Patricia. Aiden, he could feel them. Watching him. Waiting. How about I give you 2 a little hope? A taste of vengeance. Against your sweet brother. His smirk darkened. Not kind. Not noble. Predatory. Chapter 45. The winners. The rankings were in first place, Noah, second, Elijah, third, Sophie. These 3 wouldn't just walk away with glory, they had earned the rare right to choose their own mentor and meet the dean of Apex Academy. A privilege so coveted, most only dreamed of it. For many, this moment was the ultimate goal. For them, it was only the beginning. The test was over. Spectators dispersed, they're all lingering in the air like static. Conversations bubbled with excitement, disbelief, even quiet jealousy. Life outside the arena resumed its pace, though the world itself felt subtly altered, plans rewritten, priorities shifted. All because of this one extraordinary event. Noah now stood under the sunlight with his shadow finally returned to him. And his loyal beast, Neko, perched proudly on his shoulder. The feline's black fur shimmered faintly, like oil slick over velvet, and her purple eyes gleamed with contentment. You were amazing, Master, Esther said, voice brimming with admiration as she stepped beside him. Her black hair danced with the wind, eyes soft with pride. You're incredible, Noah, Neko added with a satisfied purr. Her tail flicked behind her, ever so smug. The 2 beamed with pride, thrilled to see him triumph before the world, even against the so-called chosen one. It was no small feat, it was the stuff of legends. Of whispered stories passed down in hushed tones among wide-eyed initiates. Noah gave a soft smile. He was happy. They were back. Together. Whatever chaos lay ahead, it no longer felt quite as daunting, so, a voice chimed from behind, light with sarcasm. What's it feel like to beat the chosen one? He turned slightly. Sophie stood there, arms crossed, a teasing smirk on her lips and strands of wind-tousled hair framing her face. Her aura buzzed faintly, the residual energy from the final battle still clinging to her like a second skin. He met her gaze with an easy confidence. Refreshing, he replied. Want to give it a shot? Might be your turn next, she laughed, short and melodic. Tempting, there was an ease between them now, born not just from combat but from shared respect. Now they are getting closer. Sophie is accepting more and more Noah as her husband. Just as Noah opened his mouth to fire back, another voice cut through the moment. We're moving out. Damon's voice carried weight. He stood before the 80 victorious students, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd like a general surveying his troops. This year had been more brutal than most, and the monsters that emerged, even more unpredictable. His gaze lingered on Elijah, still silent, still nursing his wounds, and then on Noah. These 2. Monsters in their own right, he thought. Unshackled potential. He clapped once, a brilliant magic circle in blue and white flared beneath their feet, pulsing with ancient light. Runes spiraled outward, delicate and fierce. We're heading to our realm. Ivor, and in a flash of blinding radiance, they vanished. They reappeared moments later in a breathtaking city of towering buildings, crystalline spires, and people clad in sharp blue and white uniforms. The ground shimmered faintly beneath them, alive with threads of magic. In the distance, massive gates opened and closed like lungs, breathing in the pulse of energy that ran through the city. Yes, the academy was big enough to be considered as a city. This is Apex Academy, Damon said casually. Not gonna waste time explaining everything. You'll figure it out, some students gasped quietly. Others looked around with barely concealed awe. Every structure around them hummed with power. It was less an academy and more a sanctum, sacred, structured, surreal. He pointed toward a large, ornate building that seemed to pierce the sky itself. Gold inlays ran across its marble surface like veins, and floating lanterns lit the path leading to its entrance. Rest up. Classes start tomorrow. Rules, orientation, all that comes then. He turned to the top three. You three will meet the dean first thing tomorrow. Your mentors, you'll pick them later when your schedules align. He started walking away, then paused with a grin. Oh. And I'm one of your teachers. Weapon training. If you use weapons or want to learn, report to me. He vanished without fanfare, like a ghost shedding light. The students looked around, murmuring among themselves. Some tried to process what they were seeing, others focused on what lay ahead. Most began drifting off to their assigned rooms, quietly, some limping, some still whispering about the final moments of the test. Elijah said nothing and walked off with Elizabeth and Leona behind him. His expression unreadable. Not anger. Not defeat. Something else. Reflection? Calculation. One by one, the others scattered except for a few. Yuki. Anya. And of course, Sophie, still firmly at Noah's side. Noah raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect to see you make it, Anya. The petite, green-haired girl puffed out her chest. Anya is strong, she said proudly, fists on her hips. Her bright green eyes sparkled with determination, the kind that didn't come from arrogance, but from having survived what others couldn't, and Noah didn't doubt it. To make it into the final 80 out of thousands. She wasn't just lucky. She was lethal. What's her talent system? Talent, pulverization, SS rank. Anything she touches will be pulverized. His eyes widened slightly. SS rank? Seriously? Since when did this become common? Seriously, this is going too far. And this kind of destructive power. That's insane. I want it. Affection level, 60%. Note, she appreciates the tea you gave her during phase 1 of the first test. Finds you handsome. Wants to grow closer. Noah gave a thoughtful nod. 10% more? Easy. Well, congratulations, Anya, she beamed. You too, sir. You were so cool in that last fight. Like, boom. Pow. So many lights and ice, he chuckled. Thanks. Then he noticed Yuki. She hadn't moved. Her amber-orange eyes locked onto his silver ones, intense, unreadable. Not aggressive. Not admiring. Just focused. The way a warrior appraises a sword they want to master, Sophie smirked. Why are you looking at my husband like that? Falling for him already? Her tone was playful, but Yuki didn't react. Her gaze didn't waver. Teach me, she said flatly. What you did in our fight. I want to learn, Sophie blinked. Rude, Noah chuckled internally. Classic Yuki. If it wasn't sword-related, nothing could faze her. I didn't learn that through technique, he said. It was my aura. I'll still learn. Just explain the principle. He tilted his head, intrigued. And what's in it for me? She paused. Confused. She genuinely hadn't thought about that part. She thought about what she could give him, her sword, her techniques. Those were sacred. The legacy of her master. She couldn't trade them, so what could she offer? Yuki's expression twisted like someone trying to solve a complex equation with no formula. It was oddly adorable. Noah watched her, amused. She really was like a blank page, isolated, a little broken, and easy to mislead, but he wouldn't. Instead, all right, he said. I'll teach you. But in exchange, I want your friendship. Yuki blinked. Tilted her head. Friendship, the word echoed in her mind. Her master had mentioned it once, told her to find people she could trust. People who wouldn't abandon her when the swords were down and the war quieted. Her expression softened. She nodded, yes. Friendship, Noah smiled. How cute. A gust of wind rolled through the academy. tomorrow, everything began anew. Chapter 46, Threads of Power. Noah lay on the bed, arms spread across the soft sheets, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling of his new room. He was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that seeped into the bones, where the mind buzzed even as the body screamed for rest. The adrenaline from the battles had faded, leaving behind the dull ache of overexerted muscles and the silent throb of lingering injuries. His body was in recovery. His mind, however, refused to stop. The room was simple. Plain stone walls, a single window overlooking the outer fields of the academy, a wooden desk, and a bed that creaked slightly when he moved. Compared to the opulence of his chambers back at the Weaverheart estate, this was nothing. Spartan. Impersonal. Almost sterile, but it would do. He exhaled slowly, letting the silence fill the room. His gaze drifted across the ceiling as his thoughts spiraled back to the final test, replaying every moment, every decision. He had learned things, unexpected, dangerous things. Elizabeth, he frowned, even with her talent partially sealed, it ranked SSS as madness. That meant the original, unsealed version of her talent was higher. EX unique rank. He sucked in a breath, the weight of the realization settling heavy in his chest. The Akashic records had claimed he was the first to possess a talent of that caliber in this world. So how did Elizabeth have it? Was it because the goddess had sealed her true potential, making the Akashic records only register the diluted version, and if her talent were fully unsealed before him gained the ultimate fusion talent? He closed his eyes, thinking, she'd have the limitless title. A designation that even he had barely grasped the implications of. Limitless wasn't just a title. It was more than that, and that, he knew, would be catastrophic. He let out a slow, relieved sigh. Good thing it's sealed. But what if I unsealed it? His heart skipped, and then shared it with me. Goosebumps prickled his skin, and a chill raced down his spine. What would the rank of an upgraded EX unique ability look like? There was no way to know. But one thing was certain. I want it. I need it. The desire rooted deep in him, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Insistent. Addictive, but there was a problem. A major one. Elizabeth, stubborn. Loyal. Still tethered to that damn goddess. And Elijah, she needs Elijah, Noah thought, his mind already racing. Needs his presence to silence the whispers in her head. His aura keeps her sane. Stable, so then, separate her from Elijah, easy to say. Much harder to do. The bond between them wasn't just emotional, it was spiritual, anchored by divine interference. Severing it wouldn't be as simple as walking her away from him, but maybe it didn't need to be severed. Just strained, his thoughts shifted like a storm cloud drifting toward an open flame. Leona, his silver eyes sharpened, cold and calculating. Leona could pull Elijah's attention away. Distract him. Create distance. Slowly, subtly, drive Elizabeth mad with isolation. Just enough. Just long enough, yes, but how? System, he commanded silently. Show me Leona's profile. Name, Leona Tenebris, age, 15, race, demon, rank, A, auras, beastly aura, shapeshifter aura, titles, the true shapeshifter, the adaptive, loved by beasts, affinities, beast, illusion, transformation, physique, none, talents, shapeshifter, SSS rank, supreme beast tamer, SS rank. Noah blinked, once. Twice, what the actual hell, a demon, with not just one, but two top-tier talents. One of them SSS rank. The rarest of the rare, another SSS rank talent holder? This is crazy. I am starting to believe only talents at EX unique rank are worth having now. I will find a way to elevate my ice talent, Noah thought. Then he shifted back to Leona's profile, a shapeshifter elusive by nature, impossible to pin down, and difficult to kill, and not just any shapeshifter. The true shapeshifter, a demon that close to Elijah. His lips curled into a grin. It started small, then widened, twisted, darkened, of course. She's perfect, it was almost laughable. As if fate itself was handing him tools, one after another, on a silver platter. It was so perfect it felt orchestrated. He chuckled. Then laughed louder. The sound echoed off the stone walls, hollow, unhinged, hungry. She was already ideal for his plan. Now, she was essential. Noah leaned forward, sitting up on the edge of the bed, his fingers laced together beneath his chin. She wouldn't expect him to find out.
Shapeshifters survived by staying unnoticed, blending in.
Most were harmless non-combatants, but Leona was not harmless. She was also loved by beasts. That alone was dangerous. That alone made her a threat, but it didn't matter. He would use her. All he needed was leverage, just enough to control her. To force her hand. Break her loyalty and bend it toward his purpose. He didn't need her affection. Or respect. Or trust, just obedience. No love, he whispered to himself. No support. No friendship, just manipulation, blackmail, control, no mercy. He grinned again, this time slower, colder. Leona, my sweet little demoness, I was going to kill you. Or let Elizabeth do it, but you're far too useful for that. Demon or not, if she served a purpose, she'd live, and she would serve. He would make sure of it. He stood, walked to the small window, and stared out at the darkening sky above Apex Academy. Stars blinked faintly through the dusk. A sky full of power. An opportunity, he whispered, voice like frost against steel, let's make you mine. Meanwhile, in another room across the vast academy halls, Elijah stood in front of a mirror. His knuckles were white, fists clenched at his sides. His entire body trembled, not with fear, but fury. He didn't speak. Couldn't. The reflection staring back at him looked like a ghost of who he thought he was. Bloodied. Defeated. Shattered pride hidden behind clenched teeth. He wanted to smash the mirror. Shatter it into dust. Noah, that arrogant bastard. Smiling like he owned the world, victorious, unshaken, Elijah ground his teeth. The noise echoed faintly in the silence of his room. He wanted to tear him apart. Rip that smug expression off his face, but deep inside, beneath the anger, Elijah stood frozen. He stared at the notifications, wide-eyed. Slowly, the tremor in his hands eased. Not because the fury had passed, but because something else had taken its place. Power, divine, radiant power surged through his soul like wildfire. His wounds healed without a touch. His body burned with potential, and in that moment, something inside him shifted. A smile, genuine and odd, tugged at his lips. "That you're amazing," he whispered. "Truly the best." My goddess, he closed his eyes, the warmth of her presence coiling gently around his mind like a protective flame. Let Noah laugh. This wasn't over, it was only the beginning. Chapter 47, Illyra Varnes, before a massive white door. Noah, Elijah, and Sophie stood in still, uneasy silence. The air was tense, not from anything spoken, but from what awaited beyond. They were about to meet the dean of Apex Academy. Noah's eyes shifted to Elijah. Narrowed, something was off. The boy who had sulked in silence yesterday was now standing taller, eyes focused, posture sharp, even slightly smiling, too calm. Too confident. What happened? Noah frowned internally. No one shifts that fast without a reason. He must have received something. A blessing? A power-up? Fucking protagonists. Walking plots twists. Always unpredictable. I need to move faster. Leona must be brought under control before he gets another lucky break. Noah said nothing aloud, but his silence was loaded. Elijah caught the look and smirked quietly to himself. Just wait, Noah. You're not ready for what's coming. Before tension could break into words, a familiar voice sliced through the air. Well, you're on time. That's perfect, Damon's voice echoed behind them. Smooth, relaxed. But there was weight behind it. The kind of presence that crushed without trying. The dean has decided to meet each of you alone. You should be honored. She rarely bothers with students individually. He paused, scanning their reactions. It means you're seen as worthy in her eyes. Noah's heart ticked faster. He stepped forward as Damon turned to him. As first ranked, you're up. Noah gave a respectful nod and approached the door. The moment he stepped through, it was like entering another world. No. It was another world. The dean's office wasn't a room. It was a realm. Everything was white, the walls, the air, the ground. It wasn't simply colorless. It felt purified. Cleansed of distraction. Void of imperfection. In the middle of the expanse, a lone table and a chair, and there, seated with eerie calmness, was the dean. Her skin was pale. Her hair, white as snow. Even her eyes, completely white, lacked pupils or irises. A woman carved from moonlight. What the hell is with all this white? Noah wondered before forcing himself to focus. This was not the time for stupid jokes. He stepped forward and bowed with a firm voice. One that betrayed none of the nerves twisting inside him. "I greet the Dean, at ease," she replied. Her voice was like nothing he'd heard before.
It echoed as if spoken by many, layered and vast, yet instead of unsettling, it felt peaceful.
Soothing, but Noah didn't relax. He couldn't. He knew who he was facing. For 50 chapters of the original novel, the Dean had remained a mystery.
All that was known? She possessed mastery over space on a level bordering divinity, this realm? Likely created by her.
Alone, she gestured subtly, and the table between them shimmered. "This meeting is your reward,"
she said. "For your ranking. For your talents, you may request something. If it's within my reach, I'll give it.
If not, I'll offer something equivalent." She paused, but the atmosphere shifted. Pressure. Invisible yet immense, do not overstep. "I despise greed." Noah stood still, calculating. This was an opportunity. A rare one, and he needed to make it count. "I need a backing."
"A strong one." Mother's influence doesn't stretch here. "In Apex, I'm alone.
And if I plan to pull strings, manipulate power, and go to war with protagonists, I can't afford to remain alone." What better choice than the Dean herself? He smiled.
"Calm. Harmless. I want your support." Silence. No games. No twisting words.
Just truth. There was no point trying to manipulate someone like her. The Dean tilted her head slightly. "Did I not just warn you?" The words carried no emotion, but the realm itself reacted.
Reality pressed down on him.
Like his very existence was being overwritten. This isn't pressure, this is suppression. His memories, his confidence, even his name felt like they were crumbling. His breath shortened, his body screamed, death, not defeat, not injury, true, soul-erasing death. What the hell is this? He thought, instinctively unleashing his aura of limitlessness. The pressure eased, just barely, but it was enough to remain conscious. He stood straighter, refusing to bend. First Damon. Now the Dean. He was getting very tired of being tested by overwhelming forces. But he didn't back down, not this time. The Dean observed him silently, her eyes unreadable. "Oh.
Is that your fourth aura?" she finally asked, voice curious. "Fascinating. And this one?"
"This one is special." She leaned forward. "You're 15, correct?" She smiled faintly. "Let's test you properly. If you can endure my aura for 1 full hour without losing consciousness, I will give you my support." Noah had no time to respond. The pressure multiplied. He dropped to his knees. The floor cracked beneath him. His vision blurred. His consciousness bent under the weight of something ancient. Across the room, the Dean Illyra Varnes watched him. Still smiling, within her mind, voices echoed.
"Not one. Many. Are you sure about this? This is too harsh."
"He's only a child, disciple. You risk too much. Granddaughter, you can't take sides, not now. You know the rules." But Illyra's expression didn't change. "If he survives, I'll take him as my disciple." The voices fell silent, stunned. "You can't mean that. You understand what that means." "He has the talent," Illyra replied.
4 auras by 15.
One of them beyond what we've seen. Even our most gifted won't compare." She paused. "If he can endure this, he has the will to match the talent.
And that's what matters."
"What about the chosen one?" one voice whispered. Illyra's gaze didn't flicker. "Let him be. He is the goddess's champion.
His time will come.
But this boy. This one is mine." The voices went quiet, uncertain. But unwilling to challenge her further, Illyra leaned back, flicking her finger once. Time shimmered. 1 hour in this realm would be 10 minutes outside. She rested her chin on her hand, eyes on Noah as he shook under the pressure, every second a battle to remain conscious. She didn't look cruel, she looked invested. "Come on, Noah, don't break. Prove it to me. Prove me you have what it takes to be my protege." Chapter 48, The Heir of White. While Illyra Varnes calmly tested the boy before her, her mind split in multiple directions, half debating, half observing, but fully invested in the outcome. But for Noah, this was no test, it was a nightmare. His very existence felt like it was being unraveled, crushed by an invisible force that gnawed at more than flesh. It clawed at his soul. At the essence of what made him real. Alive. This is what it means to face someone who exists on a higher plane, he realized.
This isn't strength. This is presence. Recognition by the universe itself, and against that, you don't fight.
You endure. This is too much, he thought, gritting his teeth. Every part of him, body, soul, mind, screamed in agony. It was as if his soul was being pulled apart, strand by strand, and there was nothing he could do but hold on. He didn't scream,
Didn't groan.
just clenched his jaw and endured. His aura of limitlessness flared, wrapping around him in a wild dance of resistance. But it wasn't enough, so he released everything, all his auras. Instantly, the air shifted, lightning crackled across his shoulders, frost coiled at his feet like silver mist. A presence of absolute sovereignty emerged like a monarch entering his throne room, his form blurred, fragmenting into echoes, as if reality struggled to contain him, to give him a proper shape. Then came the aura of samsara, a whisper of life and death, a black and white river of eternal return that healed, soothed, and refused to break. With all 5 auras in play, the tide began to turn. Noah breathed, barely, but it was enough. He stood up, back straight, silver eyes glowing, his expression unreadable, his presence impossible to ignore. He didn't look human anymore, he looked like something becoming. Illyra's white eyes widened. Glorious, she murmured. She had expected talent, but this, not 4 auras. 5, and one of them was a rare conceptual aura of life and death. Where did this boy come from, she thought. How can one so young wield so many rare affinities? Her curiosity twisted into hunger. She wanted him, and she was satisfied. It's enough, she said softly. The crushing pressure vanished in an instant. Noah collapsed, not from pain, but from the sudden lack of resistance. He hit the ground hard, but forced himself up again just as fast. Shoulders squared, jaw set, expression unchanged. Illyra's smile curved. Is he angry? How amusing. She didn't address it. You still want my support? She asked. Noah's thoughts were still a little hazy, but one emotion burned clear: annoyance. I swear, if I ever get strong enough, I'll return the favor and drop a goddamn realm on her head. But he swallowed the thought quickly. If she could crush him with pressure, she could probably hear his curses mid-thought. Yes, he said evenly. Illyra smirked, a flawless, regal expression. Then become my disciple. My heir. Noah blinked, momentarily thrown off. He frowned. I'm already the heir of the Weaverheart. That's my mother's legacy. I'm not abandoning it. Illyra waved a pale hand lazily. I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you to add mine alongside it. I don't need you to rule over land or people. I only ask that you inherit my legacy, my knowledge, my techniques. Noah stared at her for a beat. Are you dying or something? He blurted out. Silence. Illyra looked at him blankly. Noah coughed. Sorry. She shook her head faintly. No need to apologize. And no, I'm far from death. This isn't about mortality. It's about continuity. Someone must carry the flame. She leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing with intensity. If you accept, I'll give you my full support. You'll be untouchable in this academy as long as you know what you are doing. Do whatever you like. No one will stop you, even if they know you're the cause. I'll provide information, resources, protection. All I ask is that you grow stronger, master what I teach you. And she paused. Retrieve something for me. Noah's expression hardened. What kind of something? There is a realm, Illyra said. It will appear near the elf continent at the end of this semester. It only allows A-rank beings and below. I want you to go there. Enter it. And bring back what I seek. Noah was silent. Of course there's a catch. Will it be dangerous? Extremely, she said without flinching. Will I go alone? No. The top 10 students of the first semester will enter. It's a chance for young talents to forge themselves and fight for their fortunes, so Elijah will be there too, Noah thought, eyes narrowing. Still, it was a simple decision, a powerful backer. Unlimited support. And training from a being this absurdly strong. He straightened. I accept. He bowed slightly, respectfully. I greet you, master. Illyra smiled. Illyra Varnes, she said. That is my name. Remember it. A moment later, Noah reappeared outside the door. Fully healed, body restored, courtesy of his new master. Sophie and Elijah were waiting. Without a word, Elijah stepped forward and entered the realm next. Sophie turned to Noah, curious. Did you get something useful in there? Noah smiled, stepping forward. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, careful, but intentional. He was starting to enjoy holding her a little too much. Sophie didn't resist. She just returned the embrace, growing more used to it with each passing day. I got more than I expected, he whispered. Something useful. And something life-changing, dear wife, she hummed, not pushing further. Then, after a pause, what would you suggest I ask for?
Noah smiled lightly.
He loved that she trusted him. Loved that she leaned on him more and more. Ask for skills, he said.
Lightning based.
Both physical enhancement types and mana manipulation ones. You created your red lightning through your talent. With more foundation, you'll evolve it further. It's time to use your talent properly. He looked into her eyes, voice softer. If you struggle, tell me.
I'll help you.
Always, Sophie nodded, a faint blush rising, but she didn't look away. Then silence fell between them, a warm, comfortable silence. From a distance, Damon watched with a sigh and muttered to himself, "Goddamn lovebirds.
Can't you flirt somewhere else?"
Chapter 49, Claws in the Shadows. I'm happy to have you all here. The voice was strong, firm without being cold. A woman stood before the class of 20, tall and broad-shouldered, every inch of her body honed like a weapon.
Muscular without being bulky.
Toned yet graceful, she radiated discipline. This was Asta Rommel, the lead instructor for the first-year special class, the elite. Most of the students kept their gazes respectful, though a few couldn't help a glance or two at her sculpted form. Well, except for one. Wow. Elijah muttered under his breath, eyes trailing up and down without shame. Leona, seated beside him, smirked.
Want to add her to your collection too?
Elijah, she spoke low, only loud enough for Elijah and Elizabeth, who sat nearby in silence, to hear. Elijah blinked.
I mean,
she is a teacher, you know. Leona rolled her eyes.
So? You're the chosen one.
You think rules apply to you now? He chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing.
She wasn't wrong. Ever since the academy opened, he'd noticed the way people turned to stare. Dozens of girls. Fawning.
Whispers on the academic street, still. There was someone else getting stares. Noah. People had seen the duel. Had seen him win. Whispers were already growing. Not just about power, but about allegiances. Students were starting to gather behind both of them. This was no longer just Noah versus Elijah. It was about to become a battle of factions. Asta surveyed her class.
20 students. 20 of the highest-ranked new arrivals.
Raw potential. Her sharp gaze passed over them, then paused briefly on Noah. His silver eyes met hers, neutral, unreadable.
Cool.
Almost cold. So that's him. She turned to Elijah.
Ah. That look, she recognized it instantly, even when masked. Lust.
The boy could pretend all he wanted. She'd seen that kind of hunger too many times to miss it. The hero is a slave to his urges? What a waste. She shook her head and stepped forward. You are the elite, she said clearly.
Top of the entrance trials.
As such, you are given privileges, advanced dormitories, private training grounds, monthly merit point distributions, full food access, and higher tier access to the library, but don't let it go to your heads. These privileges aren't permanent. Her tone sharpened like a blade. Any of you can be challenged at any time. If you lose, your spot in this class is forfeit. Whether it's another elite or a regular student who wants in, your place must be earned. Constantly, some students shifted uncomfortably. Elites don't rest, Asta continued. And neither will your enemies, or rather your concurrents. She folded her arms.
Now, this academy is full of factions.
The two biggest are the student council and the goddess's followers.
I won't waste time explaining them if you're interested. Go to their HQs and pass their entry tests. As for creating your own faction,
you'll need followers, logistics, and more. Go do your research. I'm not your babysitter, she paused. The first semester lasts 4 months. You'll be tested on knowledge and combat both. You will have to clear 5 missions in the mission center of the academy. The missions can be anything and you can do it alone or with groups. Not doing the 5 missions is an automatic fail. And for you, if you fail even one mission you will go down, so you have 4 months to do these missions. The other class will also be able to challenge you for your seat after 1 month. A beat of silence. And my class?
Hand-to-hand combat.
She turned toward the door. Get up.
We're heading to the training field, yes.
Finally, a voice rang out. Rouge, of course. Already on her feet, practically vibrating with excitement, Malric, the unfortunate soul at her side, groaned. You just fought like yesterday. Rouge tilted her head at him.
And Malric exhaled deeply.
Why did I think befriending her was a good idea? Too late now, he'd signed up for daily battles, apparently. Asta, watching the two, smiled faintly. She liked Rouge already, let's move. Meanwhile, Noah hadn't paid attention to a single word of Asta's speech. His eyes were open, but his mind was already moving 3 steps ahead. He didn't care about hand-to-hand combat. That wasn't his style. What mattered was information and the right pieces on the board. His gaze landed on Leona, the clingy girl stuck to Elijah like a shadow. Will this actually work? He wondered. It had to, and even if it didn't, I have my master now. His eyes flicked downward, and his thoughts echoed in the quiet space between shadows. Esther. The voice that replied came instantly. Calm. Loyal, yes, master, go. Attach yourself to Leona's shadow. I want you on her at all times today. Don't let her notice you. Use your aura at the fullest. Understood. She disappeared instantly, melting into the floor like she was never there. A breath later, another voice chimed in, this one with a slight pout. What about me? Me, Noah. Neko. You're cute, loyal, incredibly powerful beast. Feeling a little left out here, Noah grinned to himself. Right. I've got a mission for you too, my adorable weapon of mass distraction. Neko's ears perked up. There's a girl in the 2nd year. She loves cats. Deeply. She's got a tragic past, all gray skies and demon blood. Perfect target. He locked eyes with the little creature. Serious now, you're going to worm your way into her heart. Be as cute as possible. Purr, meow, roll around. Whatever it takes, infiltration. Through affection, exactly. Think of it as acting. You've got talent, right? Now go prove it, be my wingman. Neko tilted her head. But what's a wingman? Noah blinked. Right. Different world, just be helpful, okay? Leave the vocabulary lessons for later, Neko huffed, her tail flicking in mock annoyance, but still leapt off to fulfill her mission. In a quiet room, far from the noise of the academy, Leona Beastfawn let out a long, exhausted sigh, or rather Leona Tenebris. Here, alone, she didn't wear the fake smiles. The performative energy, she was herself. Calm. Cold. Collected. Gods, that boy is exhausting, she muttered. She thought of Elijah. The chosen one. Powerful, no denying that, but gods, was he lustful? But she sensed something today, he was getting stronger. She'd felt it. A new kind of power, and he was already a monster yesterday, she growled. Yesterday he was already a monster. And today? He is stronger again, madness, but then, a flicker of purple hair. A calm gaze. Silver eyes like glaciers. Noah, what kind of beast are you, Noah Weaverheart? No reports. No records. Where the hell did you even come from? Only the chosen one was supposed to matter. That was the prophecy. That was the design, and yet, stronger than the chosen one. Not what kind of obscene monster are you? Just as her mind circled around those thoughts, a voice, smooth. Playful. Unbothered, really? I'm that much of a monster to you, Leona froze. The voice came from inside the room. And what about you, Leona Tenebris? The voice continued. A demon pretending to be a girl with a crush? That's bold. Her blood turned to ice. She turned her head slowly, very slowly, and there he was, Noah Weaverheart, sitting on her windowsill like a phantom, arms crossed, silver eyes glinting with amusement. Hi, Leona. It seems it's our first meeting. Chapter 50. Submit or die. Leona froze. Her thoughts went blank for a moment, but only a moment. She wasn't ordinary. Her instincts kicked in immediately, her lips parting. Bebe, come, shoo. The sound was soft, almost tender. But the effect was instant. Leona's body locked in place. Ice surged over her mouth, silencing her completely before she could even finish the summoning. Noah stepped forward, eyes calm and disarming. Nice work, Esther. Your shadow binding's getting better. From Leona's shadow, a wisp of darkness detached, amorphous, fluid, and slithered back toward Noah, curling at his feet before merging with his own shadow, which until that moment had been absent. Leona's eyes widened. How didn't I notice that? But it wasn't just her. No one paid attention to the fact that sometimes, under direct sunlight, Noah cast no shadow at all. Noah raised his hand. A pulse of shimmering magic flickered through the air, a high-grade sound barrier, S rank. A gift from his mother. I miss her already, he thought, just for a heartbeat. Before returning to the matter at hand, he turned to Leona with a faint smile and removed the ice from her mouth. Her body remained immobile. Now, even if you scream, no one will hear you. Leona stayed quiet. She understood screaming was useless. Her glare, though, could have cut steel. How? She finally asked. How did you learn who I am? It made no sense. Her identity was buried deep. Her talent, SSS ranked, was rare enough to cloak her presence like a shield. She was a ghost. Untraceable, Noah shrugged. I have my ways. Then he leaned in slightly. But that shouldn't be your concern right now. His voice dropped to a near whisper. Do you know what happens when a demon is discovered in the academy? Leona's jaw clenched. Of course she knew. They weren't expelled. They weren't imprisoned. They were tortured. Flayed, broken, and left to die. Mercy didn't exist for demons. Only pain, but she'd believed in her power. Believed she was untouchable, and now, her lips tightened into a pale, tense line. What do you want? She asked coldly. There was no other reason for this kind of move unless he needed something. Noah's response was matter of fact. You, of course. Leona blinked. What? You're close to Elijah. I need someone in his circle. And, as fate would have it, I discovered your secret. How convenient. You want to use me? Against Elijah? Her voice spiked, incredulous. Did he think she was some kind of tool? Noah's smile vanished. His presence shifted, the air dropping several degrees in an instant. His eyes turned cold. Dead, do you think you have a choice? Leona Tenebris. Ice bloomed around the room, spreading like veins across the walls and floor. Leona's body tensed. Her eyes widened. Or did you mistake my smile for weakness? He moved, slow, deliberate, until he was mere inches from her face. You will accept. Or you will die. Right here. Right now. And don't bother mentioning the consequences of killing a student. A freezing aura poured from his skin. I don't give a damn, he whispered. And even if I did, no one would ever know. Then he touched her forehead with 2 fingers, ice of blood. A chilling scream tore from her throat, her body convulsed. Her blood, her very essence, began to freeze. She could feel it. Every vein, every artery, turning to frost. Noah watched with indifference, as if her agony were a passing breeze. 1 minute, he said softly. That's all you get. Choose wisely. He sat down calmly, as if this were a casual conversation over tea. But the frost still lingered in the air, oppressive and suffocating, like the ocean bearing down on a drowning soul. Leona's thoughts spun. Her power? Useless. Her beasts? If she summoned them, they'd die before they could blink. She had no way out. Am I going to die? The thought echoed like thunder through her skull, then clarity. No, she wouldn't die. She couldn't. Not like this. I accept. Instantly, the ice vanished. Her body thudded to the ground, gasping for breath. Ha! Ha! Her breaths were ragged, uneven. She looked up to see Noah smiling again. See, he said lightly. That wasn't so hard, was it? Fucking lunatic, she cursed silently. A beautiful, smiling monster. He reached into his coat and handed her a scroll. Now, let's make it official. Sign. It was a soul contract, SSS rank. Her eyes trembled. Where the hell did he get this? She read the terms, and her hands began to shake. Not from the cold. From fury. From fear. A slave contract, she whispered. Noah said nothing. His silence was more chilling than any answer. Leona gritted her teeth. Then she signed. A burning sensation tore through her soul. She felt it, something latching on, anchoring her spirit to his command. I can't disobey, she whispered. Good. Noah leaned back. Now, show me your real face. Leona hesitated. But the contract bound her. She couldn't resist. The transformation was silent, but unmistakable. Her brown skin faded to pale ivory. Her tribal markings vanished. Her brown hair turned a shining silver. Red eyes gleamed beneath long lashes. Tall, statuesque. Silver horns curled from her head. She was stunning. Ethereal. Terrifying. Noah raised an eyebrow. No wonder you hid this. Elijah would have lost his damn mind. Leona looked away, disgusted. He smiled. He didn't care. I have a task for you. What? She asked hollowly. Stay close to Elijah. Make sure Elizabeth can't get near him. Not even once. For 1 full week, no fuck that makes it 1 month, do whatever it takes. He paused. We'll talk more later. About why you're even near Elijah in the first place. I have other things to do, and just like that, Noah vanished into the shadows. Leona stood in silence. Frozen. Processing, in less than an hour, her world had collapsed. She wasn't just compromised, she was enslaved, to Noah Weaverheart, she shivered. Not from the cold. What kind of monster did you make your enemy, Elijah? She whispered. She almost pitied him now, because Noah didn't play fair. Just as she tried to gather her thoughts, a crow tapped against her window. She opened it, and it flew inside. It opened its beak and spoke, "Get close to Noah Weaverheart. Bring him to the demon continent." The crow dissolved into black smoke. Leona stared at the spot where it vanished, a message from her true master. She let out a hollow laugh. Because now, she was the slave of the very man she was sent to ensnare. Fate is your lover, huh? She muttered. I'm starting to believe it. Elsewhere, Patricia's room, she read the note silently. Just one line: if you want vengeance, if you want to make him suffer, submit to me. In another room, Aiden read the same words. Both messages were signed by the same name, Noah.